Chapter 2846. Then how much does Master know about Li Chang? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Li Chang. Yi Zhong pondered for a while and said, "This old man has watched this person grow up?" Qin Feiyang said, "So, Master must know him very well?" Sort of. The reason this person entered the Dragon God Palace back then was to take revenge. Yi Zhong said. Revenge? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Back then, his family was considered a rich and powerful family in the north. But because of some personal grudges, his family was exterminated, and he was the only one who survived. You should be able to imagine the feeling of being exterminated. And the people who exterminated his family didn't let him go. They have been chasing him. Forced to enter the Dragon God Palace, he chose to enter it. This person's talent is not bad. Relying on the resources of the Dragon God Palace, he smoothly stepped into the half-step invincible realm. You should be able to imagine what happened later without this old man saying. He went to take revenge, and then this old man brought him to Divine Dragon Island. Because of the 4 Dragon God Palaces, anyone who breaks through to the half-step invincible realm has to enter Divine Dragon Island. Yi Zhong transmitted. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and asked, "So, he entered the Dragon God Palace because he had no other choice?" That's right. In fact, when he broke through to the half-step invincible realm, this old man had already seen that he didn't want to enter Divine Dragon Island. He even wanted to leave the Dragon God Palace. But he also knew that the dragons wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. After all, he could have such achievements because of the dragon's nurturing. Moreover, the divine stone of fate controlled his divine soul. He didn't dare to resist. Yi Zhong said. In other words, he entered Divine Dragon Island because he was forced to? Qin Feiyang asked. Yi Zhong responded. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly as he secretly laughed. Then it seems that we can indeed start from him. I won't object to you doing this, but you must ensure his safety. After all, his life has already been very difficult. Yi Zhong said. I will. Qin Feiyang replied. Furthermore, on Divine Dragon Island, unless there is no other choice, do not enter the ancient castle or the Black Tortoise world. Yi Zhong reminded. But Qin Feiyang was taken aback. You don't know Long Zun's ability? As long as any spatial divine item is exposed, it will not be able to escape her eyes. Yi Zhong said. I know that. But this ability of hers needs to be seen with the naked eye. She's not in a cultivation place right now, so she shouldn't need to be so careful. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Yi Zhong said, Then how do you know that she's not hiding in the dark and watching you guys? This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. No one knew if Long Zun was spying on them in the dark? In short, it's better to be careful. Yi Zhong said, Okay. Qin Feiyang replied and transmitted his voice. Then where did Yi Shui, and old Master Yi live in the past? Wait a moment, I'll draw a map of Divine Dragon Island for you, so that it'll be convenient for you to act in the future. Yi Zhong secretly said. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and his heart was immediately overjoyed. With a map, it would indeed be much more convenient. A moment later, Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and a map immediately appeared in the void in front of him. Qin Feiyang lowered his head to check. On the map, the entire Divine Dragon Island was lifelike, as if it was a copy of Divine Dragon Island. In other words, this was a map of the entire Divine Dragon Island. I've specially marked the more important places on Divine Dragon Island, and there's an explanation below. Take a closer look. Destroy it after you're done. Yi Zhong said. Thank you, Master. Qin Feiyang secretly thanked him, then sat cross-legged on the ground and carefully looked at it. The entire Divine Dragon Island was like a huge divine dragon, lying in the middle of the inland sea. And Divine Dragon Island was divided into 2 areas. Outer area, inner area. The outer area was the home of the dragon's various races. There were a total of 10 dragons, which meant that there were different races. That is, the Fire Dragon Clan, the Golden Dragon Clan, the White Dragon Clan, the Blood Dragon Clan, and so on. The 10 races were scattered in various places in the outer area, surrounding the inner area. And the inner area was where Long Zun was. Right now, Qin Feiyang's cultivation place was also in the inner area. And it was not far from the Dragon Palace. With Qin Feiyang's speed, it would take at most half an hour. And the Dragon Palace was Long Zun's bedroom. That was to say, this cultivation place was right under Long Zun's nose. To Qin Feiyang, this was not good news at all. Because his cultivation was only at the 9th heaven realm, he needed half an hour to rush from the cultivation place to the Dragon Palace. But with Long Zun's cultivation, if he wanted to come to the cultivation place, it would only take a few blinks of an eye. So, in the future, he could not be careless in the cultivation place, because Long Zun could come at any time. And he could not make too much of a commotion. After all, at this distance, if there was any commotion, Long Zun would be alerted immediately. And in the inner area, other than the Dragon Palace and the cultivation place, the most important place was the Sacred Land. The Sacred Land was more important than the Dragon Palace on Divine Dragon Island. The Dragon's Sacred Land was located in the center of the entire Divine Dragon Island. And the Sacred Mountain, where the Sovereign Divine Weapon was located, was at the center of the Sacred Land. In short, the layout of Divine Dragon Island was divided into 2 major areas. The outer area had 10 major clans. The inner area had the cultivation place, the Dragon Palace, the Sacred Mountain, and the Sacred Mountain. As for the divine prison that Yi Zhong spoke of, it was located beneath the Sacred Mountain. To be honest, entering the divine prison was harder than ascending to the heavens. First of all, the Sacred Mountain had the Sovereign Divine Weapon. Think about it, could you sneak into the divine prison under the nose of the Sovereign Divine Weapon? It was definitely impossible. Secondly, the Sacred Mountain had supreme experts. Therefore, the plan to sneak into the divine prison could be announced as impossible. Qin Feiyang looked at a particularly eye-catching mark on the map. This place was only half an hour away from the Dragon Palace. And this was the courtyard where Yi Shui and Old Master Yi used to live. But there was a big problem here. Because the place where Yi Shui and Old Master Yi lived was in the opposite direction of the cultivation place. For example, the Dragon Palace was placed in the center, the cultivation place was on the left, and the place where Yi Shui lived was on the right. The 3 places were connected in a straight line. In other words, if he wanted to go to the place where Yi Shui lived, he had to go through the Dragon Palace without taking a detour. Going through the Dragon Palace, that was absolutely impossible. Because it was too risky. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and sent a voice transmission. Master, what is Longzuan's cultivation level? Perfection imperishable realm. Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. So strong? Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up, his face full of shock. And according to what I know, she has already started to break through to the half-step sovereign realm. Yi Zhong said again. Half-step sovereign realm? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Half-step sovereign realm is the realm above the imperishable realm. At this realm, her strength is comparable to a fully awakened heaven-defying divine weapon. Yi Zhong said. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Half-step sovereign realm was comparable to a fully awakened heaven-defying divine weapon. If Longzuan really stepped into the half-step sovereign realm, wouldn't they be in danger? Don't be nervous. It's not that easy to break through to the sovereign realm. Yi Zhong comforted. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The sovereign realm has nothing to do with divine power. Because the sovereign realm requires comprehension of the power of law. Yi Zhong said. Comprehension of the power of law? Qin Feiyang was even more puzzled. You should know that there are differences in comprehension of the power of law, right? Yi Zhong asked. I know this. It seems to be 6 stages. Beginner, initial, small success, large success, perfection, great perfection. Qin Feiyang said. He definitely didn't know this himself. He only heard it from Madman. That's right. The power of law has a total of 6 stages. And if you want to step into the sovereign realm, you have to reach the 6th stage, which is perfection of the power of law. Yi Zhong said. Perfection of the power of law? Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly said, "Perfection of the power of law, doesn't it mean that you have completely grasped a power of law?" Yi Zhong said, "That is to say, after completely comprehending a power of law, you can step into the sovereign realm?" Qin Feiyang said, "It's like this." Yi Zhong nodded. "So stepping into the sovereign realm is related to the power of law." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and asked, "What if you don't comprehend the power of law?" "If you don't comprehend the power of law, you can forget about stepping into the sovereign realm forever." Yi Zhong said, "I see." Qin Feiyang muttered, "Sigh, not to mention those who don't comprehend the power of law. Even those like us who have comprehended the power of law may not be able to step into the sovereign realm forever. Because the profound meaning of the power of law is too difficult. Just like this old man. I have comprehended the law of fire for so many years, but until now, I have been stuck at the second stage. If I don't have any fortuitous encounters, such as the guidance of an expert or the inheritance of a certain expert, this old man is afraid that I can only stay at the second stage for the rest of my life." Yi Zhong sighed. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Even with Master's temperament, facing the power of law, he was actually so desperate? It seemed that to completely comprehend a power of law was more difficult than he imagined. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Master, what if a person has two types of power of law?" "It's the same. As long as you completely comprehend one of the power of law, you can step into the sovereign realm. However, a person who has two types of power of law, is there such a person in this world?" Yi Zhong said, "There is." Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. "Why don't this old man know?" Yi Zhong was shocked and quickly asked. "It's your disciple me?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. Yi Zhong was stunned for a moment in the ancient castle and then said, "How is that possible? Didn't you comprehend the power of law of light? Would this disciple lie to you? Before returning to the ancient world, I made a trip back to the great Qin and by chance, comprehended the law of cause and effect." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "What? You actually comprehended the law of cause and effect?" Yi Zhong's body that was formed by his god's soul suddenly trembled. His eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 2847. "Yes. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yi Cheng," Qin Feiyang secretly said. "This old man doesn't doubt it. But this is really unbelievable. A person can actually comprehend two types of law. This is the first time this old man has heard of such a thing. What's more terrifying is that it's actually the law of cause and effect." Yi Zhong said, "Is the law of cause and effect very strong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Although he comprehended the law of cause and effect, he wasn't very clear about the specifics. "You should know that there are strong and weak law of cause and effect. The law of cause and effect is the strongest law of cause and effect in this world. Of course, it's just one of them. As far as this old man knows, since ancient times, no one has ever comprehended the law of cause and effect." Yi Zhong said, "So strong?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Very powerful. Kid, you're really lucky," Yi Zhong said enviously. "You flatter me, I'm just lucky." Qin Feiyang chuckled, but the joy and pride in his words couldn't be concealed. "Lucky?" Yi Zhong shook his head. Although comprehending the law of cause and effect was indeed related to luck, the most important thing was still one's own conditions. Qin Feiyang could comprehend two types of law of cause and effect was one of the strongest law of cause and effect. One could say that this child was already the number one person in the world. As Yi Cheng said, this disciple was indeed worthy of being proud of. "Master, how much else do you know about the law of cause and effect? Tell me all of it," Qin Feiyang said with a face full of curiosity. "Actually, this old man doesn't know much. I just occasionally heard about it from Long Zun. If you want to know, you have to ask Long Zun," Yi Zhong said. "Ask Long Zun?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and smiled bitterly. "Forget it then. This disciple still wants to live for a few more years. Actually, there's no need for you to inquire so much right now. Focus on comprehending these two types of laws first. As long as you comprehend it, you will be able to step into the sovereign realm. Once you step into the sovereign realm, you will be able to go to a bigger world and see more experts. At that time, you will naturally understand everything that you don't know. Yizhong said. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded and said inwardly, Thank you, Master, for your teachings. Yizhong shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm really ashamed. Whether it's talent or intelligence, you're better than this old man. This old man can't teach you anything at all. Of course. For example, I need your advice on how to deal with things and so on. Qin Feiyang said. I guess this is all I can teach you. Yizhong shook his head. Can you not be so modest? If you don't have any standards, why would the two ancestors value you so much? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Yizhong couldn't help but laugh. All right then, you continue to reconstruct your divine soul and physical body. I'll think of a way to go to the place where Yi Shui and the others are staying. Qin Feiyang said. Be careful then. Yizhong reminded. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked with a stunned expression, Master, can the altar be opened on Divine Dragon Island? Yizhong said. How troublesome. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. If he couldn't open the altar, he had to sneak over step by step. Who knew what would happen along the way? But if he could open the altar, as long as he knew the coordinates, he could immediately run over without anyone noticing. All right then. I won't disturb you any further. I have to think about it. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at the map again and pondered. Time passed bit by bit. Outside, dawn arrived. The sun rose slowly. Under the reflection of the morning sun, Divine Dragon Island became even more magnificent. Everyone to come out. Suddenly, Li Chang shouted. Inside the cave. Qin Feiyang was stunned and a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He got up and waved his hand to destroy the map. Then he opened the door of the cave and strode out. Everything on the map had been imprinted in his mind, so there was no need for it. Morning. Li Xiaofei also happened to walk out of the cave. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he waved his hand naturally and smiled. Morning. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Li Xiaofei walked up and put his arm around Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Qin Feiyang didn't expect this person to be so casual and instinctively resisted. But on second thought, perhaps it was easier to hide one's identity with someone around. Because sometimes, if one was too arrogant, it would be easier to attract the attention of others. Li Xiaofei said, Brother Wang, believe me, I'm really not a fraud. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He almost forgot about it, but he didn't expect this person to still remember it. It's true. My sixth sense has never been wrong. Li Xiaofei patted his chest and made a solemn vow. Good. I believe you, I believe you. Qin Feiyang nodded helplessly. If he didn't believe him, he was afraid this person wouldn't stop. Do you really believe me? Li Xiaofei looked at him doubtfully. Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Xiaofei suddenly smiled, turned his head and glanced at the mountain behind, and said, It seems that there are only two of us here? Isn't this good? Qin Feiyang smiled. It's too quiet and boring. Li Xiaofei pursed his lips and then asked, Why don't we move to a crowded place? Not interested. I'm here to cultivate, not to join in the fun. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's true. Li Xiaofei nodded and said with a smile, Then, let's rely on each other here. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded with a wry smile. With such a scammer by his side, he really wouldn't be bored in the future. Soon. The two of them walked to the central area of the cultivation ground, where a dense crowd of people had already gathered. Li Chang stood in the air. After discussing with Lord Wang Chang and consulting with Lord Long Zun, we have decided to set up a Deacon's Hall here. It's the same as the Deacon's Hall in the Dragon God Palace, responsible for distributing resources and other matters. Li Chang said expressionlessly. Then when can we receive the resources? Everyone didn't care about the Deacon's Hall at all, as long as they got the resources. Li Chang glanced at the mountains and rivers below, and suddenly locked onto a giant mountain not far away. Following that, Li Chang took a step forward and landed on the peak of the mountain. Then he used his great mana and quickly built a black hall on the peak of the mountain. Following that, Li Chang walked into the hall and took out a desk and a chair. You can come up now. Don't worry, 2 million people. It will take a long time to distribute resources. Come one by one. Those who are not in a hurry can go back to the cave first and come back later. When Li Chang's voice came out from the hall, many people couldn't wait to fly towards the peak of the mountain. Brother Wang, let's go too. Li Xiaofei pulled Qin Feiyang and ran towards the peak of the mountain. Lord Li Chang won't swallow your resources, what's the hurry? Qin Feiyang was speechless and stopped in the air. Aren't you curious how many soul stones the dragons will give us? Li Xiaofei asked. What's there to be curious about? We'll know in the end anyway. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You're too calm. All right. I'll go up first. When I get the resources, I'll come back to you. After Li Xiaofei finished speaking, he rushed to the peak of the mountain with the others. Just for these resources, is it worth it to follow the dragons and sell your self-esteem? Qin Feiyang sighed secretly. To be honest, no matter how many soul stones they gave, he didn't care. First of all, he didn't lack soul stones at all. Secondly, he didn't need the dragons as charity. Or he could just rob them. That would be satisfying. Without staying any longer, Qin Feiyang returned to the cave. After pondering for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and activated the concealment technique. According to the map in his memory, he rushed in the direction of the Dragon Palace. Of course, he couldn't go directly to the Dragon Palace, but he was going to bypass the Dragon Palace. It took half an hour to go from the cultivation place to the Dragon Palace, and another half an hour to go from the Dragon Palace to the residence of Yi Shui and Old Master Yi. In total, it was exactly 1 hour. If he took a detour, the time needed would naturally be extended. But now the concealment technique could be activated twice a day, and each time it could last for 2 hours. It was completely enough for a round trip. He was afraid that there would be an accident on the way. Chapter 2848. Although it was his first time coming to Divine Dragon Island with a map drawn by Yi Zhong, Qin Feiyang was very familiar with every place. Not long after leaving the cultivation place, Qin Feiyang entered a vast mountain. There were plants, lakes, and rivers in the mountain. But there was not a single beast. However, there were many small animals. For example, there were lively little rabbits, dancing white cranes, and colorful birds. They made this Divine Dragon Island look like a fairyland. What's the situation? Qin Feiyang frowned. On such a big island, except for these small animals, why was there not even a single beast? Later, he couldn't help but be curious and asked Yi Zhong. It turned out that Divine Dragon Island prohibited beasts from entering. In other words, the entire Divine Dragon Island only had dragons and a small number of humans, as well as these cute little animals. Even in the past, Divine Dragon Island didn't have these small animals. Later, Princess Dragons felt that this Divine Dragon Island was too deserted, so she went outside to catch some small animals and raised them on Divine Dragon Island. In short, except for dragons, any creature that wanted to step into the Dragon God Palace must first get the permission of Dragon Sovereign. The journey was smooth beyond imagination. After about half an hour, Qin Feiyang finally saw a courtyard. It's here. According to the map, Yi Shui and Old Man Yi used to live here. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the courtyard and didn't rush in. He first carefully sensed. However, in the courtyard, he didn't sense the aura of the two. Could it be that they are no longer here? Qin Feiyang secretly muttered and quietly entered the courtyard. He searched inside and out, but there was no one in the courtyard. How is it? Yi Cheng's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. No one. Qin Feiyang secretly said. How could there be no one? Yi Cheng was surprised. Qin Feiyang remained silent. He turned around and entered a bedroom. There was no one in the bedroom, and the bedding was neatly folded. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a jade pendant on a cabinet beside the bed. Qin Feiyang walked over suspiciously and grabbed the jade pendant on the cabinet. This jade pendant was about half the size of a baby's palm, and it was engraved with the pattern of a divine phoenix. There was also the word in the middle. Yi Cheng, is this jade pendant Yi Shui's? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. What jade pendant? Yi Cheng was bewildered. Qin Feiyang described the shape of the jade pendant to Yi Cheng. Right. This is Shue's. Although it's just an ordinary piece of jade, it means a lot to Shui, because it was a gift from her parents when she was born. Ever since her parents died, she has been carrying this jade pendant with her. Yi Cheng said hurriedly. The jade pendant is here, but she's not. What's going on? Qin Feiyang frowned, turned around, and walked out of the room. He left the courtyard and looked around, but he still didn't find Yi Shui and old Master Yi. Feiyang, there's a cultivation room under the hall in the courtyard. Have you looked for it? Yi Zhong's voice sounded. Cultivation room? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He returned to the courtyard, entered the hall, and scanned the floor. Yi Zhong said, This cultivation room is used by Shui, to cultivate. Quickly take a look and see if she's inside. How do I open the secret door? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Do you see the vase in the left corner of the hall? Yi Zhong asked. Qin Feiyang turned around and saw a blue and white porcelain vase that was as tall as a person in the left corner of the hall. There's a vase. Qin Feiyang replied. Turn it gently. Yi Zhong said. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, held the vase, and exerted a little force. As the vase turned, a crack appeared on the floor of the hall, and then it slowly opened. Not long after, a cultivation room of about 10 feet in size appeared in front of him. Qin Feiyang stood above and scanned the cultivation room below. There was nothing in the cultivation room except for a futon. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Master, they're not in the cultivation room. Then where could they be? Yi Zhong was surprised. Could it be that they've been killed? Yi Cheng suddenly said. Impossible. Longzuan isn't such a heartless person. Yi Zhong said. Big brother, you're still protecting her at this point? Yi Cheng said angrily. Yi Zhong was silent. Yi Cheng, don't worry. I didn't find any bloodstains or traces of battle in this courtyard. I think they should be safe. Qin Feiyang comforted him. In fact, even he wasn't sure. Because there were no bloodstains or traces of battle here, it couldn't prove anything at all. After all, given Longzuan's strength, he could kill Yi Shui and Yi Cheng without leaving any traces. Taking a step back, if the two of them were really safe, where would they be now? One had to know. This happened last night. In other words, only one night had passed. Tada! Just as Qin Feiyang was pondering, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside. Qin Feiyang immediately shivered and quickly closed the secret door. He calmed down and hid behind the vase. He was extremely nervous and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Who would come here at this time? Very soon. The door was pushed open and a gust of fragrant wind blew into the hall. He saw a woman in white standing outside the door. Yi Shui? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. That's right. This woman was Yi Shui. But just as he was about to greet Yi Shui, he suddenly realized that there was a young man standing at the entrance of the courtyard. This young man was about 1.8 meters tall. He was wearing a white long robe and his face was like jade. He had an elegant demeanor. What a powerful aura! Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't see through this young man's cultivation at all. However, this person's aura contained a pure dragon power. Obviously, his real body was a divine dragon. And this young man obviously came with Yi Shui. Yi Shui stood at the door and glanced at the hall. Her eyes were extremely melancholic. She then strode into the hall and headed to the second floor. Qin Feiyang glanced at the young man outside the courtyard. Then he stealthily followed him. Very soon, Yi Shui entered the bedroom and glanced at the cabinet beside the bed. Yes. At that moment, she was stunned. Where was the jade pendant? She clearly remembered that she left it here before she left. Qin Feiyang saw Yi Shui's appearance and knew that she was here to get the jade pendant. And the jade pendant was now in his hands. Are you looking for this? Just as Yi Shui was confused, a voice suddenly rang in her mind. Immediately after, she saw the jade pendant appear in front of her out of thin air. Yi Shui was shocked. Don't make a sound. Qin Feiyang hurriedly transmitted his voice and then grabbed Yi Shui. Yi Shui immediately entered stealth mode. At the same time, she also saw Qin Feiyang. A trace of killing intent appeared in Yi Shui's eyes. Killing intent? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and quickly said, "No matter what Long Zun said to you, please calm down." Yi Shui didn't make a sound and just stared at Qin Feiyang. Although Qin Feiyang used to get along with her as Li Bu, she also knew what Qin Feiyang looked like. After all, there were rumors about Qin Feiyang everywhere in the Divine Land these years. Back then she even saved Qin Feiyang. At that time, Qin Feiyang was in a coma. So at a glance, she had already recognized Qin Feiyang. "Shui, what's wrong?" Outside, the young man in white also keenly felt Yi Shui's killing intent and hurriedly asked loudly. Qin Feiyang's expression changed slightly, and he could even sense that the young man in white had already entered the courtyard. "Your grandfather is not dead. Give me some time to explain." Qin Feiyang hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Grandfather is not dead." Yi Shui's eyes suddenly trembled. "Please believe me," Qin Feiyang said. Yi Shui took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and then said, "I just thought of grandfather and second grandfather's death and couldn't control the killing intent in my heart. It's nothing, you don't have to come in, I want to be alone for a while." "All right then." The young man in white's voice sounded outside. Qin Feiyang walked to the window and saw the young man in white stop and sit at the stone table in the courtyard. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. "What's going on?" Yi Shui transmitted her voice. "Seeing is believing, hearing is false." Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. With a thought, Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng quietly appeared beside him. "Grandfather, second grandfather," Yi Shui looked at the two of them and couldn't help but cry. "Girl, it's been hard on you." Yi Zhong sighed and his eyes were full of self-blame. "What's going on?" Yi Shui looked at the two of them and asked. "It's a long story, I'll tell you slowly when I have time. You just have to remember to listen to Qin Feiyang from now on." Yi Zhong transmitted his voice. Yi Shui nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and transmitted his voice to Yi Shui. "Oh, what did Longzuan say to you after Master faked his death?" Hearing this question, Yi Zhong looked at Yi Shui nervously and expectantly. Yi Shui tried to recall what had happened and briefly explained the situation to him. After hearing this, Yi Zhong's face turned pale. Yi Cheng looked at his elder brother and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He then looked at Yi Shui and transmitted his voice. "Are you sure Longzuan said to take revenge on Qin Feiyang?" Yi Shui nodded and said to herself, "She also asked me and great-grandfather to go to the Dragon Palace and teach us cultivation personally." "So you went to the Dragon Palace?" Qin Feiyang came to a realization and secretly sneered. "She asked you to go to the Dragon Palace not to teach you cultivation, but to spy on you." Yi Shui couldn't help but panic when she heard this. She originally thought that Longzuan was doing it for her own good, but she didn't expect that she was just using her. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yi Zhong and transmitted his voice. "Master, now that the truth is in front of you, you should give up now." Yi Zhong lowered his head and didn't say a word. If one took a closer look, they would see a hint of disappointment and pain between his brows. Chapter 2849. What's wrong? Yi Shui looked at the three of them suspiciously. She didn't know about the relationship between Yi Zhong and Longzuan, so she was puzzled when she saw Yi Zhong's disappointed face. Qin Feiyang said to himself, "Yi Cheng, accompany Master to the ancient castle." Yi Cheng nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the two of them disappeared. It was obvious that Master had always had feelings for Longzuan. Although it was impossible for them to be together, at least he could always be by her side. For Master, he was already very satisfied to be able to protect her like this. But what he didn't expect was that after he faked his death, Longzuan wasn't sad at all. Instead, he used his death to make Yi Shui and old Master Yi become his chess pieces for revenge. How could Master not be heartbroken in the face of such ruthlessness? Perhaps Longzuan had been using Master's feelings for her all along to make Master work for her. So now Master must be feeling terrible. Qin Feiyang, Grandpa, what is he doing? Yi Shui was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, children shouldn't ask too much about adult matters. Yi Shui rolled her eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. She asked, are you really Li Bu? Qin Feiyang nodded. You're really a bastard. Yi Shui cursed. Everyone in the Dragon God Palace was deceived by this guy. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said to himself, then your great-grandfather is in the Dragon Palace now? Yi Shui nodded. Then who is the person outside? Qin Feiyang asked. Yi Shui said, he is Longzuan's son, the Prince of the Dragons. What? It's him. Qin Feiyang was shocked and couldn't help but walk to the window again and look at the young man in white. The young man sat at the stone table and looked into the distance. His expression was calm and he exuded a scholarly aura. If one didn't know this person's identity, just based on his temperament, no one would be able to resist or dislike him. This was completely different from the domineering dragons and Long Zun. What's his cultivation? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. He seems to be at the small success imperishable stage. Yi Shui transmitted her voice. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He said through sound transmission, when we were in the Nether King's hell, Master and the Beast Emperor said that he had just entered the imperishable realm? I heard that he broke through to the initial imperishable stage a few years ago. Yi Shui thought to herself. Impressive. Qin Feiyang mumbled. This prince's cultivation was much stronger than the dragon princess's. Most importantly, the Beast Emperor had said that the Prince of Dragons possessed a heaven-defying divine art. If nothing unexpected happened, this person would definitely become a formidable opponent. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and thought, what about the Chief Pavilion Master? She's locked up in the divine prison. Yi Shui said. She's really in the divine prison? Qin Feiyang frowned. Originally, he still had some hope that the Chief Pavilion Master might not really be locked up in the divine prison. She might also be locked up in other places. But now Yi Shui's words had undoubtedly completely shattered the hope in his heart. Locked up in the divine prison, this was going to be difficult to handle. Yi Shui looked at Qin Feiyang with an inexplicable color in her eyes. She transmitted her voice. How did you sneak into the Divine Dragon Island? Did you sneak into the Divine Dragon Island to save us? If it wasn't to save you, why would I come to the Divine Dragon Island? Qin Feiyang angrily glared at her. When Yi Shui heard this, her cheeks immediately flushed red, and her heart was filled with joy. Why is your face red? Are you crazy? Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. You're the one who's crazy. Yi Shui was stunned, and then she couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a blockhead. Shui, are you done? Outside. The voice of the Prince of Dragons sounded. It's about time. Yi Shui responded, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said to herself, what should we do now? Do I still go to the Dragon Palace? Of course you have to go. If you don't go, Long Zun will definitely be suspicious. At that time, you and your great-grandfather might be in danger. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. But Yi Shui was a little flustered. Don't panic. Just pretend that you haven't seen us. Also, you have to continue to hate me. It's best if you hate me so much that your teeth itch. This way, you won't be exposed. Qin Feiyang secretly said. But I can't hate you now. Yi Shui was a little troubled. Even if you can't hate me, you have to. Unless you want everyone to die here. Qin Feiyang said. All right, I'll try my best. Yi Shui nodded helplessly. Not try your best, but you must do it. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. All right. Yi Shui nodded. Also, when you return to the Dragon Palace, don't tell your great-grandfather about us first. And don't think about going to the cultivation ground to look for me. After I think of a way to rescue the Chief Pavilion Master from the God's prison, I will go and pick you guys up. Qin Feiyang said. Shameless, who would think of looking for you? Yi Shui lowered her head and said with a red face. I'm serious, I'm not joking with you. Now, your every move is related to our life and death. Qin Feiyang frowned. Yishui was slightly stunned. She raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang angrily. How could there be such a wooden man in the world? Do I have to say it out loud? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. By the way, did this Prince of Dragons inherit Long Zun's ability? What ability? Yishui was suspicious. It's the ability to hear other people's voice transmission and see the space divine items hidden in the void. Qin Feiyang said. It seems to be possible. Yishui nodded. Then it seems that I have to be more careful in the future. Qin Feiyang muttered. If he met Long Zun, the dragon's princess, and this Prince of Dragons, he must not send a sound transmission in front of them. Otherwise, nothing would be able to escape their prying eyes. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Then hurry up and go. Yishui acted as if she didn't hear it. After pondering for a while, she mustered her courage and raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang, asking, You've been to hell for so many years, don't tell me you don't have anything else to say to me? Something else? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang had a puzzled look on his face. This is infuriating. Yishui stomped her feet, took the jade pendant, turned around and ran out. What's going on? Qin Feiyang scratched his head. You're out. When Yishui walked out of the courtyard, the Prince of Dragons immediately stood up with a gentle smile on his face. Yishui nodded, trying her best to make herself sad and depressed. It'll all pass. The Prince of Dragons walked up and comforted her. Thank you. Yishui forced a smile, turned her head to look at the courtyard, and left without looking back, accompanied by the Prince of Dragons. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the window the entire time, looking at the back view of the Prince of Dragons, his expression a little strange. This Prince of Dragons seemed to be interested in Yishui. Cultivation grounds. When Qin Feiyang calmly returned to the cultivation grounds, it was already almost noon. Everyone was still queuing up to receive their resources. Qin Feiyang looked from afar, then directly returned to his cave. This trip was not in vain. Not only did he resolve Yishui's misunderstanding of him, he also met the legendary Prince of Dragons. The most important thing was still his master. After knowing that Long Zun used Yishui and Old Man Yi, his master would definitely be disheartened. In this way, his master would naturally choose to stay in the Black Tortoise world in the future. His master's understanding of dragons far surpassed others. With his master's help, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. There was also the Beast Sovereign. The Beast Sovereign also knew dragons like the back of his hand. Unfortunately, the Beast Sovereign was still in hell. Brother Wang. Suddenly, Li Xiaofei's voice sounded outside the cave. When Qin Feiyang heard Li Xiaofei's voice, he couldn't help but frown. Isn't this person too familiar with him? He didn't know him at all before. Brother Wang, are you there? Li Xiaofei's voice sounded again. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the cave's stone door opened. At that moment, a figure ran into the cave at a flying speed. Who else could it be but Li Xiaofei? Qin Feiyang looked at Li Xiaofei, who looked very excited. What are you so happy about? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Of course it's resources. Li Xiaofei took out a qianquan bag from his arms and waved it in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the qianquan bag and looked at it. Don't say. It's really a lot, almost 1 million. Just 1 million. Li Xiaofei laughed. 1 million is indeed a lot, but for people of our cultivation level it doesn't seem to be much, right? Qin Feiyang frowned. Of course. If it's only 1 million soul stones, of course I won't be so excited. What really makes me excited is that we can get 1 million soul stones every year. Li Xiaofei said. Every year? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Think about it, if we can get 1 million soul stones a year, then what about 10 years? 100 years? 1,000 years? In other words, in the future, we won't have to worry about soul stones anymore. Li Xiaofei said excitedly. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched slightly. This time, the dragons really put in a lot of effort. Although 1 million soul stones is a small amount, It's a terrifying number when added up. Not to mention, this time, 2 million people came. 1 million per person, 10 million per person, 100 million per person. It's really unimaginable. This also proves how terrifying the foundation of the dragons is. Because even he can't take out such a big sum now. You should go and get it too. Li Xiaofei put away the Qiankuan ring and urged Qin Feiyang. They won't run away, what's the hurry? Qin Feiyang shook his head. How can you still be so calm, are you still human? Li Xiaofei looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, Is there anything else? If not, don't disturb my cultivation. I'm worried for nothing. Li Xiaofei pursed his lips and turned to walk out. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the stone door closed, then lowered his head and muttered. Sacred grounds, holy mountain, Yi Shui, and old man Yi had already been found, so the only thing left was the chief pavilion master. As long as he saved the chief pavilion master, he could plan to leave the divine dragon island. However, the holy mountain had a ruler's divine weapon, and the sacred ground was also guarded by a supreme expert. How could he sneak in without anyone noticing? Half a month later, Qin Feiyang finally walked out of the cave and flew towards the duty hall. At this time, the duty hall was empty and seemed incomparably cold. Qin Feiyang walked to the front of the door, looked at Li Chang who was sitting inside, and bowed. Disciple Wang Xiao, greets Lord Li Chang. Li Chang was slightly startled. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Come in. Qin Feiyang walked into the duty hall. Li Chang said in an office tone, Name, cultivation, which divine dragon island are you from? Wang Xiao, Peak 9 Heaven's Realm, from the Northern Dragon God Palace. Qin Feiyang replied one by one. Northern Dragon God Palace. Li Chang was startled. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and said, So, you have also seen Qin Feiyang with your own eyes? Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Chang asked, Then aren't you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Qin Feiyang did not understand. You have seen Qin Feiyang before, so you naturally know his methods. And if you enter the Divine Dragon Island, it means that you will become his enemy in the future. At that time, what will you use to face him? Li Chang said. Courage, of course. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. Courage, Li Chang muttered and shook his head. These days, I have asked a lot of people, and their answers are almost the same as yours. I just don't know if you really have the courage to face Qin Feiyang head-on. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and asked with a smile, Then what about you, Lord? Li Chang was startled. Chapter 2850. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. What do you mean? Li Chang frowned. Qin Feiyang asked, Do you have the courage to face Qin Feiyang? What a joke. Li Chang was so angry that he laughed and said, I am a dignified expert of the undead stage, so what if you are a supreme expert? Can you beat Qin Feiyang's heaven-defying artifact? Qin Feiyang directly interrupted Li Chang's words and said lightly. Hearing this, Li Chang's body suddenly stiffened. What a joke, who could beat a heaven-defying artifact? Even Lord Long Zun couldn't. See, you don't have much confidence. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Are you laughing at me? Li Chang raised his eyebrows. No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly shook his head and cupped his hands. If I have offended you, I hope you can forgive me. Li Chang glanced at Qin Feiyang, took out a Qiankuan bag, and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught the Qiankuan bag, checked it a little, and smiled. Thank you, Lord. Go. Li Chang waved his hand. Qin Feiyang turned and walked out of the door, walked to the door and looked outside. Seeing that there was no one outside, he stopped and turned to look at Li Chang, smiled and said, Tonight in the early morning, if you have time, you can come to me and we can have a good chat. After saying that, without waiting for Li Chang to respond, he turned and left without looking back. Li Chang looked up at Qin Feiyang's back, and a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. After leaving the Deacon Hall, Qin Feiyang went straight back to the cave. In the blink of an eye, a day passed and dawn came. Inside the cave, there were 2 more chairs and a tea table. On the tea table, a pot of tea had been brewed, and there was an intoxicating tea fragrance. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was sitting on one of the chairs, squinting his eyes, as if he was taking a nap. The entire cave, except for the fragrance of tea, was quiet. Time passed by. About an hour passed. Seeing that there was still no movement outside, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, a trace of disappointment in them. Looks like this Li Chang. Just as he thought of this, there was a weak knock on the door. Qin Feiyang immediately turned his head to look at the stone door, and a smile crept into his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the stone door slowly opened, and a familiar figure immediately entered his sight. Who else could it be but Li Chang? I thought that you didn't care about it and didn't want to come. Please come in. Qin Feiyang got up to greet him. Li Chang glanced at the cave and walked in. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again, and the cave slowly closed. Sir, please take a seat. Qin Feiyang pointed to the seat opposite him. Li Chang sat on the chair and looked at the teapot on the table. A trace of bewilderment immediately crept into his eyes. This tea aroma, what is it? Qin Feiyang looked at Li Chang suspiciously. Where did you get this tea? Li Chang frowned. I planted it myself. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. I planted it myself. Li Chang stared at the teapot and muttered to himself. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang, saying, I have drunk this tea before. Jeff? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was impossible. In the entire divine land, only he had this heavenly deity do. Some time ago, I went to visit old Master Yi. At that time, old Master Yi entertained me with this tea. According to old Master Yi, this was given to him by Li Bu, the disciple of Chief Hall Master Yi Zhong. This Li Bu is Qin Feiyang in disguise. And now, you're saying that you grew this tea. Then wouldn't you be admitting your identity without being pressed? Li Chang said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He really didn't expect this. However, he did give a jar of heavenly deity dew to old Master Yi. You are Qin Feiyang. Li Chang got up, stared at Qin Feiyang and said word by word. Qin Feiyang smiled, got up and cupped his hands, saying, Junior Qin Feiyang greets Senior. You are indeed Qin Feiyang. Li Chang's eyes trembled. It was just a speculation before, but he didn't expect it to be this person. Yes, I am Qin Feiyang. Moreover, even if you didn't see through me, I will take the initiative to confess my identity to you. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. But Li Chang frowned. One had to know. The dragons hated Qin Feiyang to the core. And he was now a member of the dragons. Qin Feiyang actually took the initiative to confess his identity to him? Wasn't this courting death? Because I know you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. You know me? Li Chang frowned. Being chased by my enemies and having no way out, I had no choice but to enter the Dragon God Palace. After entering the Dragon God Palace, relying on my extraordinary talent, I indeed obtained a lot of resources and finally broke through to the half-step invincible realm. However, although I obtained a powerful cultivation and had the ability to take revenge on my enemies, I had lost my freedom and could only enter Divine Dragon Island helplessly. Qin Feiyang said. Are you investigating me? Li Chang said angrily. Do you think I have so much free time? Besides, you have always been on Divine Dragon Island. I have never even heard of you before. How can I investigate you? Master was the one who told me all of this. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You still have the face to mention your master? Li Chang laughed angrily. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Still playing dumb? Go and ask around. Who doesn't know that you killed Yi Zhong with your own hands? And it's a complete annihilation. To tell you the truth, I am indebted to Grand Hall Master Yi Zhong for grooming me. If you kill him, you will become my enemy. Li Chang's eyes flashed coldly. You are indebted to Master for grooming you? Qin Feiyang was surprised. If that was the case, things would be easier to handle. That's right. Back then, it was the Master of the Dragon God Palace who ordered the Master of the Dragon God Palace to take special care of me. I know you have a heaven-defying artifact, but this is Divine Dragon Island. Now, please come with me to see Lord Dragon Sovereign. Li Chang got up and looked at Qin Feiyang expressionlessly. Qin Feiyang didn't move. He looked up at Li Chang and said, "It's because of Master's death that you hate me so much and want to kill me. What if Master is not dead? The truth is the truth. It can never be changed." Li Chang snorted coldly. "Alright. Then I'll let you see what the real truth is." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said to himself, "Master, I'll have to disturb you again." "It's fine." Yi Zhong's voice sounded a little hoarse. Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and Yi Zhong's soul immediately appeared in the cave. "Master of the palace." Li Chang's eyes trembled slightly. "It's me." Yi Zhong nodded and smiled. "What's going on?" Li Chang looked at Yi Zhong and then at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of doubts. "Back then, I didn't kill Master at all. Yi Cheng is still alive and well. In short, this is a play that I directed," Qin Feiyang said. "A play?" Li Chang was slightly stunned and frowned. "Why do you want to do this? Could it be?" When he spoke up to hear, Li Chang looked at Yi Zhong and said, "Could it be that it's really as Long Zun said? You had the heart to betray the dragon race since long ago, so you put on this show with Qin Feiyang? Li Chang, you think too simply. If this old man really had the heart to betray, would I let Shui and Father stay on Divine Dragon Island?" Yi Zhong sighed. "Then what are you doing?" Li Chang's face was full of suspicion. "This matter," Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "this is because of the personal feelings between Master and Long Zun." Yi Zhong immediately rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. "Personal feelings?" Li Chang was stunned and said in surprise, "Master of the palace, could it be that the rumors are true? You and Long Zun..." Cough, cough. Yi Zhong coughed dryly and shook his head. "There's no need to mention the past again." "I see." Li Chang suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang also looked at Yi Zhong in surprise and said, "Master, you figured it out so quickly? So fast?" Yi Zhong shook his head and said, "More than 10,000 years have passed in the castle." "That's right." Qin Feiyang patted his head. Although only half a month had passed outside, more than 15,000 years had passed in the castle. If he still couldn't figure it out after more than 15,000 years, then he was completely hopeless. More than 10,000 years? What does this mean? Li Chang looked at the two of them suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "It means that I have a time array that is more powerful than Divine Dragon Island." More powerful than Divine Dragon Island? Li Chang was stunned. 8,000 years in a day. Qin Feiyang nodded. "No way." Li Chang was dumbfounded. Divine Dragon Island's 500-year time array was already shocking enough, but now Qin Feiyang said that he still had a 1,000-year time array. What kind of monster was this? Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and said with a smile, "Master, you continue to reconstruct your body and divine soul." Yi Zhong nodded and looked at Li Chang. "Don't make a decision because of this old man. Follow your own heart and original intentions." Li Chang nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Yi Zhong disappeared. Li Chang looked at Qin Feiyang and lowered his head to ponder. Although Qin Feiyang said it clearly, the meaning was already very clear. He wanted him to betray the dragons. But the price of betraying the dragons was unimaginable. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "I won't force you. You can go back first and think about it." "Aren't you afraid that I will tell Long Zun?" Li Chang frowned. "If you doubt someone, don't use him." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "You're quite bold." Li Chang took a deep breath and asked, "When did you come to Divine Dragon Island? What is your purpose in coming to Divine Dragon Island?" "On the day you killed your way to the north. And at that time, the Qin Feiyang you saw was not me. It was one of my subordinates in disguise." Qin Feiyang said. "Not you?" Li Chang was stunned. "It's actually very simple. I asked my subordinates to pretend to be me and appear in front of you. As for myself, I mixed in with the disciples of the Dragon God Palace and took the opportunity to enter Divine Dragon Island. As for the reason why I took the risk to come in, I believe it's not difficult for you to guess." Qin Feiyang said. "So that's how it is. You're really amazing. You actually hid it from everyone." Li Chang shook his head. This kid's mind was too terrifying. He asked, Is the reason you entered Divine Dragon Island for Yi Shui and the others? Yi Shui and Old Man Yi are both Master's relatives. I can't sit back and do nothing. And Chief Pavilion Master is also my subordinate now. I definitely can't ignore her life and death. Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 2851. The Chief Pavilion Master is also your subordinate now? Li Chang was shocked. Didn't Long Zun tell you? Qin Feiyang asked back. No. But I heard that the Chief Pavilion Master is one of the 4 emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Li Chang said. That's right. Qin Feiyang said. That's not right. Since the Chief Pavilion Master is one of the 4 emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace, why would he become your subordinate? Li Chang was suspicious. I believe you know that no matter where it is, there are internal conflicts and disputes. The same goes for the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang said. So that's the case. Li Chang nodded and said, just to save them, you took the risk and entered the Divine Dragon Island alone. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then have you thought about how to leave the Divine Dragon Island? Li Chang asked. Not yet. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Li Chang was stunned. He thought that Qin Feiyang had already thought of a way to leave the Divine Dragon Island. But he never expected that he didn't. In other words, he entered the Divine Dragon Island completely unprepared. Wasn't this equivalent to courting death? Aren't you afraid of death? Li Chang looked at Qin Feiyang and couldn't help but frown. Of course I'm afraid. Qin Feiyang smiled. Since you're afraid, why did you come to the Divine Dragon Island so impulsively? Li Chang said. I don't want to either. But there's no other way. I can only come first. I also believe that there's always a way out. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Li Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the face of such a situation, he could still be so casual? He really didn't know how to describe this kid. However, this courage was worthy of praise. After thinking for a while, Li Chang made up his mind and looked up at Qin Feiyang, saying, Then I'll take you to see Yi Shui and the others another day. The fact that he was able to say this clearly indicated his decision. Qin Feiyang naturally understood as well. The stone in his heart was finally lifted. He said, I've already seen them. What? You've already seen him? When did this happen? Li Chang was shocked. On the 2nd day after I arrived at Divine Dragon Island, I went to look for them. Now, Yi Shui and Old Man Yi are cultivating in the Dragon Palace. It's hard to get close to them. Qin Feiyang said. They are cultivating in the Dragon Palace? Li Chang was shocked. I think it's to make it easier to monitor them. Qin Feiyang nodded. Sighed. Li Chang let out a low sigh and said, Long Zun, aren't you afraid that the Chief Hall Master will be bitterly disappointed by doing this? Do you really think that Long Zun will consider Master's feelings? I'm afraid that in her eyes, Master is just a chess piece that can be used. Qin Feiyang sneered. Sighed. Hearing this, Li Chang could not help but sigh. It was really as the saying goes, the falling flowers are willing, but the heartless flowing water is heartless. The only headache I have now is how to get to the Chief Pavilion Master in the Divine Prison. This is the reason why I asked you to come here. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Chang expectantly. This Divine Prison? Li Chang frowned and lowered his head. After a while, he looked up at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. To be honest, I can't enter the Divine Prison either. A trace of disappointment suddenly appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. But, Li Chang said again. But what? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and hurriedly asked. Li Chang thought for a moment and said, Actually, we don't have to sneak into the Divine Prison. We can think of a way to let the dragons bring the Chief Pavilion Master out of the Divine Prison. As long as the Chief Pavilion Master leaves the Divine Prison, we will have a chance, right? When Qin Feiyang heard this, he immediately lowered his head and pondered. That's right. Why bother to enter the Divine Prison? He could think of another way to let the dragons take the initiative to bring the Chief Pavilion Master out of the Divine Prison. In this way, there would be a lot of opportunities. Thinking of this, a plan immediately appeared in Qin Feiyang's mind. Li Chang pondered for a moment, shook his head and sighed. Thinking about it carefully, it seems quite difficult to let the dragons bring the chief pavilion master out. It's not difficult. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Li Chang looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang picked up the teacup and took a sip. He smiled and said, "Why did the dragons imprison the chief pavilion master? Why didn't they just kill her? Is there a need to think about it? Of course, it's because they want to deal with you. After all, the chief pavilion master is now your subordinate. For the dragons, this is a very good bargaining chip." Li Chang said, "That's right. For the dragons, the chief pavilion master is indeed a good bargaining chip, but at the same time, she is also a huge threat. Because as long as the chief pavilion master doesn't die, anything can happen." Qin Feiyang said. "What do you mean?" Li Chang frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Isn't Long Zun dissatisfied with your performance in the north? Now you go and find her to make up for your mistakes." "Go ahead." Li Chang leaned over. Qin Feiyang muttered a few words in a low voice. "Is this okay?" After listening, Li Chang frowned. "Definitely." Qin Feiyang smiled. Li Chang pondered for a while, gritted his teeth, and nodded. "Well, after dawn I will go find Long Zun. Then you have to be careful. I don't want to use your life to exchange for the chief pavilion master's life. Forget it." Qin Feiyang warned. Li Chang smiled slightly. This young man was indeed different. Dragons were unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. But this man's first consideration was his safety. This was the difference. Qin Feiyang asked, "Half a month ago, 1,000 of you went to the east, west, north, and south respectively. How many of you came back later?" At the mention of this, Li Chang's face was full of sadness, and he shook his head. "Only the 250 people who went to the north came back alive, and the others are all dead." "They're all dead?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Didn't I tell the ancestor not to kill them?" Qin Batian and the others did not make a move. It is said that the 250 people who went to the east died at the hands of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Li Chang said, "This bastard." Qin Feiyang secretly cursed. Couldn't he be gentler? These were all undead stage experts. What a pity to kill them. As for the people in the west and south, at this point, Li Chang closed his eyes in pain and said, "They were killed by Long Zun himself." What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. A total of 500 people? She actually erased their souls without saying a word. She doesn't treat us as humans at all. This is also why I chose to help you. I really don't want to be like these people one day and die without knowing why. Li Chang sighed. "Ruthless enough," Qin Feiyang whispered. "Isn't that so? I've never seen a woman more ruthless than her." Li Chang shook his head, his eyes filled with disgust. "Don't worry, it will all pass." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "I hope so. Actually, right now, I don't have much of an extravagant request. I only hope that I can contribute a little to the rise of mankind. I really don't want to see future generations like us being bullied by dragons and struggling at death's door." Li Chang said, "If everyone thinks like you, then that's good." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Yeah. Our human race is not united in the first place. If everyone can let go of their ambitions and desires, even if the human race is not a match for the dragons, we won't fall to this point today. Just like this time, these 2 million people who came to the Divine Dragon Island with you, look at them, what are they? I feel that in their eyes, being a lackey is something that brings glory to their ancestors." Li Chang sighed. "There's nothing we can do about it. After all, not everyone has self-respect and pride." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Li Chang shook his head and said with a smile, "What about you? Why did you fight with the dragons until today?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He said, "I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you this. In the past, I had never thought of becoming enemies with the Dragon Clan. My initial goal in coming to the ancient realm was purely to search for my 2 ancestors." "I really don't believe it," Li Chang said. "But this is the truth. The initial conflict was also started by the dragons. They intended to deprive me of the power of my bloodline. You also know how important the power of bloodline is to a person. If I lose the power of my bloodline, I will become a cripple in an instant. Of course, I can't sit still and wait for death, so I started to deal with the dragons. In the end, the grudge became deeper and deeper. They wanted to get rid of me, and I also wanted to get rid of them. Qin Feiyang shrugged his shoulders and said very calmly. But as a listener, Li Chang felt that it was soul-stirring. As a young man from the lower realm, facing the pursuit of the dragons, the ruler of the ancient world, was a terrifying and despairing thing. If it were anyone else, they would have already given up resisting and obediently offered up the power of their bloodline. However, Qin Feiyang had never given up. Relying on his extraordinary perseverance and brain, he had walked all the way to today. And the heavens did not treat him unfairly. The current Qin Feiyang had already become a terrifying figure in the ancient world that no one dared to ignore. Even the powerful dragon race couldn't do anything about it. Qin Feiyang and Li Chang sat in the cave and chatted for a long time. They had a new understanding of each other. In Li Chang's heart, Qin Feiyang was a responsible and righteous young man. And in Qin Feiyang's heart, Li Chang was a person with ambition, ideals, and a sense of justice. It was just that in the past, when he followed the dragons, he had no choice but to hide these things. In short, that night, the two of them chatted happily, and even had a feeling that they regretted not having met earlier. Chapter 2852. The next day, early in the morning, Li Chang stood in front of his cave and scanned the mountains and rivers below. He took a deep breath and then disappeared in the direction of the Dragon Palace. At the same time, Qin Feiyang sat in the cave and looked at the teapot on the coffee table. He muttered, "It seems that I can't casually take out this immortal dew in front of others in the future." Fortunately, it was Li Chang who came this time. If it was someone else, such as Long Zun, the consequences would be unimaginable. Putting away the tea set, Qin Feiyang took out the space-time gate. His eyes flickered. He remembered that he could open the space-time gate when he was in the Internal Sea. Could he open it now on Divine Dragon Island? If he could open the space-time gate, it would be easy to leave Divine Dragon Island. However, the current Divine Dragon Island was shrouded in a barrier. And the owner of this barrier was Ice Dragon. Would Ice Dragon be able to seal the teleportation of the gate of time and space? Qin Feiyang did not dare to try now, because the opening of the space-time gate would cause too much of a commotion. He could only wait until he rescued the Chief Pavilion Master and take a gamble. Dragon Palace. Although the Dragon Palace was the most important place on Divine Dragon Island, there was no one guarding it. Of course, there was nothing strange about it. After all, the one who lived here was Long Zun, the strongest person in the ancient world. Who would dare to cause trouble here? And the Dragon Palace was a magnificent palace. The palace was more than 100 feet tall and was dazzling in gold and jade. There were stone pillars erected around it. Each stone pillar was engraved with a lifelike divine dragon. Above the main door, there was a sacred heavenly dragon engraved. A figure broke through the air and landed in front of the door of the Dragon Palace. It was Li Chang. Li Chang looked up at the tightly shut door of the Dragon Palace. His eyes were filled with awe. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "I am Li Chang. I have something to ask Lord Long Zun." "What is it?" Long Zun's voice came from inside. "It's about the Chief Pavilion Master." Li Chang replied. At that moment, a blurry figure of Long Zun descended outside the door. "Lord Long Zun." Li Chang bowed to the ground. "Get up." Long Zun said faintly. "I don't dare. This lowly one is actually here to receive his punishment." Li Chang knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Receive punishment? Long Zun was stunned. When I faced Qin Badian and the Mermaid Emperor, my heart wavered a little. This should never have happened. Therefore, this lowly one has taken the initiative to come here and ask for punishment, Lord Dragon Sovereign. Li Chang lowered his head and said. Long Zun looked down at Li Chang and asked, "Is your confidence shaken? Or are you wavering?" "I don't dare to hide it from you, sir," Li Chang said while trembling with fear. "You're quite honest." Long Zun's tone was bone-chilling. Li Chang shivered. However, in the face of Qin Batian, the Mermaid Emperor, and Qin Feiyang, it is understandable that your confidence is shaken. After all, they're all stronger than you. As for the wavering of our position, seeing that you repented in time and took the initiative to admit your mistake, I won't bicker with you for now. But remember, there won't be a second time. Longzun said coldly. Thank you, Lord Dragon Sovereign, for not killing me. Li Chang cried out gratefully. Longzun said, Then tell me now, what do you want to say about the Chief Pavilion Master? Li Chang got up, looked at Longzun, and said respectfully, Lord, aren't we going to kill the Chief Pavilion Master? Why should we kill her? She's now a bargaining chip in our hands. Longzun said. But I don't think so. Li Chang shook his head. Why do you say that? Longzun frowned. Lord, you know Qin Feiyang. Although he's young, he's actually very cunning and capable. What if he thinks of a way to save the Chief Pavilion Master? Li Chang arrived. Save the Chief Pavilion Master? Longzun was slightly taken aback and sneered, You must be kidding. Not to mention entering the Divine Penitentiary to save the Chief Pavilion Master, he can't even enter the Divine Dragon Island. I know that Lord Dragon God has set up a barrier on the Divine Dragon Island, but Lord Dragon Sovereign still can't be careless. Look at Qin Feiyang. From the northern region to the Divine Land, which of the things he did were not beyond our imagination and expectations? Finish it in one sentence. Qin Feiyang is full of too many possibilities. So when facing him, we must never be as sloppy as before. Li Chang said. Longzun couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Recalling what had happened in the past few years, it was really as Li Chang had said. Everything that Qin Feiyang had done was something that they had not expected at all. They also thought that it was impossible. But in the end, Qin Feiyang did it. For example, the 10 great divine artifacts. In their opinion, Qin Feiyang wanted to snatch the 10 great divine artifacts from them, which was simply a joke. But in the end, the 10 great divine artifacts successively went to Qin Feiyang. There was also the battle in the North Sea Star River. Whether it was Longzun or the great ancestral dragons, they all vowed that they would be able to take down Qin Feiyang this time. However, in the end, the ancient castle merged with the Black Tortoise Realm, which went beyond the boundary of the divine artifacts, and caught them off guard. Then there was the Hell King. The Hell King was a killing trap that they set up specifically for Qin Feiyang. But when Qin Feiyang entered the Hell King, he actually got the recognition of the Blood Demon clan and was like a fish in water. In the end, it was them, the dragons, who were killed. There was also the appearance of Qin Feiyang, which was also full of miracles. Not to mention others, even the dragons, after entering the Hell King, had to wait for 1,000 years, when the Hell King closed, before they could come out. However, Qin Feiyang slipped out in advance. These things that would never happen in their eyes happened one after another to Qin Feiyang. What did this mean? It meant that, as Li Chang said, this person was full of too many possibilities. There couldn't be any carelessness. Who? Longzun took a deep breath and looked at Li Chang. Then tell me, how should I deal with the Chief Pavilion Master? Kill him as soon as possible. Li Chang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Longzun heard this and lowered his head in silence. But actually, in my opinion, the Chief Pavilion Master is not very valuable. Li Chang said. What do you mean? Longzun was curious. Because the Chief Pavilion Master didn't follow Qin Feiyang for a long time, and in the past, she and Qin Feiyang were opponents, so the relationship between them is purely a superior-subordinate relationship. Unlike others such as Hui and the five-clawed golden dragon, they have a life-and-death relationship with Qin Feiyang. If we were to capture them and use them to threaten Qin Feiyang, they would most definitely be excellent bargaining chips. That's because it would be impossible for Qin Feiyang to watch as they died. But the Chief Pavilion Master, to be honest, I guess in Qin Feiyang's eyes, she is at most a chess piece. Moreover, the Chief Pavilion Master was subdued by Qin Feiyang, so Qin Feiyang naturally took over the Treasure Pavilion. So now, in Qin Feiyang's eyes, the Chief Pavilion Master has no value except for her strength. Li Chang said. Makes sense. Longzun nodded. So I suggest to kill the chief pavilion master as soon as possible in order to avoid any trouble. After all, the chief pavilion master is not weak. If she escapes, she will be a great threat. Moreover, we have to kill the chief pavilion master in the cultivation place. Li Chang said. Why do we have to kill her in the cultivation place? Long Zun was suspicious. Kill one to warn the others. Li Chang's eyes flickered with a cold light as he looked at Long Zun and said, This time, the ancestral dragons have brought back 2 million disciples from the outside. May I ask Lord Long Zun, among these 2 million people, are you sure that all of them are sincerely following us dragons? Long Zun raised his eyebrows and said, Continue. I also believe that most of them must be sincerely following us dragons, but we can't rule out that there are some who are purely here for resources. So, we have to completely eliminate this. And killing the chief pavilion master in front of them is undoubtedly a very deterrent move. Li Chang said. Firstly, we can get rid of this root of trouble. Secondly, we can also intimidate those disciples. Mother, this is indeed a good idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The Prince of the Dragons appeared in front of Long Zun. His whole person had an indescribable elegance and freedom. Greetings, Your Highness. Li Chang hurriedly bowed. No need to be so polite. The Prince of the Dragons smiled at Li Chang. Long Zun looked at the Prince of the Dragons and said, You agree with Li Chang's suggestion? I agree. And let me do this. The Prince of the Dragons laughed. Long Zun was stunned. I have been cultivating in seclusion since I was young. Almost no one knows of my existence. Even some of the young dragons don't know that the dragons have a prince like me. My sense of existence is too low. And now, I have broken through to the minor imperishable stage, and I should let the world know that the dragons not only have you, Long Zun, the princess of the dragons, the 10 ancestral dragons, but also me, the prince of the dragons. The prince of the dragons smiled faintly. However, in this calm tone, there was an astonishing domineering aura. Long Zun heard this and remained silent, as if he was hesitating. Li Chang said cautiously, Your Highness, do you still need to personally take action for such a small matter? I don't need to tell you about the position of the chief pavilion master in the divine land. Is killing her a small matter? The Prince of the Dragons asked. Li Chang was taken aback and nodded with a smile. Listening to Your Highness, it seems that it is not a small matter. And, I also want to officially meet this Qin Feiyang. The Prince of the Dragons looked up at the sky and whispered. Long Zun looked at the Prince of the Dragons in surprise. The Prince of the Dragons said, Mother, don't be nervous. I won't take the risk. I'm just sending the head of the chief pavilion master to him. You call this not taking the risk? Long Zun frowned. Mother, you have to believe in your son. Your son wants to leave, and Qin Feiyang can't keep me. The Prince of the Dragons smiled slightly, and his gentle eyes were full of confidence. Long Zun shook his head and said, All right then, I'll leave this matter to you. Chapter 2853. In the cultivation place. After Li Chang returned from the Dragon Palace, he told Qin Feiyang about this matter. The Prince of the Dragons personally took action, which was somewhat beyond Qin Feiyang's expectations. Originally, in Qin Feiyang's opinion, since it was Li Chang's proposal, it should naturally be carried out by Li Chang. If it was carried out by Li Chang, it would be much easier to solve. For example, stealing a beam and swapping it for a pillar. In this way, not only could it be done silently, but it could also avoid a head-on confrontation with the dragons. But he didn't expect that the Prince of the Dragons would suddenly intervene. In this way, a confrontation with the dragons was unavoidable. When is the time? Qin Feiyang asked. 3 days later in the morning. Li Chang said. So soon? Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up, as if somewhat dissatisfied with this answer. This is the prince's decision, I can't refute it. Li Chang shook his head helplessly. In fact, their original plan was that if Long Zun agreed, the execution of the chief pavilion master would be set a month later. Why did it have to be set a month later? It was because they didn't have enough manpower now. Hui, Fire Lotus, 5-clawed golden dragon, and Feng Daji were guarding the four sides of the inland sea. Now, the strongest people around Qin Feiyang were Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng. But Yi Cheng was only a half-step invincible realm expert. Although Yi Zhong's cultivation was strong enough, his physical body and divine soul had not been reconstructed yet. So, they wanted to wait for Yi Zhong to reconstruct his physical body and divine soul before taking action. Because in this way, while Qin Feiyang rescued the chief pavilion master, Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng could also go to the Dragon Palace and join forces to rescue Yi Shui and Old Master Yi, taking care of both sides. But now, the Prince of the Dragons had intervened, and the time was set 3 days later. In such a short time, even if the ancient castle had a 1-day, 1,000-year time array, Yi Zhong couldn't reconstruct his physical body and divine soul. Could be said that the Prince of the Dragons' intervention completely disrupted their plan. How about this? At that time, you will save the chief pavilion master, and I will save Yi Shui and the others. Li Chang made up his mind and looked at Qin Feiyang. You're the one who suggested this. You'll have to accompany the Prince of the Dragons the whole time. Otherwise, people will be suspicious. Besides, if you really go to the Dragon Palace, how am I going to help you break the fate contract when I'm in the cultivation ground and you're in the Dragon Palace? Qin Feiyang shook his head. He couldn't help Li Chang remove the fate contract in advance, because doing so would alarm the Dragon Sovereign. Therefore, he had to rescue the chief pavilion master and the other two at the same time, help Li Chang remove the fate contract at lightning speed. Only then would he be able to get the best of both worlds. Then what should we do? Li Chang frowned. Qin Feiyang remained silent. Let me go. Yi Cheng's voice suddenly rang out in Qin Feiyang's mind. You. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Give me a heaven-defying artifact, and I'll definitely be able to save them. Yi Cheng said. It doesn't matter if it's a heaven-defying artifact. If you want it, you can take it all. But Yi Shui and Old Man Yi are in the Dragon Palace. At that time, your opponent will be the Dragon Sovereign. Moreover, this is the Divine Dragon Island. The Sovereign Divine Weapon won't sit idly by. At that time, even if you can save Yi Shui and Old Man Yi from the hands of the Dragon Sovereign, you won't be able to come to the cultivation ground to meet me. Qin Feiyang said. Someone has to be sacrificed. Yi Cheng smiled slightly. Obviously, he was ready to sacrifice himself. I absolutely won't allow you to have such thoughts. Let me think about it again. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Then why don't I go back first? Let me know when you've thought about it. Li Chang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. If he stayed here for too long, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Before going to the Dragon Palace, they had already established a contract bridge with each other. There's one more thing. You need to confirm if the Dragon Sovereign used the fate contract to control Yi Shui and the others. Before Li Chang left, he reminded Qin Feiyang again. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. But thinking about it carefully, the Dragon Sovereign shouldn't be controlling the two of them. Because in front of Yi Shui and Old Man Yi, she was playing the role of a good person. If he used the fate contract to control them, wouldn't it be the same as exposing his true colors? Moreover, if he really wanted to control them, he wouldn't keep them by his side to monitor them. So, this point that Li Chang was worried about could basically be ruled out. But to be honest, this was an unprecedented challenge for Qin Feiyang. On one side was the powerful Dragon Sovereign, and on the other side was the sovereign divine weapon that even a heaven-defying artifact couldn't defeat. To save the three of them and successfully escape from the Divine Dragon Island could be said to be more difficult than ascending to the heavens. But if everything could go according to his plan, it wouldn't be that difficult. It was a pity that plans couldn't keep up with changes. Now that the Prince of Dragons was involved, the best way was swish. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. That's right. The best way was for Yi Shui and Old Man Yi to come to the cultivation ground together on the day of the execution of the chief pavilion master. As long as the two of them came to the cultivation ground, they would be able to save all three of them at once. This way, Yi Cheng wouldn't have to go to the Dragon Palace to take the risk. However, on the day of the execution of the chief pavilion master, would Long Zun let Yi Shui and old man Yi come to join in the fun? If Long Zun didn't let them come, then their hope would be lost. There was no better way than this. On the day of the execution, Yi Shui and old man Yi had to come to the cultivation ground. If there was no chance, then create one. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he was about to leave the cave. Brother Wang. At this moment, Li Xiaofei's voice sounded outside. This person is really annoying. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head, adjusted his expression, opened the stone door of the cave and walked out. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked suspiciously at the excited Li Xiaofei. What good thing did he encounter this time? Follow me. Li Xiaofei dragged Qin Feiyang and walked towards the central area of the cultivation ground. Can't you just say what you want to say? Qin Feiyang frowned. You'll know later, Li Xiaofei said without turning his head. Very soon, the two of them entered the central area of the cultivation ground. Qin Feiyang found that there were actually many people gathered below, looking at the peak of a mountain in front. Li Xiaofei pointed to the peak of the mountain. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look, and his expression immediately stiffened. Why would she come to the cultivation ground? There was a woman on the peak of the mountain, wearing a pure white dress. She was devastatingly beautiful. The woman stood in front of a straw hut, seemingly waiting for something. How is it? It's an accident. Li Xiaofei chuckled. Accident? What accident? It's just a woman. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Li Xiaofei looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment and asked, Damn, don't tell me you don't know who she is? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You really don't know? Li Xiaofei was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang strangely, saying, Aren't you a disciple of the Northern Dragon God Palace? Why don't you know her? Is she very famous? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Li Xiaofei looked at Qin Feiyang speechlessly, then looked up at the woman with admiration. She is the granddaughter of Yi Zhong Yi Shui. What? She is the granddaughter of the Grand Hall Master? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. The woman on the peak of the mountain was Yi Shui. This was what surprised him. Why did Yi Shui suddenly come to the cultivation ground? Li Xiaofei pursed his lips, saying, I thought you didn't know her? I don't know her, but I have heard of her. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. That's true. As the granddaughter of the chief pagoda master, she has both strength and status. How could she know insignificant people like us? It's just a pity. At this point, Li Xiaofei shook his head and sighed. What's a pity? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. It's a pity that Yi Zhong is dead, and he died in the hands of his disciple, Qin Feiyang. Li Xiaofei shook his head. How do you know? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. When Qin Feiyang killed Yi Zhong, it almost alarmed the entire Holy Dragon City. Is it strange that I know? Li Xiaofei frowned. But you are from the south. Qin Feiyang said. This is the purpose of socializing. Look here, there are hundreds of thousands of disciples from the Dragon God Palace in the north. As long as you have a good relationship with them, is it difficult to find out? Li Xiaofei smiled smugly. You are really bored to find out about this. Qin Feiyang shook his head. No. This is the joy of life, unlike you, who only knows how to cultivate in the cave abode all day. Li Xiaofei said in disdain. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Cultivate? He really wanted to cultivate in seclusion, but he didn't have the mood to do so. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was true that he stayed in the cave abode all day. I heard from them that after Yi Zhong died, Lord Longzuan liked Yi Shui very much. Now, she is even cultivating in the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace? That's a place we can't even get close to, but she can stay there. I'm really envious. Li Xiaofei shook his head. You're envious of this? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Aren't you envious? It's a great honor to be by Longzuan's side. Li Xiaofei said with a smile. Honor? Qin Feiyang sneered secretly. This person was indeed hopeless. Brother Wang, don't be so calm, look at those people. Li Xiaofei pointed at the crowd in front and said in a low voice, These people must be thinking about how to capture Yi Shui's heart. What the hell? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Don't be so surprised. Although Yi Zhong is dead, we still have Longzuan as our backer. If we can win Yi Shui's heart, wouldn't we soar to the sky directly? Li Xiaofei said with spittle flying everywhere. Qin Feiyang was speechless. These people didn't know Yi Shui's current situation at all. If they knew, even if Yi Shui threw herself at them, they wouldn't dare to provoke this trouble. Besides, that Prince Dragons was interested in Yi Shui. These people could only move their stools and sit there to enjoy the show. How about it? Are you interested? Li Xiaofei looked at Qin Feiyang with shifty eyes. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and said angrily, I thought you called me here for something good, but it turned out to be to see a woman. You're really bored, goodbye. With that, Qin Feiyang turned around and left angrily. Li Xiaofei looked at Qin Feiyang's back in astonishment and shook his head. There's no future if you don't seize the opportunity. Then he looked at Yi Shui and murmured with a smile, if only I could marry her, not to mention Longzuan as her backer, just her looks, her figure. He looked like a love-struck fool. Chapter 2854. But Li Xiaofei didn't know that when he suddenly saw Yi Shui, Qin Feiyang was actually happier than anyone else. Because he was about to look for Yi Shui. But he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Yi Shui would appear at the cultivation ground. Could it be that their hearts were connected? What the hell? Qin Feiyang shook his head. When it came to a man and a woman, it seemed a little ambiguous. However, Yi Shui's arrival was indeed a good thing. Because this meant that Qin Feiyang didn't have to think of a way to contact Yi Shui. After returning to the cave, Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment technique and rushed to a high point of the mountain ridge, then scanned his surroundings. He was looking for the dragon's prince. However, looking at the entire cultivation ground, he didn't see any trace of the dragon's prince. It seemed that only Yi Shui came. He made a prompt decision. He rushed to the top of the mountain and silently landed not far away from Yi Shui. There was a straw hut in front. And the owner of this place, if he wasn't wrong, was the person called Wang Chang. Wang Chang had the cultivation of the great achievement undead stage, an existence comparable to the ancestral dragon. To be honest, Qin Feiyang was also a little curious about this Wang Chang. The beast venerable followed the dragon venerable because he provided information to the dragon-slaying palace. Simply put, he was a spy. And Yi Zhong followed the dragons because of his personal feelings. Then why did Wang Chang follow him? Creak. Suddenly, the door of the straw hut opened, and an old man with white hair walked out with a walking stick. Medicinal fragrance? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This old man's body was filled with a thick medicinal fragrance. It seemed that he was also an alchemist. Shui, I'm sorry, I was refining pills just now and made you wait. The old man was very kind and amiable. It's okay. On the other hand, I've been on the Divine Dragon Island for so many years, but I haven't come to visit you. Yi Shui said. So you're here to see Wang Chang. Qin Feiyang cursed in his heart. That's true. Wang Chang and Yi Zhong were both dragons, so the two of them must be very familiar with each other. It's all right. Wang Chang waved his hand and said with a hoarse smile, the room is too messy, so this old man won't invite you in. Let's sit here and chat for a while. On the left side of the hut, there was a large locust tree. Under the locust tree, there was a stone table and 4 stone stools. It was very simple. It was filled with a simple aura. All right. Yi Shui nodded and helped Wang Chang to the stone table. Both of them sat on the stone bench. Wang Chang took out a tea set. As he brewed tea, he said with a smile, I remember the last time I saw you, you weren't this tall. Yi Shui nodded. Time really flies. Wang Chang shook his head and sighed. After brewing the tea, he fell silent for a moment before looking at Yi Shui. Your grandfather's death, it's all in the past. Yi Shui shook her head. Wang Chang was stunned for a moment before nodding. All right. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore. If you're free in the future, come and visit me more often and chat with me. Let this old man enjoy the joy of being with his family. The meaning of his words was obvious. He wanted Yi Shui to treat him as her grandfather in the future. All right. Yishui nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them silently. Seeing that the two of them were chatting about trivial matters, he flew to the door of the hut curiously and looked inside. Immediately, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It was really quite messy inside. The hut was not very big. It was probably only 50 to 60 square meters. There was an alchemy platform on the left and a futon in the right corner. There were bottles and jars on the alchemy platform and herbs on the ground. It was extremely messy. It was hard to imagine that this was the residence of a supreme expert of the greater success indestructible realm. Indeed, an expert like this could not be looked at with ordinary eyes. Wait! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the alchemy platform. There was no alchemy furnace or alchemy fire on it. It was obvious that Wang Chang had put it away. But there were a few elixirs on the stone platform. They were all divine life elixirs. And each divine life elixir had 4 dragon-shaped elixirs. It can't be. This Wang Chang is actually so powerful. He can refine elixirs with 4 dragon-shaped elixirs. Qin Feiyang felt very incredulous. In addition to his master, there was actually such a powerful alchemist hidden in the dragons. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Chang, who was talking to Yishui, and his eyes flickered. Those who were familiar with him would know that this was the look of staring at prey. Qin Feiyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said to Wang Yu, "Don't be surprised, I'm right next to you." However, Wang Yu didn't seem surprised. There was even a faint expectation, as if she was deliberately waiting for Qin Feiyang here. 3 days later, when the chief pavilion master is executed, you must bring your great-grandfather to the cultivation place. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Hearing this, Yishui secretly asked in surprise, "How do you know that they are going to execute the chief pavilion master?" "You already know?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's why I came to find you. But I didn't dare to go to you directly, so I pretended to visit Grandfather Wang Chang, hoping to attract your attention and make you come to me." Yishui transmitted her voice. "You came to me specifically for the matter of the chief pavilion master?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yishui answered. Qin Feiyang looked confused. Suddenly, he finally understood. Yishui didn't know that Li Chang was now his man, and the execution of the chief pavilion master was also his plan. So, Yishui thought that Long Zun unilaterally wanted to kill the chief pavilion master, and then used this method to inform him. This woman was quite smart. Killing the chief pavilion master was my plan. Qin Feiyang explained the plan in a simple and clear manner. So you were the one behind the scenes. Yishui suddenly realized. This guy was indeed a ruthless person, to be able to come up with such a plan. One more thing, are you and your grandfather controlled by the fake contract? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Yishui replied. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief and asked again, "Then what about your image crystal?" Long Zun said that he didn't want us to be disturbed by the outside world and cultivate in peace, so he destroyed it. Yishui said secretly. "It's indeed destroyed." Qin Feiyang muttered. "Then that's it. 3 days later, we must find a way to come to the cultivation place." "What if Long Zun insists on not letting us come?" Yishui asked secretly. "Then you can look for Prince Dragons, he will definitely help you." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "Why would he help me?" Yishui was suspicious. "Find out for yourself." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned and left quietly. "This bastard," Yishui cursed secretly. However, on the surface, there was nothing unusual. Although he was secretly talking to Qin Feiyang, he was also chatting with Wang Chang at the same time. After Qin Feiyang returned to the cave, his heart finally relaxed. As long as Yishui knew, then everything would be fine. What he had to consider now was how to leave Divine Dragon Island. Divine Dragon Island had an ice dragon's barrier. Although he had met the ice dragon more than once or twice, he knew nothing about the ice dragon's strength. He only knew that it was very strong. Therefore, he wasn't sure if this barrier could seal the space-time gate. If it couldn't, then it would be easy to just leave. But if it could seal the space-time gate's teleportation, then he would have to face a situation where there was a high chance of death. Should I find a place to try? Suddenly, this thought appeared in Qin Feiyang's mind. But in the end he dispelled this idea. If Long Zun found out, then all his efforts would be in vain. As for 3 days later, even if he couldn't teleport out, he could at least save the 3 of them and fight with the dragons. In short, there couldn't be the slightest mistake now. A light flashed in his eyes. Since Yi Shui was in the Dragon Palace, then she must also know about the matter of killing the Chief Pavilion Master. Brother Wang, are you there? Not long later, Li Xiaofei's voice once again sounded outside the cave. Qin Feiyang was now very disgusted with this person, so he didn't make a sound and pretended not to be there. Anyway, they would have a falling out in 3 days, so there was no need to waste his breath with this person. Time passed by on this day. Qin Feiyang also informed Li Chang. 3 days later, in the morning, boom, a terrifying aura suddenly descended, awakening everyone who was in seclusion. This seems to be Li Chang's aura? What's the situation? Everyone walked out of the cave one after another and looked up, only to see Li Chang standing high in the sky. At the same time, inside the cave, Qin Feiyang was also meditating with his eyes closed. Sensing Li Chang's aura, he immediately opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light burst out. At the same time, Dragon Palace. The tightly shut door slowly opened, and the Prince of Dragons slowly walked out. Dressed in white, without a speck of dust, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire person exuded an ethereal temperament. Swish! Long Zun also appeared, looking at the Prince of Dragons. If you really want to send the head to Qin Feiyang, you better be careful. I know. The Prince of Dragons nodded. Then go. Long Zun smiled slightly. Lord Long Zun, we also want to take a look. Yi Shui pulled Old Man Yi out of the depths of the Dragon Palace and looked at Long Zun. What are you guys going to do? Long Zun frowned. This Chief Pavilion Master is also an accomplice in killing Grandfather. We want to see her die with our own eyes. Yi Shui said with a face full of hatred. There's nothing to see. Long Zun refused. Yi Shui couldn't help but believe Qin Feiyang's words and turned to look at the Prince of Dragons. Mother, let them go. Seeing the Chief Pavilion Master die with their own eyes, they will probably feel better in their hearts. The Prince of Dragons smiled at Yi Shui and looked at Long Zun. He's really going to help me? Yi Shui felt a little incredulous. To be able to predict this, is Qin Feiyang a god? But Long Zun raised his eyebrows. I'm here. Besides, they are just going to the cultivation ground. They won't follow me and leave Divine Dragon Island to find Qin Feiyang. The Prince of Dragons smiled faintly. All right then. Long Zun pondered for a while and nodded. Thank you, Lord Long Zun. Yi Shui thanked him happily. Go, just don't run around. Long Zun waved his hand impatiently. Yi Shui nodded. Let's go. The Prince of Dragons retreated to the side and looked at Yi Shui and Old Man Yi with a smile. The 2 glanced at the Prince of Dragons and quickly walked out, flying towards the cultivation ground. The Prince of Dragons was also preparing to leave, but Long Zun suddenly transmitted his voice. I won't allow you to be tempted by human women, because this will destroy the power of our bloodline as dragons. The Prince of Dragons stopped in his tracks and lowered his head in silence for a while. A trace of a smile gradually appeared on his face, but he didn't answer Long Zun. Instead, he took a step forward and chased after Yi Shui and Old Man Yi. This child can't really be tempted, right? Long Zun frowned and muttered. He couldn't help but worry in his heart. Chapter 2855. In the cultivation ground. It was boiling. In the sky, Li Chang stood majestically, his body filled with a murderous aura. Beside him, there were 4 half-step imperishable realm experts, each holding an iron chain in their hands. Between the 4 of them, there was a woman hanging in the air by the iron chain. That woman was Supreme Cloud. However, at this moment, she had long lost her former elegance. The 4 iron chains had penetrated her body, and blood flowed out along the iron chains. She was also disheveled and covered in blood, exuding a dying aura. Who is she? Why is she in such a sorry state? The disciples below were discussing. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stood in the crowd, sizing up the chief pavilion master with a trace of emotion in his eyes. Who would have thought that the woman in front of him was the powerful chief pavilion master of the treasure pavilion? Who would have thought that the chief pavilion master would fall into such a sorry state? To be honest, he did not have a good impression of the chief pavilion master at all. Even if it was because of him that she entered the Divine Dragon Island and ended up like this, he did not have the slightest sympathy in his heart. Because if he had wanted to kill her back then, the chief pavilion master would have ended up in a worse state than in the hands of the dragons. After all, what the chief pavilion master had done was enough for her to die 10,000 times. However, since this woman had followed him and had such a strong cultivation, it was not against his will to save her along the way. Brother Wang, do you know her? Li Xiaofei poked Qin Feiyang's back and asked in a low voice. You don't know her? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Li Xiaofei shook his head. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He did not even know the chief pavilion master of the treasure pavilion, but when he thought about it, he felt relieved. The chief pavilion master would not usually appear in front of others, and would remain mysterious when she appeared. Therefore, there were not many people who knew her real appearance. I don't know her either, Qin Feiyang said. You don't know her, I don't know her either. Look at everyone, it seems that they don't know her either. What's going on? Li Xiaofei was puzzled. Qin Feiyang glanced at the curious Li Xiaofei, and he couldn't help but ponder, should I kill this swindler later? Whoosh! Suddenly, along with 3 air-piercing sounds, the Prince of the Dragons, Yi Shui, and Old Man Yi descended from the sky. Isn't that Yi Shui? Why is she here? Who is that white-clothed youth beside him? Very unfamiliar. How dare he stand together with Yi Shui? How dare he? You don't know she's mine? Some of the men were immediately displeased. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips into a smile. Everyone had finally arrived. Greetings, Your Highness. When the 3 of them arrived, Li Chang immediately walked in front of the Prince of the Dragons and bowed. What? He's a prince. Everyone present, other than Qin Feiyang, had astonished expressions on their faces. Prince? Didn't the dragons only have one princess? Since when did another prince come out of nowhere? Prince? Then isn't he the son of Lord Longzun? Oh my God! I actually scolded him in my heart just now. Compared to him, what are we? Only he is worthy of Yi Shui. No. It's Yi Shui, barely worthy of him. The Prince of the Dragons, this identity is too terrifying. The people below whispered, their faces full of shock. It was too unexpected. What kind of cultivation did the Prince of the Dragons have? Although everyone deliberately lowered their voices, they all fell into his ears. This was the effect he wanted. This prince of his had been silent for too long, so long that no one knew. So this time, he wanted to use the head and blood of the chief pavilion master to officially announce to the world that he was back. The Prince of the Dragons nodded to Li Chang and looked at the chief pavilion master. Looking at the chief pavilion master who was covered in wounds and hung in the air by iron chains like a dead dog, there was still no change on his small face. Yi Shui was scanning the crowd, obviously looking for Qin Feiyang. Is this woman stupid? Looking around while looking for him? Qin Feiyang was secretly annoyed. Suddenly, Yi Shui found Qin Feiyang in the crowd. Qin Feiyang hurriedly winked at her. Only then did Yi Shui react and quickly glared at the chief pavilion master. As for Old Man Yi, as soon as he arrived, he stared at the chief pavilion master coldly. Because he still didn't know the truth, he hated the chief pavilion master from the bottom of his heart. The Prince of the Dragons retracted his gaze and looked at Li Chang. Tell everyone. Li Chang responded respectfully, glanced at Yi Shui and Li Chang without leaving a trace, and then lowered his head to look at the people below. First, let me give you a formal introduction. The one standing next to me is His Highness, the Prince of our Dragon Clan. Don't look at how young he is, but his strength is stronger than mine. His Highness is now at the minor inextinguishable stage. Li Chang shouted. What? Minor inextinguishable stage. When everyone below heard this, they all looked at the Prince of the Dragons in shock. From the looks of it, he was about the same age as them. However, they didn't expect that he had already stepped into the minor inextinguishable stage. This was too terrifying. The dragons were actually hiding such a terrifying genius. What Qin Feiyang, what Qin Badian, compared to this person, they were too far away. This was the true pride of the heavens. The Prince of the Dragons had always maintained a gentle smile, and many young women at the scene were fascinated by him. Extraordinary talent, handsome face, tall and straight posture, and this temperament, this smile, he was simply a male god in their dreams. As for the other two, Li Chang looked at Yi Shui and said, one of them is Yi Zhong's granddaughter, and the other is Yi Zhong's father. But now, no one cared about Yi Shui and Old Man Yi. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Prince of the Dragons. As for this one, Li Chang changed the topic and walked in front of the Chief Pavilion Master. He grabbed the Chief Pavilion Master's hair and raised the Chief Pavilion Master's face. You might not recognize this face, but every single one of you here has heard of her name. Even in the entire ancient world, she is famous. She is the Chief Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion. Li Chang shouted. What? The Chief Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion? At this moment, it was like a bomb that was thrown into the crowd. Everyone's eyes finally moved away from the Prince of the Dragons and locked onto the Chief Pavilion Master. She was the Chief Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion. What was going on? Why was the Chief Pavilion Master tortured like this on Divine Dragon Island? She is not only the Chief Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion, she has another identity. Li Chang shouted. What identity? At this moment, the whole place fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Li Chang, because it was definitely because of this other identity that the Chief Pavilion Master had fallen to such a state. Her other identity is one of the 4 emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace, Supreme Cloud. Li Chang said. She is the emperor of the Dragon Slayer Palace? As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked. The Chief Pavilion Master was actually one of the 2 emperors other than Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang. This was too unbelievable. Someone asked, have you found the other venerable sovereign? Li Chang looked at the Prince of the Dragons. The Prince of the Dragons nodded. Li Chang took a deep breath and looked at the crowd. The other emperor has also been found. He is the Beast Emperor who rules our internal sea, Supreme Beast. It's actually Supreme Beast. Others might not know the existence of Supreme Beast, but as disciples of the 4 Dragon God Palaces, they had more or less heard of him. Just like Yi Zhong, he was also a person who was highly regarded by Long Zun. And just like the Chief Pavilion Master, he was also a super terrifying Supreme Beast. Not to mention anything else, the fact that Long Zun could rest assured and let Supreme Beast rule the internal sea was enough to prove his strength. However, the Chief Pavilion Master, who was powerful and had endless wealth, was deeply trusted by Long Zun, and even had a high prestige among the dragons, was actually the other 2 emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace. If it weren't for Li Chang and the Prince of the Dragons testifying here, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. After knowing the true identity of the 2, everyone understood. No wonder the dragons couldn't find out the identity of the other 2 emperors after so many years. It turned out that one of them was hiding by her side. This was, of course, staying by Long Zun's side. No matter what Long Zun did, he knew it like the back of his hand. Of course, it was impossible to find out. It was just that this was too unexpected and shocking. Who would have thought that it would be these 2? Perhaps even Long Zun didn't think so before the investigation. The Treasure Pavilion has developed to this point under the protection of us dragons, and it has spread throughout the entire ancient world. It can be said that in the current ancient world, in some aspects, the Treasure Pavilion has more prestige than us dragons. But this Chief Pavilion Master, not only is he ungrateful, but he also colludes with Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang, secretly providing resources for the Dragon Slayer Palace to strengthen the power of the Dragon Slayer Palace. He even wants to destroy us dragons. May I ask if such an ungrateful person should be killed? Li Chang roared. He should be killed. Everyone below roared angrily, and the sound of killing shook the sky. Qin Feiyang also followed suit and roared. It was lively, so he wanted to liven things up. Then tell me, how should we kill him to relieve the hatred in our hearts? Li Chang roared again. Cut him into pieces, grind his bones, and scatter his ashes. Some of them roared angrily. Kill him by 1,000 cuts. The others also roared. Li Chang smiled slightly, seemingly very satisfied with everyone's attitude. Then he turned to the chief pavilion master and said, "See, this is what the people want." But the chief pavilion master spat a mouthful of saliva on Li Chang's face and said, "Those bastards below have even lost their dignity as human beings. How can they represent the people's hearts?" Li Chang wiped off the saliva on his face full of hostility. "You too. You can only be a dog in front of the dragons for the rest of your life. And I, although my ambition is indeed great, at least I know what dignity is. Even if I die, my name will go down in history, and you, even if you live, your name will go down in history in infamy." The chief pavilion master laughed and let out a final roar, his words carrying an unyielding and heroic spirit. Chapter 2856. The chief pavilion master's words immediately caused the anger in everyone's heart to soar to another level. Because this was not only scolding them, but also humiliating them. But Qin Feiyang's eyes hid a trace of a smile. The chief pavilion master's ambition was indeed great. Not only did she want to control the Dragon Slayer Palace, but she also wanted to replace the Dragon Sovereign and become another empress of the ancient world after the Dragon Clan was destroyed. But he had to admit that in front of her position and dignity, she was still worthy of admiration. At least, she did not lose her dignity as a human. In general, she did not let him down, and this adventure was worth it. Stubborn. Li Chang also had an extremely angry expression, strode to the front of the Prince of Dragons, bowed and said, "Your Highness, please execute." The Prince of Dragons smiled faintly and walked to the chief pavilion master, with Li Chang following beside him. The Prince of Dragons stood in front of the chief pavilion master and said with a faint smile, "Your ideals are good, but the reality is very cruel. Don't worry. When the time comes, someone will naturally come to deal with you dragons." The chief pavilion master smiled coldly. "At any time, I dragons will not be afraid of anyone, including Qin Feiyang, whom you are looking forward to." The Prince of Dragons smiled faintly, raised his hand and waved gently. Accompanied by a clanging sound, a 3-foot battle sword appeared out of thin air. Clang! A wave of world-shocking sharpness immediately swept out in all directions. This battle sword was pure white without any flaws, as if it was made of a piece of beautiful jade, exuding a soft light. On both sides of the sword hilt, a holy dragon was engraved. Not only was its sharpness peerless, but it also carried an astonishing dragon might. Looking at this battle sword, Qin Feiyang's pupils suddenly shrank. This was actually a heaven-defying divine artifact. He had always thought that the dragons no longer had any heaven-defying divine artifacts. And his master, the Beast Emperor, also said so. But he did not expect that this Prince of Dragons actually hid a heaven-defying divine artifact in his hands. This is the Holy Dragon Sword, which has followed me since I was young. It is the biggest secret of us dragons. The only people who know of the existence of the Holy Dragon Sword are my mother and I. Even my sister, Princess Dragons, doesn't know. The Prince of Dragons stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the sword. The sacred dragon sword seemed to enjoy the prince's caress. The sword's body constantly hummed and trembled, emitting a kind of joyful emotion. This sword was personally forged by my father, the current dragon god. Until now, it has never tasted blood. Today, I will use your blood to sharpen its blade." The Prince of Dragons smiled. The sacred dragon sword let out a soft cry and flew out of his hand, floating above the chief pavilion master's head. "You should feel honored to be able to become the sacrifice of the Holy Dragon Sword." Prince Dragon smiled at the chief pavilion master and gently pressed his finger in the air. Clang. The sacred dragon sword immediately let out an ear-piercing sword cry, and the entire sword body released a divine light, piercing straight toward the head of the chief pavilion master. If you want to kill my people, you should at least get my permission first. But at this moment, a faint laugh suddenly rang out. Clang. Immediately after, a yellow shield soared into the sky and blocked above the head of the chief pavilion master. The shield surged with divine light, emitting a strong aura. Clang. The sacred dragon sword pierced the shield, and immediately sparks flew in all directions. The next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared in the sky. The sacred dragon sword did not pierce through the shield and was blocked by the shield. What is that? The people present did not react for the first time, because no one would have thought that someone would suddenly appear at this time, and in front of the Prince of Dragons. Wasn't this courting death? Just when everyone was confused, a figure flashed to the side of Yi Shui, and old man Yi like lightning. Before anyone could see clearly, this figure brought Yi Shui and old man Yi to the side of the chief pavilion master. Clang. A bronze halberd surrounded by divine light appeared in this person's hand. With a wave of this person's hand, the 4 iron chains tied to the chief pavilion master also broke on the spot. Without the restraint of the iron chains, the chief pavilion master immediately fell down powerlessly. It was also at this time. Li Chang took a big step forward, hugged the falling chief pavilion master, and landed beside that person. Although it was slow, the whole process was only a moment. This series of changes, not to mention the people below, even the Prince of Dragons and the 4 half-step undying supreme experts, did not react. Clang. The next moment, a stone door with divine light flashing appeared. It was the space-time gate. Not bad. The person who attacked was Qin Feiyang. In order to save the chief pavilion master and the other 2 and smoothly escape from Divine Dragon Island, he had already pushed his speed to the limit, activating the shield to block the sacred dragon sword, rushing into the sky to save Yi Shui and old man Yi. Taking out the bronze halberd, he cut the iron chains on the chief pavilion master. Then he opened the space-time gate. All of this, as he thought, went very smoothly. However, just as he opened the space-time gate, his pupils shrank slightly. The space-time gate could not be opened. Although he had been mentally prepared, when he really faced it now, he still could not help but panic. You are Qin Feiyang. At this time, the Prince of Dragons also finally reacted. The sacred dragon sword rose into the air and returned to his hand. The Prince of Dragons grabbed the sacred dragon sword and looked at Qin Feiyang. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes, but there was not much change. What? Qin Feiyang? The 2 million people below stared at Qin Feiyang. The 4 half-step undying supreme experts who had grabbed the iron chains before also quivered when they heard this. They hurriedly stood in front of the Prince of Dragons and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. The chief pavilion master and old man Yi also had a look of surprise. Qin Feiyang did not reply to the Prince of Dragons. With a thought, the slave seal operated and the fate contract controlling him directly shattered. At the same time, he also used the slave seal to instantly shatter the fate contract in Li Chang's body. What's going on? The moment the fate contract shattered, the dragon sovereign in the dragon palace and the black dragon ancestral dragon in the clans suddenly opened their eyes. Because the one controlling Li Chang was the dragon sovereign. The one controlling Qin Feiyang was the divine stone of fate in the hands of the black dragon ancestral dragon. So they felt the abnormality of the fate contract at the same time. At this time, Qin Feiyang looked at the Prince of Dragons and smiled faintly. How do you know that I am Qin Feiyang? It's very simple. That shield is called the Shield of Thick Earth. It is the heaven-defying divine weapon of the Earth Dragon ancestral dragon. The bronze halberd is called the Sky-breaking halberd. It is the heaven-defying divine weapon of the Sword Dragon ancestral dragon. These divine weapons were all snatched away by Qin Feiyang, but now they are in your hands. If you are not Qin Feiyang, who are you? The Prince of Dragons said. Smart. Qin Feiyang smiled. But you are stupid. You actually dared to barge into the Divine Dragon Island. The Prince of Dragons shook his head, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Is that so? Qin Feiyang said. Originally, I thought that you must be a very smart person. Otherwise, how could I, the dragons, lose to you time and time again? However, from the looks of it, it seems, because if you were really smart, you wouldn't have snuck into the Divine Dragon Island. The Prince of Dragons said indifferently. I don't want to come either, but there's no other way. There's someone I have to save here. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Are you really Qin Feiyang? Chief Pavilion Master looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. It's me. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled at Chief Pavilion Master, then took a facial restoration pill. Immediately, he recovered his true appearance. It's really him. The cultivation ground immediately boiled. This person's guts are too big, isn't it? What kind of place was the Divine Dragon Island? That was the base camp of the dragons. He actually dared to take the risk and barge in? The rumors were true. This was an extremely daring person. Chief Pavilion Master and Old Man Yi looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Especially Old Man Yi, there was still a trace of confusion in his eyes. First, he cruelly killed Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng, and now he risked his life to save them. What was going on? Are you really here to save me? Chief Pavilion Master came back to his senses and asked. What else? Qin Feiyang was speechless. When Chief Pavilion Master heard this, an extremely complicated emotion emerged in his heart, and he muttered, Is it worth it? Whether it's worth it or not, I know in my heart. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, then waved his hand and sent them to the ancient realm. Li Chang was also sent to the castle. In other words, right now, there was only Qin Feiyang outside. Qin Feiyang. At this time, Long Zun descended, his eyes full of anger. You little beast, you actually came to Divine Dragon Island, you've gone too far. Accompanied by a roar, Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon also rushed over like lightning. You came really fast. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two, and with a wave of his hand, the shield of thick earth fell in front of him. The sky-breaking halberd in his hand also flashed with divine light. He did not choose to escape at the first moment. Because of the Ice Dragon's barrier, he could not find a way to escape at all. So it was better to stay and fight head-on to fight for a way out. At this time, he was not nervous, and his mind was unprecedentedly calm. This calmness made everyone present could not help but be in awe. In the face of dragons, facing Long Zun, he could still be so calm. Just this mentality alone was not comparable to ordinary people. What's going on? Long Zun glanced at Qin Feiyang gloomily, and looked at the Dragon Prince and asked. It's Li Chang, who secretly colluded with him to save Chief Pavilion Master. Prince Dragon's Ancestral Dragon said. This damn bastard, I should have killed him long ago. Long Zun was furious. 3 days ago, Li Chang ran to the Dragon Palace and suggested the execution of the Chief Pavilion Master. You were the one behind it, right? Prince Dragon's Ancestral Dragon looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Originally, I thought of sneaking into the Divine Prison, but it's too dangerous. So on second thought, instead of risking my life to enter the Divine Prison, it's better to use a little trick and let you take the initiative to bring her out of the Divine Prison. Qin Feiyang nodded. What about Yishui and the others? Prince Dragon's Ancestral Dragon said. Do you still remember when you accompanied Yishui back to the courtyard to get the jade pendant? Qin Feiyang asked. Prince Dragon's Ancestral Dragon pondered for a while and said, So the killing intent she showed was because she saw you at that time. Qin Feiyang nodded. Amazing. Your plan is perfect. Gather them all to the cultivation place, save them in one fell swoop, then open the space-time gate and smoothly leave Divine Dragon Island. But what you didn't expect is that the space-time gate can't be opened on Divine Dragon Island. Prince Dragon's Ancestral Dragon said. Chapter 2857. No. I thought of it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You thought of it? This time, it was the Prince of the Dragon's turn to be surprised. Since he had already thought of it, why did he still do it? In this situation, shouldn't he change his plan? Qin Feiyang said, The opportunity is fleeting, I have to make a move. Then you have never thought of a way out? The Prince of the Dragons asked. I'm betting. Betting on whether the space-time gate can be opened. Qin Feiyang said. You're really a gambler. The Prince of the Dragons shook his head. There's nothing I can do about it. If I had a choice, would I bet on this? Qin Feiyang was helpless. The two were originally in a hostile relationship, and this was the first time they officially met, but whether it was their demeanor or tone, they were like old friends for many years. So much so that there wasn't the slightest bit of tension here. The Prince of the Dragons said, What about now? You lost the bet. What do you want to do? What else can I do? I can only perish together with you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Perish together? The Prince of the Dragons was taken aback. Clang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a black iron rod appeared. It was 3 feet long, with 7 star patterns on it, emitting a bright divine light. 7-star rod. Seeing this, Dragon Sovereign and Ancestral Dragon's eyes suddenly flashed with a shocking cold light. This 7-star rod was originally the Wood Dragon Ancestral Dragon's heaven-defying divine weapon. Clang. However, it wasn't over yet. Snowflake and Blood Blade also appeared one after another. 5 heaven-defying divine weapons. The pupils of the people below shrank. 5 divine weapons in one go. This guy was indeed amazing. At the same time, the dragons also looked at Snowflake and Blood Blade in surprise. Where did these heaven-defying divine weapons come from? The most terrifying thing was, the aura emitted by the 5 heaven-defying divine weapons had already exceeded the limit of heaven-defying divine weapons. What do you think will happen if these 5 heaven-defying divine weapons are unsealed and fully awakened? Qin Feiyang looked at the Prince of the Dragons and smiled. As soon as he said this, the people below began to panic. Not to mention 5 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Even if there was only 1 heaven-defying divine artifact, if the seal was really undone, a small place like the Divine Dragon Island would instantly turn into ashes. And the dragons on the island as well as them would definitely not be spared. The Prince of the Dragons narrowed his eyes. The faces of the Dragon Sovereign and the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon were as dark as water. Whoosh! At this moment, another 9 silhouettes arrived one after another. They were the other 9 ancestral dragons. It's you! The Blood Dragon Ancestor Dragon roared and immediately turned into a bloody light, attacking Qin Feiyang. You think you're worthy of fighting me? Qin Feiyang looked over in disdain. The 5 heaven-defying divine artifacts shook violently, releasing a world-destroying might that surged towards the Blood Dragon Ancestral Dragon. Not good. The other ancestral dragons' expressions changed as they hurriedly rushed to the side of the Blood Dragon Ancestral Dragon. Their auras surged out and blasted towards the divine might of the 5 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Rumble! The 2 invisible auras collided like torrents. Retreat! Below. No one knew who roared, but 2 million people immediately fled in all directions in horror. Li Xiaofei was also among them. His eyes were full of shock. He had never thought that this person would actually be Qin Feiyang. Boom! A wave of destructive energy surged out. The entire cultivation ground was instantly razed to the ground, and the airwave was still crazily surging in all directions. Hundreds of figures rushed out of the dust and smoke. These were the imperishable realm experts who had been hiding in the cultivation grounds. Wang Chang was also inside. He shouted, Everyone, hurry up and block this wave of energy. Boom! Hundreds of eternal realm powerhouses released their divine power and formed a barrier, sealing the airwave inside. They're all out. Inside the barrier, Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Chang and the others. There were more than 500 people in total. 300 of them were half-step eternal realm powerhouses. The remaining 200 or so were almost all beginner eternal realm powerhouses. There were also a dozen or so beginner eternal realm powerhouses. But Wang Chang was the only one at the beginner eternal realm. In other words, in addition to the 750 half-step eternal realm powerhouses who died in the east, west, and south, there were a total of 1,300 people in this cultivation ground. However, even the 500 eternal realm powerhouses couldn't block the power of the 5 heaven-defying divine artifacts. The barrier was crazily twisting and cracking. Blood Dragon, Ancestral Dragon, and the others kept retreating under the impact of the divine power, their faces pale. Humph! Suddenly, Longzuan snorted and landed in front of Blood Dragon, Ancestral Dragon, and the others. He raised his arm and slapped. Boom! The divine power of the 5 heaven-defying divine artifacts was actually shattered. Qin Feiyang didn't know Longzuan's cultivation before. He only thought that it was unfathomable. But now he knew. This was a powerhouse at the peak eternal realm. The divine power was shattered. Wang Chang and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They quickly stabilized the barrier to avoid hurting the innocent. Lord Longzuan, kill him. Yes. We have to get rid of him immediately. Because not only did he get these heaven-defying divine artifacts, he also got a lot of divine items in the Nether King's Hell. Blood Dragon, Ancestral Dragon, and the others exclaimed. No way. There's more. Outside the barrier, the 2 million people around were all dumbfounded. Not to mention heaven-defying divine artifacts, even a supreme divine artifact was an extravagant hope for most of them. But Qin Feiyang had more than a dozen heaven-defying divine artifacts by himself. It was really enviable. How many heaven-defying divine artifacts did you get in the Nether King's Hell? Longzuan looked at Qin Feiyang and asked gloomily. Originally, these heaven-defying divine artifacts should have belonged to the dragons, but they were all taken advantage of by this little bastard. Not many. Just 6 heaven-defying divine artifacts and 1 heaven-defying divine art. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Except for the blood demon tower in the hands of the madman, the others were all with Qin Feiyang. What? 6 divine artifacts and 1 divine art. Everyone was shocked, including Wang Chang and the others. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was simply a great fortune. Damn it. Return these divine artifacts to us. Ancestral Dragon roared. Return them to you? Qin Feiyang smiled. He looked at Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon and sneered. Then I want to ask you, do these divine objects have your names imprinted on them? The Nether King's Hell is the world of Sir Dragon God. Everything inside belongs to us dragons, including these divine artifacts. Ancestral Dragon said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang suddenly laughed out loud. This was really the funniest joke he had heard in his life. What are you laughing at? Ancestral Dragon roared. I'm laughing at you for being a frog at the bottom of a well. You think that the Nether King's Hell is really the world of Ice Dragon? Ridiculous. Qin Feiyang shook his head and mocked. What do you mean? The Ancestral Dragons frowned. Let me tell you, the Nether King's Hell has nothing to do with Ice Dragon. And the real owner of the Nether King's Hell is the creator of this world. As for the dragon god that you all worship, he only has the authority to freely enter and exit the Nether King's Hell. Qin Feiyang said lightly. That's impossible. Sir Dragon God has said before that the Nether King's Hell is his world. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon shook his head. If he didn't say that, how could he maintain the great impression in your hearts? Qin Feiyang had a look of disdain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 10 ancestral dragons shook their heads. Longzuan couldn't help but frown. The prince of the dragons standing opposite Qin Feiyang had a trace of doubt in his eyes. Although it's cruel, I still have to say that your dragon god isn't as great as you think. Qin Feiyang sneered. Shut up. I won't allow you to slander him. Longzuan said with a murderous aura. The power of the divine dragon roared and charged towards Qin Feiyang with a destructive aura. Looks like this battle is unavoidable. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed as he looked at the 5 great divine artifacts. Boom! The 5 great heaven-defying divine artifacts only awakened slightly before the barrier formed by Wang Chang and the others was directly shattered. Terrifying divine might gushed out in all directions with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The mountains and rivers continued to collapse. Longzuan's power of the divine dragon was also shattered in an instant as he was sent flying by the divine aura. Oh no! He's really going to unlock the seals of the divine artifacts. A powerhouse in the initial stage of the imperishable realm roared. Do you think I'm joking with you? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly as he looked at the heaven-breaking halberd, seven-star rod and shield of thick earth and shouted, "Unlock the seals." Wait, but then, the Prince of the Dragons spoke. Qin Feiyang looked at the Prince of the Dragons. Even if you let them unlock the seals and destroy the Divine Dragon Island, in the end, you will still die under the blade of the sovereign divine weapon. The Prince of the Dragons said. Qin Feiyang said, "With you dragons as my scapegoat, it's worth dying. Why bother? We can solve it in another way." The Prince of the Dragons said. "Another way?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and said with a smile, "Tell me about it. Let's have a fair fight. If you win, I'll let you leave the Divine Dragon Island. And if you lose, then leave everything behind on the Divine Dragon Island. Including you." The Prince of the Dragons said. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "That's right. I won't kill you because I, the dragons, need talents like you. If you lose, you will follow me, the dragons, and serve me, the dragons, forever. What do you think of this proposal?" The Prince of the Dragons laughed. "Don't kill me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "I heard that your mother deprived me and my ancestors of the bloodline power to help you? Aren't you tempted by the power of the purple gold dragon blood?" "Of course I'm tempted. But I admire you more. If you were deprived of your bloodline power, then your value would be gone. Then why would I let you stay in the dragons? Thus, what I want is you as a person, and not your bloodline power," the Prince of the Dragons said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This Prince of the Dragons was indeed more interesting than the Dragon Sovereign and the 10 great ancestral dragons. "Child, don't mess around." The Dragon Sovereign looked at the Prince of the Dragons and said angrily, "Mother, I'm not messing around. We, the dragons, as the rulers of the ancient world, shouldn't always think of occupying, plundering, and suppressing. What's the difference between these actions and the tyrants of the secular world? So, by doing this, not only will it not make the creatures of the ancient world willingly submit, but it will also cause them to be dissatisfied, disgusted, and disgusted. And in my opinion, only benevolence, morality, and compassion can make them truly support and respect us." The Prince of the Dragons laughed. Chapter 2858. Soft-hearted. What's the difference if you give it to Qin Feiyang like this? Longzuan was furious, and there was a hint of disappointment in his tone. "Mother, this isn't soft-hearted. It's the way of governing the world." The Prince of the Dragons shook his head. "Ridiculous. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. This is the way of governing the world." The dragons shouted. The Prince of the Dragons was silent for a while and didn't say anything else. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and smiled faintly. "Do you dare?" Qin Feiyang looked at Longzuan sarcastically and smiled at the Prince of the Dragons. "It's a fair fight. Why wouldn't I dare?" "All right." The Prince of the Dragons nodded, his eyes full of admiration. He turned to Longzuan and said, "Mother, please send us to the galaxy." "I won't allow such a childish trick," Longzuan said coldly. "Then what do you want, Mother? Do you really want to give up the entire Divine Dragon Island and all the dragons?" The Prince of the Dragons was helpless. "As long as we can kill him, we can start all over again. All ancestral dragons, listen up. Take your people and evacuate the Divine Dragon Island immediately." Longzuan shouted. The 10 ancestral dragons replied respectfully. "Wait." The Prince of the Dragons hurriedly shouted at the 10 ancestral dragons, then looked at Longzuan and said anxiously, "Mother, even if you evacuate your people, what about the resources of the Divine Dragon Island? You know that resources are the foundation of a force. If all the resources of the Divine Dragon Island are destroyed, how many years do you think it will take to recover? Also, don't forget that Qin Feiyang is not alone. Outside the Inner Sea, there are the 8 heaven-defying divine artifacts, Qin Batian, and the Dragon Slayer Palace. Think about it. If we really go to war with them, can our dragons really deal with it? Yes, no. Even if the sovereign divine weapon is used, I'm afraid both sides will suffer losses. So, since there is a better way to solve this problem, why must we go to war? Whether it's the dragons, humans, or beasts, they are all creatures of this continent. I really don't want to see a scene of people dying. The Prince of Dragons sighed. The Divine Dragon Island indeed had a sovereign divine weapon, and the sovereign divine weapon could indeed kill Qin Feiyang. But you have to know, Qin Feiyang had more than one heaven-defying divine tool. If they really went all out, they would only need an instant to destroy the entire Divine Dragon Island. You? Long Zun glared at the Prince of Dragons. Although her face was covered by the mist, one could feel that she was furious. However, regarding the Dragon Prince's performance, Qin Feiyang had a whole new level of respect for him time and time again. He had thought that this prince of the dragon race would be like the dragon sovereign, ruthless and merciless. But who would have thought that he actually had a heart of compassion for the common people? Were they really mother and son? One was selfish and tyrannical by nature, while the other was affectionate and righteous, compassionate and compassionate. The difference was too great. Don't say it. If the dragons were to be led by this prince, the dragons would definitely not be the dragons of today. He would definitely be respected and supported by others. The dragon-slaying palace would not exist. The grudges between him and his ancestors and the dragons would not have arisen. What a pity! This prince was still too young. He did not have the authority to rule the dragons and lead the dragons. Mother, please believe in your son. All the decisions your son has made are for the good of the dragons. The Prince of Dragons looked at Long Zun pleadingly. Nonsense, this is truly nonsense. Long Zun was furious, but he seemed to be helpless as he said, "All right, I promise you. But listen carefully, you can only win, you cannot lose." Thank you, Mother. The Prince of Dragons bowed with a faint smile on his face. That smile was filled with confidence. Also, no need to go to the Star River, just go to the Inner Sea. Long Zun said. Inner Sea? The Prince of Dragons was stunned and frowned. Aren't there a lot of sea beasts in the Inner Sea? Before the war starts, I will transfer them to Divine Dragon Island. Long Zun said. Thank you, Mother. The Prince of Dragons smiled. Ancestral Dragon Black said, Lord Long Zun, Your Highness, if you let Qin Feiyang leave Divine Dragon Island, that is equivalent to letting a tiger return to the mountain. That's right. Lord Dragon God's barrier only covers Divine Dragon Island. Once he leaves Divine Dragon Island, the sky is vast. With Qin Feiyang's ability, he can do whatever he wants. The other ancestral dragons also spoke, because they had the same idea as Long Zun. Since there was this opportunity, even if they had to pay a heavy price, as long as they could get rid of Qin Feiyang, it didn't matter. I have made up my mind, the Prince of Dragons said. Your Highness, please reconsider. The 10 ancestral dragons bowed. Alright, if you really want to lose the entire Divine Dragon Island and all the dragons, then do as you please. The Prince of Dragons was also a little angry. It wasn't easy to convince his mother, but he didn't expect another 10 stubborn old men to run out. The 10 ancestral dragons looked at each other, sighed helplessly, and cupped their hands. We have offended you. I hope your Highness can forgive us. It's fine. The Prince of Dragons waved his hand. Obviously, the Prince of Dragons was still quite dignified among the dragons. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Long Zun swept up Qin Feiyang, the Prince of Dragons, and the 10 ancestral dragons, and descended on the west coast of Divine Dragon Island. The sea was right in front of them with rolling waves. However, no matter how big the waves were, they were unable to rush into Divine Dragon Island. Because on the coastline, there was an invisible barrier that blocked the waves. Qin Feiyang scanned the barrier in the void, and suddenly his heart moved, and he sent a sound transmission. Snowflake, can you open the space-time law and escape? He had forgotten that Snowflake also had the ability to travel through time. No. As soon as it appeared, I tried it in secret. This barrier laid down by the Divine Dragon is not an ordinary barrier, it has the ability to seal the power of law. Snowflake's artifact spirit thought. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Long Zun glanced at Qin Feiyang and said indifferently, Do you still not understand? This is a barrier that was specially set up for you. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled, and he secretly cursed himself for being careless. He had actually overlooked that Long Zun had the ability to spy on others' sound transmissions. Specially set up for me? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then shouldn't I feel honored?" "You should indeed feel honored." Long Zun snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the barrier hidden in the void suddenly appeared. This was an almost transparent barrier, emitting strands of cold air, and also a pure dragon's might. The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon sent a sound transmission. "Lord Long Zun, you have to think carefully, this is your only chance. You all know this child's character. He won't change what he's decided on." Long Zun sighed, and as a stream of divine power poured into the barrier, it immediately opened a gap. "You really want me to leave Divine Dragon Island?" Qin Feiyang glanced at Long Zun. Long Zun's performance today was really too surprising. He originally thought that Long Zun might secretly do something, but he actually didn't. It seemed that the position of the Prince Dragons in Long Zun's heart was not ordinary. But thinking about it, it made sense. Which mother didn't love her children? If today's identity was exchanged, and Long Zun was replaced by Lu Chuyu, and the Prince Dragons was replaced by Qin Feiyang, then Lu Chuyu would definitely follow Qin Feiyang. This was motherly love. "Go out." Long Zun took a deep breath, retreated to the side, and looked at the Prince Dragons and Qin Feiyang. "Please." The Prince Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the Prince Dragons and said, "Are you not afraid that when I go out, I will open the door of time and space or travel through time and space to leave? Then I can only say that I made a mistake, and in the future, you are no longer worthy to be my dragon's opponent." The Prince Dragons smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang smiled, turned around, stepped out of the barrier, and landed in the sky above the distant sea. The cool sea breeze blew on his face. The battle intent in Qin Feiyang's body was already restless. Not to mention anything else, just the character of the Prince Dragons was worthy of his respect. In this battle, he would accompany him to the end. Qin Feiyang, withdraw. Snowflake's artifact spirit transmitted. Withdraw. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, looking at the 5 heaven-defying artifacts, and said, "You guys go to the castle first." "You really want to fight?" Snowflake was stunned. Honesty is a person's basic principle. Qin Feiyang laughed. "You talk about honesty with the dragons? Are you stupid?" Snowflake was secretly annoyed. It's not about honesty with the dragons, it's just the Prince Dragons alone. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the 5 heaven-defying artifacts into the Black Tortoise realm. Shwa. At this time, the Prince Dragons also walked out of the barrier and stood opposite Qin Feiyang. "Not bad. I didn't make a mistake. If you really want to leave, no one can stop you now." The Prince Dragons smiled. "Then let's begin." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. At this time, Wang Chang and the others also rushed over, as well as the 2 million disciples. Other than that, the various races of the dragons also came one after another. Among them were a few familiar faces. For example, the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan, the Patriarch, and so on. "Lord Ancestral Dragon, what's going on?" The Patriarch of the Black Dragon clan glanced at Qin Feiyang and the Prince Dragons, then turned to look at the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon suspiciously. "Nonsense. This is simply nonsense." The Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon snorted coldly. "He is Qin Feiyang?" Although Qin Feiyang had been to the Inland Sea several times, he had never entered the Divine Dragon Island. So there were many dragons who saw Qin Feiyang for the first time. Especially some young dragons, their eyes were full of curiosity. The crack on the barrier had already closed. The Dragon Sovereign stood in front of the barrier, looking at Qin Feiyang and the Prince Dragons, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. On the sea, the wind gradually rose and the waves rolled. This was caused by the aura of Qin Feiyang and the Prince Dragons. They slowly released their aura. The battle was about to start. Since it was a fair battle, the Prince Dragons naturally wouldn't use his initial imperishable stage cultivation. Boom. When the Prince Dragon's aura soared to the peak 9th heaven stage, it suddenly stopped. Qin Feiyang's aura had also soared to the peak state. Crash. The sea here was already swept by a storm, and huge waves covered the sky. Chapter 28:59. Swish. Suddenly, as if they had discussed this beforehand, the two rushed towards each other at the same time. Huge waves hit them, and the seawater instantly evaporated. Both of them had already put away their lazy attitude, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Boom! In an instant. When the two met, they raised their fists and threw a punch at each other. The two fists collided fiercely. A terrifying and destructive aura surged in all directions like a torrent. Hundreds of thousands of miles of sea area boiled in an instant. At the same time, Long Zun appeared above the barrier and waved her hands in the air. At that moment, the entire inland sea, whether it was the sea beasts at the bottom of the sea or the sea beasts on the various islands, all felt an invisible force descending. The next moment, all the sea beasts appeared above Divine Dragon Island. The densely packed sea beasts all had bewildered looks on their faces. Wasn't this Divine Dragon Island? Looking at the battle between Qin Feiyang and the Prince of Dragons, they suddenly understood. It turned out that Long Zun was protecting them. This was new. Long Zun was actually protecting these weak sea beasts? Actually, Long Zun wasn't protecting them. Although the Prince of Dragons didn't want to hurt the sea beasts in the inland sea, Long Zun didn't have such thoughts. In her eyes, these sea beasts were just ants. If they died, she could just go to other sea areas to catch them. The reason why she moved these sea beasts was out of consideration for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's slaughter zone was well known to the world. Especially the dragons, they had been repeatedly killed by the slaughter zone to the point that they couldn't fight back. So, Long Zun moved these sea beasts because she didn't want Qin Feiyang to have a chance to activate the slaughter zone. Above the sea, Qin Feiyang and the Prince of Dragons' fists collided, and the power kept rushing to the other side. Long hair fluttered in the wind, and their clothes fluttered. Neither of them had any expression on their faces, but there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Qin Feiyang was quite confident in his physical body and strength. Apart from the Blood Demon clan and Wang Ming, he wasn't afraid of anyone in this regard. But what he didn't expect was that the body and strength of the Prince of Dragons were actually on par with his. Similarly, the princes of the dragons were the same. In the past, he had specially tempered his physical body, so he was very confident in the strength of his physical body. Moreover, his true form was a mystical dragon. The physical body of a divine dragon was naturally stronger than that of a human. But this human's physical body and strength were actually comparable to his? It seemed that this person's reputation was not undeserved. Boom! Both of them exerted their strength at the same time. Their strength surged out from their arms and blasted towards each other. Immediately, their bodies shook, and their feet staggered at the same time. Then they fell back. Amazing! The Prince of the Dragon's bright eyes flickered with divine light. You're not bad either, Qin Feiyang said. Before he finished speaking, the two of them rushed out at the same time and attacked each other. Bang! Bang! There weren't any fancy moves, but every punch hit the flesh. There was also the battle awareness and experience. The Prince of the Dragons' battle awareness surprised Qin Feiyang. Logically speaking, this Prince of the Dragons had been cultivating in seclusion in the Dragon Palace all day. He shouldn't have experienced many battles. But now, the battle awareness and experience displayed by the Prince of the Dragons were actually not inferior to his. Although I have been cultivating at the same time, I have also been fighting with my other self. The Prince of the Dragons seemed to have seen through Qin Feiyang's doubts and said, "Your other self?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right." The Prince of the Dragons nodded. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "You will know in the future." After the Prince of the Dragons finished speaking, he took a very strange step and instantly appeared behind Qin Feiyang. Then he punched towards Qin Feiyang's back. "Auxiliary divine art?" Qin Feiyang murmured. Boom! He took out the Heavenly Dragon 9 steps and instantly disappeared in front of the Prince of the Dragons. "Interesting," the Prince of the Dragons whispered. Without any hesitation, he turned around and punched out. As expected, Qin Feiyang was right behind him. The Prince of the Dragons was still able to react at such a fast speed. Furthermore, he was able to determine that Qin Feiyang was behind him. This kind of consciousness could no longer be described as terrifying. Boom! The two once again punched each other and immediately separated. Their speed was unleashed to the extreme as they crazily clashed in the air above the sea. Those below the Nine Heavens realm couldn't see their figures at all. They could only hear the sounds of collision and the flames that appeared when they collided. However, people like Long Zun, the ancestral dragons, and Wang Chong could clearly see the two. This Qin Feiyang is getting more and more terrifying. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said in a deep voice. Yeah. What was his cultivation level before entering the Nether King's hell? But in just a short 200 years, he actually stepped into the peak Nine Heavens realm. At this speed, I'm afraid it won't be long before he enters the imperishable realm. When he enters the imperishable realm and opens the slaughter zone, he won't even need a divine artifact to fight with us. The fire dragon and the ancestral dragon were worried. What do you mean he can fight with us? I'm afraid that even if he doesn't use a divine artifact, we will only be killed in seconds. The black dragon ancestral dragon said. Hearing this, the fire dragon, the ancestral dragon, and the others were stunned. That's right. When the slaughter zone was opened to a certain level, it could even crush a divine artifact. And they couldn't even block a divine artifact. Naturally, it could crush them too. Thinking of this, their hearts became extremely heavy. Lord Long Zun, no matter what, we have to get rid of him today. The black dragon ancestral dragon said. Long Zun looked at Qin Feiyang and the Prince of the Dragons in silence. Fuck you. This guy is Qin Feiyang. Li Xiaofei stood in the crowd and looked at Qin Feiyang cursing. Li Xiaofei, you're so close to Qin Feiyang. Are you also his accomplice? A young man next to him stared at Li Xiaofei and asked. Li Xiaofei's expression changed. He looked at the young man and said in a low voice, Bastard, don't talk nonsense. You'll get me killed. Am I really talking nonsense? If you're not his accomplice, why are you living next door to him? The young man sneered. Damn you, don't slander me. Living next door to him means I'm his accomplice? The hundreds of thousands of people in the Dragon God Palace in the north all came from the north with Qin Feiyang. Are they also Qin Feiyang's accomplices? Li Xiaofei stared speechlessly at the young man, then looked at Qin Feiyang again and muttered, If I knew he was Qin Feiyang, would I dare to live next door to him? Above the sea, the battle became more and more intense. Wherever the two went, the void shattered and the waves surged. Swish. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void not far away. 5 figures walked out of the crack one after another. Qin Badian, Lu Xingyang, Mermaid Emperor, Black Wing Emperor, White Wing Emperor, Longzuan, the 10 ancestral dragons, Wang Chong, and a group of Eternal Realm experts immediately looked at the 5 people with cold light in their eyes. Because they were worried about Qin Feiyang's safety, Qin Badian and the others had been staying in the northern inland sea. Lu Ziyang, Mermaid Emperor, Black Wing Emperor, and White Wing Emperor. Although they didn't know Qin Feiyang had sneaked into Divine Dragon Island at first, Qin Badian later told them. Compared to Qin Baishan's reaction, they were very shocked and angry. So, they stayed on the coast of the northern inland sea and paid attention to the movements of Divine Dragon Island. In other words, they were attracted by the fluctuations of the battle. So it's Feiyang who is fighting here. Qin Badian glanced at Longzuan and the others, then looked at the battlefield and nodded. He should be the legendary Prince of Dragons. Lu Xingyang looked at the Prince of Dragons with a trace of surprise in his eyes. This young man was a bit powerful. Besides him, who else in the younger generation of dragons can fight with Feiyang? Qin Badian laughed. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had already come out of Divine Dragon Island, he was relieved. As long as he left Divine Dragon Island, he would have a way to save Qin Feiyang. But looking at the situation now, it seemed that he didn't need to do anything. It was just that, why would Feiyang fight with the Prince of Dragons? Logically speaking, shouldn't Longzuan and the 10 ancestral dragons personally take action to remove Feiyang, this thorn in their side? But now, they were all standing inside the barrier and watching silently? What was going on? Qin Feiyang and the Prince of Dragons also sensed the arrival of Qin Batian and the others. The two separated tacitly and looked at Qin Batian and the others. Qin Batian, Lu Zhang, Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, White-Winged Emperor. The Prince of Dragons glanced at them one by one. Sure enough, they were not a group of ordinary people. Especially Qin Batian. He was like a natural emperor, making people involuntarily want to worship him. Although he had long known about Qin Batian and the others, and also knew about the deeds of Qin Batian and the others, this was the first time he officially met them. This time, it left a deep impression on him. Similarly, it was also the first time Qin Feiyang saw the Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, and White-Winged Emperor in person. He was still very unfamiliar with the three of them. However, seeing the arrival of the five ancestors, his heart felt more at ease. Of course, he could not lose to the Prince of Dragons, because he could not embarrass the two ancestors. Let's continue. Qin Feiyang did not say a word to Qin Batian and the others. He turned to look at the Prince of Dragons and said, "Okay." The Prince of Dragons nodded. The two of them unleashed their auras and attacked each other again. The battle instantly became white-hot, and the sky here darkened. The wind was raging, and the sky was trembling. Although they did not use their divine power, divine arts, or divine weapons, the terrifying waves that filled the air were enough to instantly injure a peak 9th Heaven Realm expert. This was their strength. Under the undead realm, they were invincible kings. Everyone thought that the battle between the two of them would end soon. But the two of them seemed to be testing each other and did not use their full strength. This contest of physical strength lasted for an entire hour, and both sides were equally matched. There were many wounds on both of their bodies. But for them, these injuries were nothing. Qin Feiyang's purple gold dragon blood had a strong recovery ability. Coupled with the flame of life, not to mention some superficial wounds, even serious injuries could be quickly healed. The Prince of Dragons was the same. He had the heavenly dragon power, and its recovery ability was not inferior to the purple gold dragon blood. In other words, the two of them were evenly matched in terms of strength and ability. Chapter 2860. The wind swept across millions of miles of the sea, and the rolling waves covered the sky. The two of them charged into the sky, collapsing the sky, and then into the bottom of the sea, stirring up the sea in all directions. However, although the battle was extremely fierce, there was a smile on both of their faces. This kind of smile seemed to have met a confidant. Boom! The two of them once again punched each other. Whether it was the Prince of Dragons or Qin Feiyang, they both spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. However, between their eyebrows, there was not the slightest sign of weakness, and their battle intent was endless. "It's about time to warm up," Qin Feiyang said. Next, bring out your true ability and fight with all you've got." The Prince of Dragons nodded. After fighting for half an hour, it's actually just a warm-up? When people like Li Xiaofei heard the words of the two, they were all stunned. This half an hour of fierce battle, everyone witnessed it with their own eyes. Although they had only activated their support-type divine arts and did not use any other divine weapons or divine arts, each of their attacks was fatal. Every moment of collision was also soul-stirring. Could be said that a little carelessness or a little slower reaction, and one of them would lose their life. In their opinion, this was already very terrifying. But they did not expect that the two of them would actually say that it was just a warm-up. If the warm-up was already so strong, then how terrifying would the real battle be? These two were monsters. Boom. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, divine power immediately broke out of their bodies and blasted in all directions. The terrifying destructive force suddenly swept in all directions, and the void in this area collapsed crazily. The sea below even set off huge waves. Heavenly Dragon's secret art, moon slashing. The Prince of Dragons' eyes were like torches, and with a low roar, a milky white light sword appeared in the sky. This light sword was 1,000 feet long, exuding a sharp edge that could destroy heaven and earth. This was impressively a supreme divine technique. Divine Dragon Seal. Qin Feiyang's eyes were also as bright as the stars. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a blood light rushed into the sky. In an instant, a 1,000-meter-long divine seal appeared in the sky. After taking the pill given to him by Qin Badian, the divine dragon seal also changed color. In the past, the divine dragon seal was purple gold in color and had a sacred aura. At this moment, the divine dragon seal was completely crimson in color, as if it was formed by a combination of baleful aura and blood qi. A single look at it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. This is also a supreme-tier divine art. Someone muttered, "Rumble." The two supreme-grade divine arts, carrying with them the power to destroy the world, fiercely collided. The world instantly lost its color. Milky white divine light and blood-red light filled every corner of the room. Their bodies trembled as they spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Even the power of the deity technique is the same? Everyone was stunned. If they continued to fight like this, how would they be able to determine the winner? Heavenly dragon art, divine moon. While everyone was still in shock, the prince of the dragons made another move, pointing at the sky. The sun immediately disappeared, and the earth fell into darkness. What happened? Isn't it morning? Why is it so dark? Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with suspicion. Boom! In the next moment, a vast and mighty aura erupted from the top of the clouds. This aura was also filled with a sacred aura. Following closely, above the pitch-black sky, wisps of milky white light emerged. As soon as this light appeared, it became more and more dazzling. Finally, a huge round moon appeared at the top of the clouds. At that moment, the world here was shrouded in a milky white light. It was like a real round moon. However, although it looked beautiful, it was filled with a great sense of danger. Qin Feiyang felt it the most clearly. The power of this round moon was probably enough to kill any 9 heavens realm. However, he was not afraid at all. Similarly, Qin Feiyang pointed at the sky. Blood clouds suddenly appeared in the upper half of the sky. Following closely, a blood-red statue appeared. This was the third move of the divine dragon art, 9-5 supreme tier. On one side, the divine moon was resplendent, and on the other side, blood light surged. The two separated the sky into two halves, opposing each other as equals. The world here was once again shrouded in blood light and milky white light. The terrifying divine power was like a tide, drowning in all directions. Although the divine dragon island had a barrier, the humans, divine dragons, and sea beasts inside could not help but feel fear. These two divine arts could be considered as the strongest killing techniques apart from the heaven-defying divine arts. Divine Moon Fall. The dragon's prince's figure was tall and straight, as handsome as jade, like a god. He gently pressed his finger. That round of divine moon immediately fell from the top of the sky. "Shatter it," Qin Feiyang also said softly. Clang. The statue raised the broken sword in his hand and slashed at the divine moon. The two divine arts collided once again, erupting with a dazzling light and a deafening rumble. The two spat out another mouthful of blood. Strong. Then what's next? The dragon's prince's eyes were incomparably sharp, and the power of the heavenly dragon roared out. A total of 90 heavenly dragons appeared in the sky, each lifelike, and their dragon power shook the world. Heavenly dragon art, heavenly dragon subdues demons. The dragon's prince waved his hand, and the 90 heavenly dragons roared in the sky and swooped down toward Qin Feiyang. Their auras were firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. With their auras locked onto Qin Feiyang could not avoid and could only meet them head-on. This is too strong. The aura of each heavenly dragon has already reached the peak of the divine arts. Can Qin Feiyang take it? The humans on the island began to discuss. If he can't even take it, can he still be called Qin Feiyang? Qin Badian laughed. As expected, Qin Feiyang did not have the slightest bit of nervousness on his face. Clang. The next moment, Qin Feiyang took a step forward, and waves of sword qi rushed out of his body like a tide. In the void above, 90 flaming sword shadows suddenly appeared. The sharpness and aura of these sword shadows had also reached the peak of the divine arts. This person is indeed powerful. Everyone's pupils contracted. Clang. With the intertwining sound of swords and dragon roars, 90 sword shadows and 90 heavenly dragons crazily fought in the sky. At this moment, the sky was full of sword shadows and heavenly dragons flying and roaring. A rain of light sprinkled down, gorgeous and dazzling, but full of danger, because each drop of this rain of light was enough to kill a perfect 9 heavens realm. The void had already turned into chaos. In the sea below, the seawater also instantly evaporated. In the sea further away, the waves covered the sky and covered the earth, but they could not get close to this area, because as long as they got close, they would also evaporate in an instant. In the sky, the heavenly dragons and sword shadows crazily fought. Below, the Prince of Dragons and Qin Feiyang stood facing the wind, smiling at each other. "Your strength really surprises me more and more," the Prince of Dragons said. "Your strength also surprises me. This heavenly dragon secret art should be created by you," Qin Feiyang said. "That's right." The Prince of Dragons nodded and asked, "Then what about this sword shadow? Is it also created by you?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "That's why I'm not as good as you." "You're really modest." The Prince of Dragons smiled and said, "Don't hide it, take out your true abilities." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Heavenly Dragon Unification. The Prince of Dragons opened his mouth, and the 90 heavenly dragons immediately merged into one. Immediately, a huge dragon appeared out of nowhere, and the dragon's might soared to another level. "I'll go. Is this the rhythm of a heaven-defying divine arts?" Everyone was shocked. Heaven-defying divine arts? That's impossible. However, this heavenly dragon unification is already invincible. I'm afraid that other than the heaven-defying divine arts, no one can compete with it. It's hard to say. After all, his opponent is Qin Feiyang. Everyone expressed their opinions and discussed in low voices. Heavenly Dragon Unification. Above the sea, Qin Feiyang looked at the huge dragon, and the smile in his eyes became even stronger. Then he looked at the Prince of Dragons and said, "We are really fated." "Why do you say that?" the Prince of Dragons asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang did not answer, and spat out a few words with a smile. 9 returned to 1. The 90 sword shadows also instantly merged into one. Clang. A sword shadow of 10,000 feet appeared, its sharpness destroying the world. "Ha! As expected, it's fate." The Prince of Dragons laughed. Even the moves were the same. If this wasn't fate, then what was? This Qin Feiyang, I really underestimated him in the past. Yeah. Originally, I thought that other than the heaven-defying divine artifact and the heaven-defying divine arts, his own strength wasn't that great. But I didn't think that his own strength would be so strong. You're not the only one. Ask the people here who didn't think so before. They all thought that the reason he was so arrogant was because of the heaven-defying divine artifacts. But now I know that even without those heaven-defying divine artifacts, he actually has the ability to be arrogant. Everyone looked at the sword shadow in shock. The power of the sword shadow was not any weaker than the dragon. Clang. The two ultimate killing moves were like two fierce beasts clashing together. Destructive shockwaves exploded. The Divine Dragon Island was fine because of the Ice Dragon's barrier. Qin Beishan's group of 5 was fine as well. After all, they were all Undead Realm experts. But the northern inland sea was almost destroyed. Even Feng Deji, who was guarding the northern coast, could feel the waves of battle that were surging towards him. This is indeed the young master's aura. But who is fighting the young master? The heavenly dragon's power is so pure. Could it be the Princess of Dragons? But is the Princess of Dragons that strong? Wait. It can't be the Prince of Dragons. The Prince of Dragons is an undead realm expert. Feng Daji was shocked. He looked at the depths of the sea and wanted to go and take a look. But his task was to guard this place. So, he didn't dare to leave. Whoosh, whoosh. The shock waves were getting stronger. The wind was blowing and the waves were rolling. But the shockwaves were blocked by the power of the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts and didn't affect the Dragon God Mountain. Feng Daji, the fire lotus, Hui, and the five-clawed golden dragon had 8 heaven-defying divine artifacts. They could not only seal the dragons, but also seal the shock waves of the battle in the inland sea. So, no matter how terrifying the battle was in the inland sea, it wouldn't hurt the creatures in the west, south, east, and north, unless the sovereign divine weapon was involved. But the dragons couldn't control this sovereign divine weapon except the ice dragon. So, the creatures in the divine land were absolutely safe. Chapter 2861. At the same time, Hui, Fire Lotus, and Five-Clawed Golden Dragon also sensed the battle fluctuations. There was a trace of worry in their eyes. However, they didn't enter the inland sea. Clang. The sword shadow and the dragon continued to collide. Every time they collided, a dazzling divine light would blossom as well as a deafening sound. Are they on par again? Ancestral Dragon murmured. Ancestral Dragon of Blood Dragon said in a deep voice, Qin Feiyang's strength is more than this. That's right. The woman in white nodded. Recalling the scene that happened outside the forest of gods and demons, she couldn't help but shudder. Eye of Heaven, 3,000 incarnations, that was Qin Feiyang's real trump card. The other mystical dragons of the dragon tribe were very optimistic when they saw this. Although it seemed that the two were evenly matched, in the heart of the dragons, they all believed that the Prince of Dragons would win. However, the various ancestral dragons knew very well that it wouldn't be easy to defeat Qin Feiyang. They even felt that the Prince of Dragons was a bit arrogant when he suppressed his cultivation to the 9th heaven realm. Kacha. After 100 breaths of confrontation, the sword shadow of the dragon's hands shattered. Qin Feiyang and the Prince of Dragons were both shaken to the point of retreating, blood gushing out. What a good 9-9-1. Don't tell me that you also inherited this move from someone else. The Prince of Dragons wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Qin Feiyang. I created this move myself. But compared to you, it's still far from enough. After all, I have never created a complete divine art. Qin Feiyang laughed. It's just that you find it troublesome. With your comprehension and talent, isn't it easy to create a divine art? The Prince of Dragons smiled faintly. Praising me like this, aren't you afraid that I will be proud? Qin Feiyang said. I really hope that you will be proud, because proud people are usually very arrogant. Arrogant people are the easiest to deal with. Unfortunately, you are not. The Prince of the Dragons felt regretful. Alright, sorry to disappoint you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Prince of the Dragons smiled and said, Since we've reached this point, there's no need to hide anymore. Let's take out our real trump card. I'm looking forward to your trump card. Qin Feiyang smiled. I'm looking forward to your performance too. After the Dragon Prince spoke, the heavenly dragon energy in his body erupted like a volcano. Heavenly Dragon Domain. As these words rang out, a barrier appeared out of thin air, instantly enveloping the entire area. Qin Feiyang was also trapped inside. Immediately, his cultivation base began to plummet. 9 heaven stage perfection, 9 heaven stage greater success, 9 heaven stage minor success, 9 heaven stage initial success. In the end, he fell directly to the half 9 heavens realm. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. This heavenly dragon domain was actually exactly the same as the lunatic's blood fiend domain. Swish. Just as Qin Feiyang was distracted, the Prince of the Dragons suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and slapped a palm onto Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang flew out on the spot, his entire chest caved in, and his 5 internal organs were shattered. A palm heavily injured him. Powerful. The humans, dragons, and sea beasts of Divine Dragon Island were all incomparably shocked. It actually caused Qin Feiyang to instantly fall by 5 small realms, and the gap in cultivation base was instantly widened. The ability of this heavenly dragon domain was too terrifying. One was a half 9 heavens realm, the other was a great circle 9 heavens realm. Did Qin Feiyang still have a chance of winning? I heard from the ancestral dragon that the lunatics people also have this kind of divine art, right? The Prince of the Dragons did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, and looked at Qin Feiyang as he asked. Qin Feiyang stabilized his body, and the bloodline power in his body quickly repaired his damaged 5 internal organs. That's right. And it's also self-created. Qin Feiyang nodded. I'm really looking forward to fighting with him. I'm even more looking forward to the two of you joining my dragons. The Prince of the Dragons smiled slightly and took another step forward, instantly landing behind Qin Feiyang and punched towards Qin Feiyang's back. This kind of perception of cultivation base, in addition to the Prince of the Dragons activating the auxiliary divine art, Qin Feiyang was unable to counterattack. Because now, he was completely unable to keep up with the Prince of the Dragon's speed. In other words, he could only take a beating now. With a crack, his bones shattered, and his back caved in. Although he was heavily injured twice in a row, his eyes did not show any signs of weakness. But the corners of his mouth were pursed into a bitter smile. This kind of ability really made people despair. How did this Prince of the Dragons and senior brother lunatic think of creating this kind of divine art? If it was someone else, they would not have the strength to resist at all. Don't tell me that this makes you helpless. If that's the case, then I'm really going to be disappointed. The Prince of the Dragons charged towards Qin Feiyang's back, and the heavenly dragon power emitted an aura of destruction. Don't worry, I won't let you down, Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Accompanied by a dragon roar, the battle soul appeared, and the Eye of Heaven was directly activated. A heavenly dragon domain was immediately replicated. The Prince of the Dragon's cultivation base also instantly fell to the half-step 9th heaven realm. At the same time, Qin Feiyang turned around, and with the heavenly dragon 9 steps, he swept behind the Prince of the Dragons, and the power of the dragon surged out and punched towards the Prince of the Dragon's back. It was worth mentioning. At the same time when Qin Feiyang swept behind the Prince of the Dragons, Qin Baishan's group of 5, Dragon Sovereign, the various ancestral dragons, and Wang Chang's group of experts seemed to have discovered something, and their pupils shrank slightly. I already knew that you have the Eye of Heaven. Qin Feiyang's speed was fast, but the Prince of the Dragon's speed wasn't slow either. With a move of his feet, he dodged Qin Feiyang's fist. In other words, I know all of your methods. However, you know nothing about my strength. So it'll be difficult for you to hurt me. The Prince of the Dragons spoke again. Is that so? Qin Feiyang's voice resounded in the void. The Prince of the Dragons was shocked, and when he turned around, he saw Qin Feiyang standing in front of him. Wait a minute. Wasn't Qin Feiyang behind him? He turned around, and there was another Qin Feiyang behind him, too. Just as the Prince of the Dragons was stunned, Qin Feiyang struck out with lightning speed, and his palm struck the Prince of the Dragon's chest. The Prince of the Dragon's chest suddenly caved in, and his internal organs were shattered. At the same time, the Qin Feiyang behind him punched the Prince of the Dragon's back again. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the Prince of the Dragon's back also caved in. That injury was exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's previous injury. Isn't this the injury? The two Qin Feiyang spoke at the same time. 3,000 incarnations? The Prince of the Dragons frowned. You even know about the 3,000 incarnations? It seems that you really know me very well. Qin Feiyang said. Of course I know about the 3,000 incarnations, but when did you activate it? The Prince of the Dragons was suspicious. Before, he didn't notice it at all. Just the moment when I rushed behind you. Because I also know that you know my means. If you want to return the favor, it won't be that easy. So, the moment I rushed behind you, I activated the 3,000 incarnations. And at the same time I activated the 3,000 incarnations, I also activated the concealment technique. I let the incarnations attack you from behind, and I used the concealment technique to run in front of you. That's the whole process. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. The Prince of the Dragons suddenly understood. This battle consciousness, this on-the-spot reaction, it was too terrifying. Even he didn't notice it. However, Qin Badian, Long Zun, and the others had noticed it before. At that time, their reaction was because they saw Qin Feiyang activating the 3,000 incarnations. But they didn't say anything. Qin Baishan's group of 5 certainly wouldn't remind the Prince of the Dragons, because they were opponents. As for Long Zun and the others, They knew that if they reminded the Prince of the Dragons, not only would the Prince of the Dragons not be grateful to them, but it would also make him dissatisfied. This was the pride of the Prince of the Dragons. He would not allow anyone to interfere in his battle with Qin Feiyang. Hearing Qin Feiyang's explanation, the Prince of the Dragons not only wasn't depressed, but also laughed. And he laughed very happily. Finally, he met a decent opponent. Let me experience the full power of these 3,000 incarnations. His eyes were filled with boiling battle intent. Alright. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 3,000 incarnations all appeared, surrounding the Prince of the Dragons. Qin Feiyang roared. The 3,000 incarnations immediately activated the Divine Dragon Seal, and the terrifying divine power shook all directions, bombarding the Prince of the Dragons. 3,000 Divine Dragon Seals, what kind of scene was this? Except for Long Zun and the other undead stage powerhouses, no human, sea beast, or divine dragon had the confidence to take this attack. But the Prince of the Dragons glanced at the 3,000 incarnations, but his eyes were like the bright moon, becoming brighter and brighter. These 3,000 incarnations were indeed invincible. No wonder even the ancestral dragon was terrified in Hades' hell. The corners of the Prince of the Dragons' mouth suddenly lifted. From between his eyebrows, strands of sacred light surged out. God's domain open? As the Prince of the Dragons spoke, a white domain slowly unfolded. At this moment, an astonishing scene appeared. Even Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The 3,000 Divine Dragon Seals, the moment they blasted into the domain, they all automatically collapsed. It was like a small stone falling into the sea. It did not cause any waves and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Qin Badian and the others also looked at this scene in shock. That's right. Qin Feiyang has the 3,000 Divine Dragon Seals and the Eye of Heaven, but His Highness also has the God's domain. In the God's domain, His Highness is a God who controls fate, and no attack can get close to him. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said excitedly. With the God's domain, His Highness will not lose. The other ancestral dragons also became excited when they saw the God's domain. God's domain? What's this thing? But those who didn't know had a look of suspicion. The Prince of the Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. The God's domain is one of my innate divine abilities. Innate divine ability? Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was such an innate divine ability in the world? It's very surprising, right? Actually, when I opened the God's domain, I was also very surprised. Because I have never heard of such an innate divine ability. At first, I also thought that this innate divine ability shouldn't be very strong. But the result was greatly beyond my expectations. Because the power of the God's domain is not inferior to the 10 heaven-defying battle souls. The Prince of the Dragons smiled confidently. Chapter 2862. It's not any weaker than the top 10 fighting souls. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The power of the realm of God can be summed up in one sentence. Divine arts are nullified. The Prince of Dragons said. Divine arts are nullified. Qin Feiyang's face changed. Qin Batian, Lu Zhiang, the Mermaid Emperor, the Black-Winged Emperor, and the White-Winged Emperor were all shocked. They did not expect it to be such an incredible power. It was like the Eye of Nothingness. The Eye of Nothingness that Lu Jijin had activated back then had such an ability. The only difference was, the Eye of Nothingness nullified the fighting souls. The realm of God nullified the divine arts. The two types of innate divine abilities could be considered to have achieved the same result through different means. What kind of monster was this? The gifted superpowers that he activated did not belong to the top 10 fighting souls, but its power was comparable to the top 10 fighting souls? That's why your 3,000 clones are completely useless against me. The Prince of Dragons smiled and used his auxiliary divine arts. With the realm of God, he quickly approached Qin Feiyang. Sush. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang did not hesitate and retreated with his 3,000 incarnations. The Prince of Dragons obviously wanted to shroud him and his 3,000 incarnations in the realm of God. Once they were shrouded in the realm of God, they would not even have the chance to use their divine arts. I don't believe that there is such a powerful gifted superpower. Everyone, let's try again. One of the incarnations suddenly said, "That's right. If it doesn't belong to the top 10 fighting souls, how can it be on par with the top 10 fighting souls?" The other incarnations roared in anger. What's going on? These doppelgangers of his actually have independent consciousness? What the hell? Hearing the 3,000 incarnations speak, the sea beasts, humans, and divine dragons on the island were in disbelief. They had not fought with Qin Feiyang and did not know the meaning of the 3,000 incarnations. In their eyes, they were just incarnations. How could the incarnations have independent consciousness? What the hell? However, no one gave them an explanation. Those who were in the know, such as the revered dragon, the various ancestral dragons, and Qin Badian, were all paying close attention to the battlefield. Because in their hearts, victory was the most important thing. Ding! Accompanied by loud and clear dragon roars, the 3,000 incarnations all activated the divine dragon seal. The divine dragon roar was the supreme ruler. 3,000 incarnations meant 9,000 divine arts. Densely packed, they filled half the sky. This scene shocked everyone present. So many deity arts, this was too terrifying. Most importantly, even if it was just the incarnation, the 3 moves of the Dragon God technique were not any weaker than Qin Feiyang's original body. If they were in Qin Feiyang's shoes, would they have any chance of winning? No, it shouldn't be said that he had no chance of winning. Or should I say, would he be able to escape from these 3,000 incarnations? If it had been them, they would have had no choice but to flee in the face of these 3,000 incarnations. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying Qin Feiyang was. Kill! The 3,000 incarnations roared, and the 9,000 divine arts immediately carried the power to destroy the world, majestically charging towards the Prince of the Dragons. However, facing these 9,000 divine arts, the Prince of the Dragons had a smile on his face, and his expression was calm. There was not the slightest trace of worry. And he did not stop. However, perhaps he wanted the 3,000 incarnations to be more realistic and to experience the power of the god's domain more vividly. He slowed down and walked towards Qin Feiyang and the 3,000 incarnations step by step. Finally, the 9,000 divine arts blasted into the god's domain, one after another. But the result was no exception. The moment the 9,000 divine arts entered the god's domain, they directly dissipated. It can really be nullified. The 3,000 incarnations were dumbfounded. This kind of heaven-defying ability was indeed comparable to the 10 heaven-defying battle souls. 3,000 incarnations, in a sense, is already equivalent to a heaven-defying divine art. But after all, it's not a heaven-defying divine art. The Prince of the Dragons shook his head, and 90 dragons roared out, carrying a great dragon might as they charged towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Heaven-defying divine art? Listening to this god's domain can't nullify the heaven-defying divine art. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Was the Prince of the Dragons deliberately reminding him? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang raised his hand and waved, and a bloody light suddenly swept out from his fingertips. Boom! With the appearance of this bloody light, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly emerged in this world. Kill formula. Since entering hell, he had not activated the 6-word divine art again. Now there was a sense of strangeness. Be careful. This is the kill formula. When Long Zun saw the bloody light, his face immediately changed and finally couldn't help but remind. This is the kill formula. When the Prince of the Dragons heard this, his eyes immediately locked onto the bloody light, and his heart was quite shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying murderous aura. At the same time, there seemed to be some expectation in his eyes. The kill formula was a heaven-defying divine art, and of course, it would not let him down. Although there was only a wisp of the bloody light, it contained a terrifying destructive power. The 90 sky dragons had no resistance at all and were shattered one by one. In the blink of an eye, the 90 sky dragons were all shattered, and the bloody light swept out of the god's domain like a bolt of lightning. This time, it did not disappear. The bloody light carried a shocking murderous aura and went straight for the Prince of the Dragons. At this moment, the Prince of the Dragons also felt a fatal threat. If he was hit by the bloody light, there would be no accident and he would definitely die on the spot. Don't be careless. Long Zun could not help but remind again. She had personally experienced the kill formula more than once, so she knew how terrifying it was. If he was careless, the outcome would be his body being crushed. Facing any opponent, I will not be careless, not to mention the opponent now is Qin Feiyang. The Prince of the Dragons whispered. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a ray of milky white divine light burst out. This ray of divine light was completely different from the bloody light. The bloody light contained a monstrous murderous aura, like a peerless god of death. But the Prince of the Dragon's ray of divine light was filled with an incomparably sacred aura, like a god had descended. Qin Feiyang stared at the divine light for the first time. This sacred aura seemed to have a kind of power that could purify all evil. The bloody light's murderous aura was actually wiped out by a bit. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, the bloody light collided with the divine light. Heaven and earth immediately fell into darkness for a moment. Following closely, the monstrous bloody light and the milky white divine light exploded in the void. A destructive wave of air immediately swept out in all directions like a tide. Qin Badian and the other four involuntarily retreated. Divine Dragon Island's barrier was also revealed under the impact of this wave of air. Heaven-defying divine arts and heaven-defying divine artifacts were on the same level. Although it was only a wisp of bloody light, although it was only a ray of divine light, it was already comparable to a heaven-defying divine artifact that had not been awakened. This kind of power could be imagined. The Prince of the Dragon's god's domain directly disintegrated. But, seeing the god's domain shatter, the 3,000 incarnations' murderous intent surged. Chirp, chirp. The 3 moves of the dragon's technique and the 4 moves of the fire phoenix technique instantly evolved, densely packed together, like a group of wild beasts, and charged toward the Prince of the Dragons. Just how monstrous are his 3,000 incarnations? So many divine arts. Apart from the strongest imperishable realm experts, who can withstand them? Seeing this scene, the living beings on the island could not help but turn pale with horror. Even the revered dragon and the 10 ancestor dragons' hearts were in their throats. Chapter 2863. Because the Prince of Dragons was not only facing Qin Feiyang, but also 3,000 avatars that looked exactly like Qin Feiyang. In other words, this was not a one-on-one battle at all. The killing intent of your avatars is more terrifying than your own. The Prince of Dragons glanced at the 3,000 avatars and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Perhaps they are the real me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. So, you have been suppressing your killing intent all this time? The Prince of Dragons asked. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while and nodded slightly. That's right. He had indeed been suppressing his killing intent. Because of opening the slaughter domain in the past, his personality was quietly changing. He was more bloodthirsty and indifferent than before. Many people knew about this. So now, he would subconsciously control the killing intent in his heart. The 3,000 avatars were different. They didn't know how to hide it, nor did they control it. They just did what they wanted to do. It seems that you are indeed the same as your ancestors, hiding a heart of compassion for the common people. The Prince of Dragons smiled, and the god's domain reappeared. The 3 moves of the Dragon God technique and the 4 moves of the Fire Phoenix technique were like stones sinking into the sea, dissipating in the god's domain. It seems that in the future, the 10 great fighting souls will have to be changed to 11 great fighting souls. Qin Feiyang smiled. If the god's domain can really squeeze into the list of great fighting souls, it will be my honor. The Prince of Dragons smiled faintly. What's going on with these two? This is a battle. And there's a bet. But looking at them like this, they don't seem to care at all. They are talking and laughing. I really admire their temperament. Someone complained without hiding anything. What do you know? This is called appreciating each other. They are respecting each other and appreciating each other. If they really have to fight to the death, I guess they won't be willing. Someone shook his head and smiled. The Prince of Dragons glanced at those who were discussing and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. It seems that everyone is a little impatient. It seems so. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then let's decide the victor, the Prince of Dragons said. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. The next moment, both of their temperaments had changed greatly. Whether it was their eyes or their expressions, they were both extremely sharp. Ding! Qin Feiyang made the first move. With a dragon roar, his dragon soul soared into the sky, and the eye of heaven instantly opened. Domain of divinity. As Qin Feiyang spoke, a brand new god's domain appeared. No way! It can even replicate the domain of divinity? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang's domain of divinity, then looked at the dragon's domain of divinity. They were exactly the same. There should be a limit to this abnormal duplication ability. The Eye of Heaven could replicate all attacks. Whether it was a deity art, fighting soul, or innate superpowers, they could all be replicated. People like Li Xiaofei would never understand how terrifying a heaven-defying battle spirit was. The Prince of Dragons looked at the replicated domain of divinity and couldn't help but frown slightly. It seems that the domain of divinity still can't be compared to the top 10 heaven-defying battle spirits. With a sigh, the Prince of Dragons decisively dispersed the domain of divinity. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted. The Prince of Dragons was shrouded in a divine light, which was the divine light that collided with Scarlet Swan before. It was obvious. He was serious. What does Your Highness mean? Someone from the Black Dragon clan asked. The Eye of Heaven actually has things that can't be replicated. The Black Dragon said. What can't be replicated? Everyone was surprised and looked at the Black Dragons. Heaven-defying battle spirit. The Black Dragon said. Heaven-defying battle spirit? Everyone was stunned and asked, Patriarch, you mean that the Eye of Heaven can't replicate the heaven-defying battle spirit? That's right. For example, Qin Baishan's Eye of Reincarnation, the Eye of Heaven can't replicate it. This is the reason why Your Highness sighed. If the Eye of Heaven can replicate the domain of divinity, it means that the domain of divinity can't be compared with the top 10 heaven-defying battle spirits. The Black Dragons shook his head and sighed. There's such a thing? Everyone was stunned. But I believe that with Your Highness' talent and ability, the domain of divinity can be compared with the top 10 heaven-defying battle spirits sooner or later. At that time, the Eye of Heaven can't be replicated, and Your Highness will be in an invincible position. The Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon clenched his fists, his eyes full of confidence. Come out, deity vanquishing sword. The Prince of Dragons turned a deaf ear to these discussions. His expression didn't look very disappointed. As his voice sounded, the divine light around his body suddenly intertwined and condensed into a 3-foot divine sword. The divine aura was many times stronger than before. This is your heaven-defying battle spirit? Qin Feiyang asked. That's right. The Prince of Dragons nodded. He grabbed the deity vanquishing sword and slashed at Qin Feiyang. Thousands of sword qi covered the sky and earth. Qin Feiyang's expression became serious. Killing intent gathered in his palm, and a blood-red sword appeared. He grabbed the blood-red sword and slashed at the sky. Streaks of blood-red sword qi turned into waves of blood and roared. Rumble! The two met in the void and everything was destroyed. The domain of divinity that Qin Feiyang had replicated was shattered on the spot. The 3,000 clones were all destroyed in an instant. Kill! The two of them roared at the same time. Holding the blood-red sword and the deity vanquishing sword, they charged at each other. Clang! This was a clash of heaven-defying battle spirits. The blood-red sword and the deity vanquishing sword collided, and a dazzling light burst out. I want to see if your kill character art is stronger or if my deity vanquishing battle spirit art is stronger. At this moment, the Dragon Prince was like a completely different person from before. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. The speed of his attacks was like a storm, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. So it's called the deity vanquishing battle spirit art. Qin Feiyang muttered. The speed of his attacks was not any slower than the Prince of Dragons. The two of them constantly flashed and collided in the void. They fought until the sky turned dark, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner. Terrifying destructive waves flooded the surroundings. Fortunately, the sea beasts in the inner sea had been moved to the Divine Dragon Island by Long Zun. Otherwise, this wave would be enough to wipe them all out. Gradually, Qin Feiyang and the Prince of Dragons, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, disappeared at the end of the sea, leaving behind a mess. Where are they going to kill their way to? Everyone rose into the air and looked at the two of them. Wherever they went, the void was annihilated, the sky collapsed, and the sea shattered. It was like the scene of the end of the world. Long Zun and the 10 ancestor dragons quickly flew out of the barrier and chased after Qin Fei and the Prince of Dragons. Qin Badian and the other 4 looked at each other and quickly followed. Obviously, they were worried that Long Zun and the 10 ancestor dragons would help the Prince of Dragons kill Qin Feiyang. However, the other divine dragons, sea beasts, and humans could not leave the Divine Dragon Island. They could only chase along the coast of the Divine Dragon Island. They did not want to miss this exciting battle. What a powerful wave! Eastern Inner Sea. The 5-clawed golden dragon stood in the sky above the coast and looked at the depths of the sea with shock in his eyes. That's right. Qin Feiyang and the Prince of Dragons had fought their way to the east of the Inner Sea. One was like a terrifying killing god, and the other was like a sacred deity. Blood splattered in the sky. It's the kill formula. The two of them fought their way from the east of the Inner Sea to the south of the Inner Sea. Hui stood against the wind. In the sky above the depths of the sea, he could vaguely see 2 figures. Who was this opponent? To be able to fight Qin Feiyang to such an extent. At this moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang or the Prince of Dragons, they were all covered in blood. The wounds on their bodies were shocking. However, it was as if they did not see these wounds. Their eyes were only filled with boiling battle intent. Chapter 2864. What happened? Why is there such a huge commotion? People from the east, west, south, and north were also alarmed and rushed toward the inland sea. No one is allowed to come close. Feng Daji, Hui, Fire Lotus, and the 5-clawed golden dragon released their divine might and intimidated everyone. The 4 of them were now very famous. And everyone knew that they were related to Qin Feiyang. So when they saw the 4 of them, everyone immediately thought that Qin Feiyang was fighting someone in the inland sea. Everyone knew that the inland sea was the dragon's territory. If Qin Feiyang was really fighting someone, then his opponent must be the dragons. This guy already had the ability to fight the dragons head-on? What's the situation? I don't know. They're too fast. Apart from the undead stage experts, no one can catch up to them. But I believe that the final winner will be His Highness. Divine Dragon Island. At this moment, all the dragons were concerned about the battle. Rumble. Crack. Accompanied by a series of loud sounds, 2 figures charged into the sea in the west. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang and the Prince of the Dragons? The blood sword and the god-vanquishing sword kept colliding, creating dazzling sparks. That destructive fluctuation surged out like a tsunami, shattering everything in its path. When they charged into the northern inland sea again, the entire inland sea was no longer there. The seawater had completely disappeared. The ground was shattered. It was a scene of chaos. Clang. The 2 of them collided with each other. The blood sword and the god-vanquishing sword shattered at the same time. The 2 of them flew backward and smashed into the ground below. To be able to fight with me until now, it's really beyond my expectations. The Prince of the Dragons soared into the sky. Although he was seriously injured, his aura was still powerful. I should be the one saying that. Qin Feiyang also soared into the sky. With the help of his bloodline power and fire of life, his injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the rumors say, he's very arrogant, but he does have the ability to be arrogant. The Prince of the Dragon's eyes flashed coldly. What about you? Besides the god-vanquishing art, what else do you have? If not, then this contest can be declared over. Qin Feiyang said. All right, then let me announce the end. The Prince of the Dragons raised his hand and waved it violently. A giant hand that covered the sky appeared. An apocalyptic aura surged out from his body. God-slaying palm. As the Prince of the Dragons roared, the giant hand that covered the sky suddenly fell from the sky, crushing everything in its path as it slammed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked up at the descending giant hand, his eyes blazing like torches. Just as the giant hand was about to fall, he suddenly raised his hand, and golden light burst out from his palm. Return formula. A dazzling golden stream of light suddenly roared out and blasted toward the giant hand. Rumble. The two of them met high up in the sky. The world was immediately drowned in golden light and milky white divine light. The god-vanquishing palm was clearly the same as the god-vanquishing sword. It was one of the moves of the god-vanquishing art. The god-slaying art was a heaven-defying art. It could be imagined that the power of the god-slaying palm would not be weaker than the god-slaying sword. The return formula was also a heaven-defying art, giving oneself a taste of their own medicine. The two god-slaying arts were in a stalemate in the sky, and for a moment, neither could do anything to the other. The Prince of the Dragons looked at the two god-slaying arts and then waved his hand. The god-slaying sword appeared again and slashed towards Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang did not dare to hesitate and activated the kill formula again. The blood sword was like a graceful swan, tearing through the sky and slashing towards the god-slaying sword. The return formula and kill formula are both restrained. Now, what will you use to block this move? God-slaying light. The Prince of the Dragon's eyes burst with light as he pointed his index finger in the air. Rumble. A beam of light suddenly spewed out, full of destructive power. It seems that you don't know much about me, otherwise you wouldn't be so confident. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, a set of armor suddenly appeared on his body. Battle formula. Immediately, he rushed forward and threw a punch at the god-slaying light. With a loud bang, the god-slaying light was annihilated on the spot. One must know. Now, the battle formula could neutralize 90% of the lethality. In other words, the lethality that Qin Feiyang suffered was only 10%. 10% of the lethality was only enough to break the armor on his hand. This is another heaven-defying god-slaying art. The Prince of the Dragons looked dazed. Not bad. This is the battle formula. In terms of heaven-defying god-slaying art, if I say I am second, no one dares to say they are first. Qin Feiyang's domineering aura was unparalleled. Taking a step forward, his speed suddenly soared. Compared to activating the Heavenly Dragon 9 steps, it was many times faster. Even the Prince of the Dragons couldn't catch Qin Feiyang's figure. This speed, the Prince of the Dragons was shocked. Go formula, understand it. Qin Feiyang said. In the next moment, he landed behind the Prince of the Dragons and directly punched out. Boom. The Prince of the Dragons instinctively wanted to dodge, but his speed couldn't keep up at all. Accompanied by a mouthful of blood, the Prince of the Dragons was blasted out on the spot, his face pale. Go formula, kill formula, battle formula, return formula. At this moment, the Prince of the Dragons finally realized that in the previous battle, Qin Feiyang didn't use his full strength at all. Swish! Without waiting for him to react, Qin Feiyang used the go formula again. That speed was not something that the Prince of the Dragons could compare with. Facing the current me, do you still have confidence? Qin Feiyang slapped out with his palm, and the Prince of the Dragons was once again sent flying. His whole person was in a sorry state. Emperor Prison! Qin Feiyang opened his mouth again, with a bone-piercing chill in his tone. With the appearance of the dragon soul, the Emperor Prison suddenly fell. The Prince of the Dragons' consciousness suddenly fell into a blank. When he regained consciousness, he suddenly saw Qin Feiyang holding a 3-foot-long battle sword, placed across his neck. The blade of the sword glowed with a faint light. This battle sword was only a legendary level artifact. But even so, at this moment, it could easily take his life. How is it? Qin Feiyang looked at the Prince of the Dragons indifferently. The Prince of the Dragons looked at the battle sword, then looked at Qin Feiyang with a complicated expression, and sighed, I've lost. He had lost. Even though he still had a heaven-defying artifact, it couldn't change the fact that he had lost. Because if Qin Feiyang wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. Moreover, when he saw Qin Feiyang activating all the heaven-defying divine arts, he also realized that he would lose. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, put away his battle sword, and at the same time, with a thought, the blood sword and golden light in the sky also dissipated. The Prince of the Dragons also waved his hand, and the god-slaying palm and the god-slaying art disappeared into thin air. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "There's one thing that I don't understand." What? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "You clearly have the ability to defeat me with a crushing force, but why did you fight with me for so long?" The Prince of the Dragons was puzzled. Step secret art, return secret art, battle secret art, kill secret art. The four great divine arts had speed, defense, and lethality. If Qin Feiyang had gone all out from the beginning, he would have fallen very quickly. But Qin Feiyang did not do so, and had been fighting with him until now. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked at the Prince of the Dragons and asked, "Do you really want to know?" "N." The Prince of the Dragons nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Then don't get angry when I tell you." "Am I that narrow-minded?" The Prince of the Dragons smiled. "First of all, I want to know your strength. If I defeat you quickly, then I won't have the chance to see many of your tricks. Secondly, with so many clansmen watching you, I naturally have to give you some face. If you lose too quickly and miserably, then your dignity as a prince will be gone, won't it?" Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing this, the Prince of the Dragons couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that he was taking care of his feelings. Qin Feiyang asked, "Can I leave now?" "Anytime." The Prince of the Dragons nodded. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, turned around, and stepped into the air. "Qin Feiyang." The Prince of the Dragons suddenly spoke. Qin Feiyang stopped, turned his head and looked suspiciously at the Prince of the Dragons. The Prince of the Dragons asked, "When are you going to attack my divine dragon island?" "What do you think?" Qin Feiyang asked back. "How would I know what you're thinking?" The Prince of the Dragons smiled helplessly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "When I break through to the undead stage, I will make my move." "Undead stage," the Prince of the Dragons murmured and smiled. "Then you have to be fully prepared because I won't lose to you again." Qin Feiyang smiled, turned around, and stepped into the air. Boom! But at this moment, accompanied by a loud noise, rays of divine light emerged from the sacred mountain in the center of the divine dragon island. A mighty aura instantly covered the entire inland sea. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. This aura was too familiar. It was a sovereign divine weapon. Shua. It was also at this moment. A crack appeared in the void, and Qin Beishan's group of 5 ran out, shouting, "Hurry up, Long Zun has opened the sovereign divine realm." "What? Sovereign divine realm?" Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He had personally experienced the terror of the sovereign divine realm. Until now, he still remembered that when he was trapped in the sovereign divine realm, it was the help of the 2 war souls and the sunset divine bow and other heaven-defying divine weapons, plus the 3rd stage of the slaughter domain that allowed him to kill his way out of the sovereign divine realm. Even so, it was still very difficult to break the sovereign divine realm. In other words, to break the sovereign divine realm, he had to use all his means, especially the slaughter domain and the 2 war souls. So, once he was imprisoned by the sovereign divine realm, then the current him was equivalent to a turtle in a jar. Because neither the slaughter domain nor the 2 war souls could help him. There was no blood in the slaughter domain. The 2 war souls were also sealed. How to fight? There was no way to fight. After Qin Batian finished speaking, he grabbed Qin Feiyang, activated the power of law, and tore open a space crack. Boom. However, the sovereign divine realm descended in an instant. The entire inland sea was directly sealed off. With this sovereign divine realm, even Qin Beishan's power of law was unable to open it. Damn it. The Blackwing Emperor was furious. "Where do you want to go?" Accompanied by a sneer, Long Zun and the 10 ancestral dragons descended. "Mother." The Prince of Dragons looked at Long Zun and couldn't help but frown. Long Zun said coldly, "You disappoint me too much." "I'm sorry." The Prince of Dragons lowered his head. Chapter 2865. You've made me believe in you again and again, and this is the result of that? Long Zun said angrily. This child has failed to live up to mother's expectations. The Prince of the Dragons lowered his head and said, Go back to the Dragon Palace and reflect on your mistakes. Long Zun shouted, This child will reflect on himself. The Prince of the Dragons looked up at Long Zun and said, But before I reflect on myself, I ask Mother to let them go. Shut up. Long Zun was furious. A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Since I have an agreement with Qin Feiyang, we should keep our promise now. The Prince of the Dragons gathered his courage and looked at Long Zun. Your Highness, you are confused. Talking about promises with these people? Do you know how big a threat they are to us dragons? Take a good look. Qin Bat-in, Qin Feiyang, Lu Zhiyang, Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, and White-Winged Emperor, which one of them isn't our sworn enemy? Letting them go now is like letting the tiger return to the mountain. The ancestral dragons were also furious. Was His Highness bewitched by Qin Feiyang? With such a good opportunity, not only did he not take the opportunity to get rid of them, he even wanted to let them go? What a joke! Since they are opponents, we should defeat them fair and square. Or are you afraid of them? If you don't even have this bit of courage, how can you call yourself a dragon? The Prince of the Dragons looked at the ancestral dragons and said, Your Highness, I beg you, don't be so childish, okay? If it was them today, do you think they would let us go? The Black Dragon ancestral dragon said angrily. They will. Because before, Qin Feiyang clearly had the chance to kill me, but he didn't do so. What does this mean? It means he is a person who keeps his promise. Because our agreement was not to kill each other, but to defeat each other. The Prince of the Dragons said, Bastard, the more you speak, the more reasonable you are. You too, take him to the Dragon Palace immediately. Without my order, he is not allowed to step out of the Dragon Palace. Long Zun was furious. He looked at Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon and Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon and shouted. The Ancestral Dragon and the Black Dragon responded respectfully and walked towards the Dragon Prince. The Imperial Prince looked at the two of them, then at the Dragon Sovereign. Stealing his heart, he suddenly retreated and landed beside Qin Feiyang, saying, Kidnap me. What? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Qin Badian and the others also looked at him in astonishment. Long Zun and the 10 ancestor dragons were also stunned. Kidnap him? What was he doing? The Prince of Dragons said in a low voice, Mother is determined to kill you. I can't convince her, so I can only kidnap me to make her hesitate. But she's your mother, Qin Badian said. I know she's my mother. If there's no agreement in advance, I definitely won't disobey Mother. The Prince of Dragons said, Your Highness, don't be stupid, okay? What good will it do you to do this? The ancestral dragons were burning with anxiety. How could there be such a stupid person? He ran in front of the enemy and let the enemy kidnap him. I want to have a clear conscience. At the same time, it's also to protect the face of us dragons. Do you really want the world to talk behind our backs that we dragons are despicable people? The Prince of Dragons looked at the ancestral dragons and said. The Blood Dragon ancestral dragon pointed at Qin Feiyang and the others and said angrily, As long as these people die, who would dare to talk behind their backs? This is just your wishful thinking. Even if they don't say it, they will curse us dragons in their hearts. The Prince of Dragons said, Do you really want to do this? Long Zun said gloomily. Although her expression couldn't be seen, it wasn't difficult to tell from her tone that she was very angry. The Prince of Dragons nodded. Long Zun took a deep breath, and with a wave of her hand, a crack appeared in the sovereign divine realm. She shouted, Get lost. Seeing this, Qin Batin immediately took Qin Feiyang and the others out of the sovereign divine realm, opened the space-time law, and flew away without looking back. Lord Long Zun, this? The 10 ancestral dragons looked at Long Zun in shock. They never thought that Long Zun would really listen to the prince. What an unfilial son. Long Zun snorted coldly, turned around, and disappeared in the direction of Divine Dragon Island. It seems that mother is really angry. The Prince of Dragons smiled bitterly. Your Highness, the dragon ancestral dragon looked at the Prince of Dragons, but he didn't want to say it. He shook his head and sighed, turned around and left. The other 9 ancestral dragons looked at the Prince of Dragons, shook their heads, and left without saying a word. The Prince of Dragons looked at the backs of the 10 people, then looked up at the rapidly closing crack in the sovereign divine realm, and a smile appeared in his eyes. The next time we meet, you will know how terrifying the person who once lost to you is. Grow up quickly. Muttering, the Prince of Dragons turned around and left. The inland sea gradually calmed down. North. Dragon God Mountain Range. Qin Feiyang and the others appeared out of thin air. Young Master. Feng Daji immediately went up to greet them. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Daji and smiled. What's so hard about me? You didn't encounter any danger, did you? Feng Daji asked with concern. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Feng De pointed at the sovereign divine realm and asked suspiciously, then why did the sovereign divine realm appear? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked through the sovereign divine realm at the inland sea. Qin Badian asked doubtfully, Feiyang, what agreement did you have with the Prince of Dragons? Qin Feiyang said, we agreed that if I won, he would let me leave. If I lost, I would join the dragons. I see. Qin Badian and the others nodded in realization. In that case, this Prince of Dragons is indeed an amazing person. Lu Xingyang said with a smile. The Mermaid Emperor and the others also nodded. If they didn't see the Prince of Dragons' actions with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Although I won this battle, I don't feel happy at all. Qin Feiyang frowned. The others looked at him, puzzled. I don't know either. I just feel that I won too easily. And although the Prince of Dragons lost, he didn't seem to give me the feeling of losing. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Badian and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. How can there be so many questions? This paranoia is too strong. But Qin Feiyang really had an indescribable feeling in his heart at this moment. He felt that the Prince of Dragons seemed to have deliberately let him win. Forget it, let's not think about it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Anyway, there will be a battle sooner or later. Whether or not he deliberately let him win, he will naturally know when the time comes. Feng De asked, what about the Chief Pavilion Master and Yi Shui? They're all rescued. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. That's good. Feng Daji breathed a sigh of relief. Continue to keep an eye here, be careful of the sneak attacks of the ancestral dragons. Although the Prince of Dragons is magnanimous, the ancestral dragons are all sinister and cunning old things. Qin Feiyang reminded. I'll be careful. Feng Daji nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and led Qin Badian and the others into the castle. At this moment, Yi Shui, the Chief Pavilion Master, Yi Zhong, Yi Cheng, and Old Master Yi were all in the hall of the castle. Dan Wangkai accompanied them. Young Master. Seeing Qin Feiyang enter, Dan Wangkai immediately stood up and bowed. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dan Wangkai said, since you're back, I'll leave this place to you, I'll go and refine pills. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang smiled. Dan Wangkai nodded and smiled at Qin Badian and the others, and then went straight into Qin Feiyang's cultivation room. This little guy really hasn't changed at all, he's not interested in anything except for alchemy. Lu Xingyang shook his head. Dan Wangkai had once stayed in the Dragon Slayer Palace, so Qin Badian and the others knew his hobby. Isn't this good? Wholeheartedly focus on alchemy. In the future, your achievements in alchemy will definitely surpass everyone else. Qin Badian smiled. Lu Xingyang shook his head and smiled, looked at the Chief Pavilion Master and said, welcome back. The Chief Pavilion Master's injuries had basically healed, and he had also changed into a clean set of clothes, looking completely different from before. At this moment, he looked at Qin Feiyang, Qin Badian and the others with a complicated look in his eyes. Feiyang, thank you. Yi Zhong grabbed Yi Shui's hand and looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully. Thank you? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said speechlessly, Master, you're treating me like an outsider, I'm your disciple, this is what I should do. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. Yi Zhong shook his head. You guys really know how to scare people. Why didn't you tell me about these things? Old Master Yi glanced at Qin Feiyang and Yi Zhong and said unhappily. Obviously, he had already learned everything from Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng. Yi Shui giggled and said, Great-grandfather, I was afraid that you would find out and expose me. Expose me? You little girl, do you think I'm a blabbermouth? Old Master Yi glared at Yi Shui. I wouldn't dare. Yi Shui scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. Father, it's all in the past, don't mention it. Come, let me introduce you. This is Qin Batyin, this is Lu Zheng, these three are the Mermaid Emperor, the White Wing Emperor, the Black Wing Emperor. They are all the leaders of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Yi Cheng stepped forward and pointed at Qin Batyin and the other four, introducing them to Old Master Yi one by one. Hello, Old Master Yi. Qin Batyin and the other four bowed. Qin Ben, Lu Zheng. Old Master Yi looked at the five of them and said with a hoarse smile, Your names are all well known. You flatter me. Qin Batyin waved his hand. Old Master Yi smiled and turned to look at Yi Zhong. Because he knew that Qin Batyin didn't care about him, but his son, Yi Zhong. Qin Batyin also looked at Yi Zhong, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. Brother Yi, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. This old man never thought that there would be a day where I would stand together with you all. Yi Zhong shook his head and sighed. Qin Batyin and Lu Xingyang looked at each other, and a trace of joy appeared on their faces. So, Brother Yi has already decided to, no. I won't join the Dragon Slayer Palace. Yi Zhong waved his hand. Of course. You're Feiyang's master, so you have the right and freedom to choose. We won't impose anything on you. Qin Batyin smiled. Chapter 2866. Hearing that, Yi Zhong turned and walked to the entrance of the ancient castle. Looking at the scenery outside, he pondered for a moment, then laughed. This old man thinks that this black tortoise world is pretty good. Of course. It's not that this disciple is bragging, but when this disciple goes to find Fire Lotus and the others and brings the resources of the other three great dragon god palace, at that time, the black tortoise world will not be any worse than the divine dragon island. Qin Feiyang laughed proudly. Yi Zhong laughed involuntarily. However, Qin Baishan's face darkened, he raised his hand and slapped Qin Feiyang's head. Qin Feiyang was startled, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said unhappily, Ancestor, what are you doing? What? I want to ask you, what are you trying to do? What's the point of bragging so much? Hurry up and arrange a place for your master to stay. Qin Batyin glared at him snappily. Arrange a place to stay? Qin Feiyang was startled. Look at how smart you are usually, why are you acting so stupid now? Carefully think about what your master said just now. Qin Batyin said. What did he say just now? Qin Feiyang was startled. Master had just said that this black tortoise world was not bad. Was there a problem? The black tortoise world was not bad to begin with, to be honest. Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang was startled, then suddenly slapped his head, ran out of the castle and shouted, Where are the three black leopard brothers? He's coming, he's coming. Soon. The three black leopard brothers rushed over from the east side of the medicine field. Immediately go and arrange a courtyard for my master. Remember, you have to decorate it well. Qin Feiyang laughed. The three black leopard brothers were startled. They looked at Yi Zhong and whispered, Is he going to stay here? Nonsense, hurry up and go. Qin Feiyang kicked them, and the three brothers immediately ran off to get busy. At first, he really didn't understand what Yi Zhong meant. But with Qin Baishan's reminder, he thought about it carefully and realized that there was a hidden meaning in his words. His master said that the black tortoise world was not bad, which meant that he would stay in the black tortoise world in the future. This was something he had always longed for. So, how could he not be excited? His master staying in the black tortoise world not only meant that there would be another powerful master overseeing the place, there would also be other benefits. For example, management. Master had single-handedly created the Dragon God Palace, and in terms of management, He probably couldn't even compare to the fire lotus. There was also strategy. If the dragons had listened to Master in the past, they wouldn't have suffered such a loss. Take the matter of princess dragons pretending to be Lin Yi as an example. Master was against it at that time. But princess dragons and the others didn't listen. They all thought that he would be fooled. And the result? Not only did he fail to trick him, he even snatched the sunset divine bow and the other heaven-defying divine artifacts. In other words, if princess dragons and the others were willing to listen to Master's advice, then this wouldn't have happened. So, Master staying in the Black Tortoise world would definitely be of great help to the future development of the Black Tortoise world. And with Master's help, Fire Lotus would be able to relax a little in the future. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yi Zhong and said with a smile, "Master, then I will have to trouble you to help me manage the Black Tortoise world in the future." Yi Zhong was stunned and frowned. "I thought you were here to enjoy your old age. It turns out that you want me to be your coolie." No. How would this disciple dare to let you be my coolie? It's just that when you are free, you can take care of it a little. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. "You brat." Yi Zhong shook his head, glanced around, and nodded. "All right, I can't stay idle anyway. And I heard that Fire Lotus used to be in charge. She is still so young and talented. She even comprehended the law of time. So, from now on, she can't waste her energy on these trivial matters." Yi Zhong added. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Actually, I also feel that I have let her down. She has been helping me all these years. So, you have to take good care of her and don't let her suffer." Yi Zhong said. "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled, then looked at old man Yi beside him and said with a smile, "Don't you like to drink tea? The tea garden is over there. You can have as much as you want in the future." But old Master Yi chuckled. Cough cough. Yi Shui coughed and looked at Qin Feiyang. "What about me?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked at Yi Shui and asked curiously, "Aren't you a disciple of the Dragon God Palace? Why are you in the Black Tortoise world?" Yi Shui was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "So, you should go to the Dragon God Palace." "Bastard." Yi Shui kicked him angrily. Qin Feiyang quickly dodged to the side and smiled apologetically. Don't, it's just a joke. If I really chased you out, it would be strange if Master didn't skin me alive. So, you let me stay because of Grandpa, but in fact you really want to chase me away?" Yi Shui said. "Did I?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yi Shui said angrily, "That's what you meant." No, how would I dare?" Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. Women were indeed creatures that couldn't be provoked. Yi Zhong and Yi Cheng looked at this scene, looked at each other, and couldn't help but shake their heads and smile. In fact, the happiest person was still Yi Cheng. In the past, he was very worried that one day the brothers would turn against each other, but now, that didn't exist. Then, the chief pavilion master looked at Yi Zhong and hesitated, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Arrange a place for me to stay too." Qin Feiyang was stunned, then looked at the chief pavilion master and said with a smile, "Is this a problem?" Then, he raised his head to look at the 3 Black Panther brothers who were busy and said, "Prepare another courtyard. The location will be next to Master's courtyard, so that it'll be convenient for Master to monitor Supreme Cloud in the future." Yi Zhong heard this and scolded jokingly, "Can you be more serious?" Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "I'm just happy, I'm just joking." The chief pavilion master looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze and said, "Are you really happy that I'm staying in the Black Tortoise world?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded. The chief pavilion master fell silent. To be honest, she really hated Qin Feiyang, because it was Qin Feiyang who made her lose everything. But this time, Qin Feiyang risked his life on Divine Dragon Island, which touched her deeply. At this moment, the smile on Qin Feiyang's face was incomparably sincere, as if he really treated her as a family member. So now, her heart was very complicated. She also wanted to be like Qin Feiyang, to let go of all grievances and be close to everyone like a family, but she couldn't do it at the moment. Qin Feiyang looked at the chief pavilion master and said with a smile, "Don't be conflicted, you don't have a choice. From now on, you're my person in life and my ghost in death. Hearing this, Supreme Cloud was dumbfounded. Yi Zhong and the others were also speechless. These words were nothing to a man, but to a woman, it seemed a little strange. Cuff cuff. Qin Feiyang also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand, what I mean is, alright, don't explain, this Supreme Pavilion Master has no interest in a little brat like you." Supreme Cloud rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled sheepishly. What seemed like a completely random statement had actually played a role in Supreme Cloud's mind. He no longer hated him so much. Instead, he felt that this kid was a little cute. Qin Badian said, "Then, Feiyang, let's find a place to sit down and discuss some things." Qin Feiyang was stunned, then nodded and said, "Just right, I have something to discuss with you guys as well." Under Qin Feiyang's lead, the few of them walked into the courtyard next to the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang took out a tea set and asked as he brewed tea, "Did anything happen outside while I was at Divine Dragon Island?" Qin Badian said, "It's only been a little while outside, what could have happened?" "A little while?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, then slapped his head and said with a smile, "Look at my memory, Divine Dragon Island has a time array that lasts 500 years, and it's only been a little while." Qin Badian and the others shook their heads and chuckled. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Yi Zhong and Supreme Cloud, saying with a smile, "Master, Supreme Cloud, come and sit as well." The two of them were about to go to the courtyard arranged by the three Black Panther brothers to take a look, but when they heard Qin Feiyang's voice, they walked in. Yi Shui wanted to follow them in. Yi Cheng pulled her back and shook his head, saying, "They must be discussing something important, don't join in the fun." What kind of important matter could a brat like him have? Yi Shui pouted. Although he's young, his ability has already far surpassed his peers. Even us, the older generation, are ashamed of our inferiority. Look carefully, Supreme Cloud, Qin Badian, the five of them, and your grandfather, they all treat him as their backbone. Yi Cheng said with a smile. Yi Shui looked at the group of people sitting around the table, observing carefully. It seemed like what second grandpa said was true. Was this guy really that capable? In the courtyard, after Qin Feiyang brewed tea, he poured a cup for all seven of them. Qin Badian held the teacup, put it in his mouth, and said with a smile, "This celestial dew is really something I can never get tired of." Lu Jingyang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Feiyang, what did you want to talk about when you asked the Divine General to tell us to look for you when we're free?" "Let's talk about your business first," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Jingyang nodded, then looked at Qin Badian. Qin Badian put down the teacup, looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "With your help, the dragon-slaying temple is finally unified. I have to thank you for this. It's what I should do. Besides, I also have to thank Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast for being reasonable." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Don't flatter me. I'm not that benevolent." Supreme Cloud rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. If she hadn't fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands, would she have given up control of the dragon-slaying temple? Qin Feiyang smiled, looked at Qin Badian and said, "Please continue." Now that the dragon-slaying temple is truly unified and the dragons are sealed on Divine Dragon Island, this matter is not over yet. You've seen the attitude of Supreme Dragon and the other ancestral dragons in the Internal Sea. They will definitely fight to the death with us. And to start a full-scale war with the dragons, whether it's your people or those of the dragon-slaying temple, our strength is far from enough. So, I want to cooperate with you," Qin Badian said. "Cooperate?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, and said with a wry smile, "Ancestor, if you need anything, just say the word. Isn't it too official to talk about cooperation?" Chapter 2867. I don't agree. Yi Zhong shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. "It's better to be clear about this matter. The Dragon Slayer Palace is the Dragon Slayer Palace, and you are you. Because the Dragon Slayer Palace is a force with countless people under it. There are too many things involved." Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said. "But," Qin Feiyang frowned, "I know that you are Qin Beishan's descendant. No matter what you do for him, it's only right." But kinship is kinship, and interests are interests. After all, Qin Batian is not the only one in the Dragon Slayer Palace. Yi Zhong said. Qin Batian smiled at Yi Zhong, then looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded. Your master is right. No matter what you do, you have to separate public and private matters. If that's the case, I'm still the young lord of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Then I'm also considered a member of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang said. But you didn't agree to it either. Qin Batian said with a smile. You didn't even tell me in advance, and you even gave me this task. I would have resisted it. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Qin Batian shook his head and laughed. Don't complain. Even if you want to join the Dragon Slayer Palace now, I won't agree. Why? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Aren't you afraid of trouble? If you really join the Dragon Slayer Palace, there will be a lot of things for you to deal with. And you have to be responsible for all the people under you. Are you willing to do this? Qin Batian asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He couldn't even manage the Black Tortoise world. How could he manage the Dragon Slayer Palace? Didn't they have nothing better to do? That's right. You're not even willing. Why should I let you enter the Dragon Slaying Palace? Your only mission now is to cultivate well and quickly step into the imperishable stage. Qin Batian said. And the power of laws. You must comprehend the power of law, especially the law of karma that you have grasped. Yi Zhong reminded him. What? Law of karma? Qin Batian and the other four were stunned. Then, they looked at Yi Zhong and Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. Qin Feiyang said, When I returned to Great Qin, I accidentally comprehended it. Accidentally comprehended? The five of them looked at each other. This carelessness was too much of a blow to him. Lu Xingyang laughed bitterly and said, The law of karma is one of the strongest laws of time. You must treasure it. Qin Feiyang nodded, then looked at Qin Batian and said, I suddenly thought of something, I have to report it to you. What is it? Qin Batian was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, When I returned this time, I removed the position of Marquis. Removed the position of Marquis? Why? Qin Batian was puzzled. After you left, these Marquis have become the cancer of Great Qin. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. So that's how it is. Qin Batian nodded and said with a smile, So be it. Anyway, they only have themselves to blame. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, They don't think so. They even used you to suppress me. Then it seems that these people are really hopeless. Qin Batian shook his head. If they really change, I can be lenient. But look, how long has it been since the incident with the state teacher? They are all starting to form factions again. If we don't punish them severely, Great Qin will probably be in chaos again soon. Qin Feiyang said. You did the right thing. If I was there, I would also support you. Qin Batian smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Then tell me, how do we cooperate? Qin Batian said, I want to move the Dragon Slayer Palace to the Black Tortoise world. Move to the Black Tortoise world? Qin Feiyang was stunned. I heard that the time formation of your Black Tortoise world is 1,000 years in a day, right? Qin Batian said. Qin Feiyang nodded. So, let everyone cultivate in the Black Tortoise world, it will be faster. When everyone becomes stronger, their chances of defeating the dragons in the future will naturally be higher. Qin Batian smiled. Qin Feiyang heard this and smiled bitterly. That's what I wanted to say. Is that so? Qin Batian was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, The current Black Tortoise world is already very big. We can definitely vacate an area and make it the headquarters of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Batian said, In that case, we have the same idea? Qin Feiyang nodded. Since it's a cooperation, your Dragon Slayer Palace must give us some benefits. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Batian and said, Of course. I've thought about it. In the future, we'll split the benefits of the treasure pavilion. Qin Batian said. Have each? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. However, Yi Zhong looked unhappy and said, Qin Batian, you're going too far. You're actually scheming against your own descendant. Scheming? Qin Batian was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also puzzled. How is this scheming? Since Supreme Cloud is here, let's have a good discussion. The treasure pavilion belongs to Supreme Cloud, right? Now that Supreme Cloud is following Qin Feiyang, the current owner of the treasure pavilion is naturally Qin Feiyang. In other words, all the benefits of the treasure pavilion belong to us. It has nothing to do with your Dragon Slayer Palace. But now, you're treating the treasure pavilion as the property of your Dragon Slayer Palace and even saying that we'll split it half. It feels like we're taking advantage of you. Tell me, isn't this scheming against us? Yi Zhong looked at Qin Batian and said, That's right. The treasure pavilion has always been my personal property. It has nothing to do with the Dragon Slayer Palace. Even if I'm following Qin Feiyang now, it's not up to your Dragon Slayer Palace to decide. Supreme Cloud said expressionlessly. This, Qin Batian was speechless. That? Supreme Cloud, you're the D-Zune of the Dragon Slayer Palace after all. Isn't it a little unreasonable to say that? Lu Xingyang said helplessly. Then I'll withdraw from the Dragon Slayer Palace now. Supreme Cloud said. Ah. Lu Xingyang was stunned, and his face was full of wry smiles. So, the benefits you're talking about are not valid at all. Moreover, if Supreme Cloud really withdraws from the Dragon Slayer Palace, the Treasure Pavilion has no obligation to continue providing resources to the Dragon Slayer Palace in the future. If the Dragon Slayer Palace wants resources, then give us something in exchange. Yi Zhong said. This, Qin Batian and the other four looked at each other. After listening to Yi Zhong's words, it seemed that they were not even qualified to cooperate. I told you that this matter can't be done according to the rules. We're all family. It's only right for us to help each other. Why make it so complicated? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Qin Batian smiled bitterly. Yi Zhong's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at Qin Batian and Qin Feiyang and said, This old man has a suggestion. What suggestion? The two looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. The Dragon Slayer Palace can enter the Black Tortoise world, and we can continue to provide resources to the Dragon Slayer Palace. But the condition is that when the dragons are destroyed one day, the ruler of the ancient world must be Qin Feiyang. Yi Zhong said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. When the dragons are destroyed, the ancient world will definitely need a new ruler. And this ruler must have both integrity and talent. So, this old man's suggestion is you. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said. But Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. Yi Zhong waved his hand and interrupted Qin Feiyang. He looked at Qin Batian and said, What do you think of this old man's suggestion? Qin Batian smiled and said, Of course I agree. After all, we have all seen Feiyang's ability. Then it's settled. Yi Zhong laughed. Qin Batian nodded. Hey, I'm the one involved. Can you ask for my opinion first? Qin Feiyang looked at the two helplessly. Just listen to me. Yi Zhong and Qin Batian spoke at the same time. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He said helplessly, Oh, I'll listen. He was extremely depressed. They knew that he was not interested in this kind of thing at all, but they still forced him to do it. But there was no other way. One was his ancestor, and the other was his master. He had no right to speak at all. In addition, Yi Zhong looked at Qin Batian again and said, When your dragon-slaying palace enters the Black Tortoise world, you must restrain the people below and not disturb the order of the Black Tortoise world. Of course. Qin Batian nodded. You guys discuss it. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I'll go to the west, south, and east to take a look. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Originally, he was the one in charge, but now, he was like a spectator. However, this was quite good. With his master helping to deal with it, he didn't have to worry about it. Go. Qin Batian and Yi Zhong waved their hands. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said, Aren't you guys going to ask me to stay? Why would we ask you to stay? The two looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them in astonishment and said with a wry smile, Well, I'm an extra. After that, Qin Feiyang got up and looked at Supreme Cloud, saying, Why don't you come with me? I don't know the coordinates. Okay. Supreme Cloud nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the two of them immediately appeared beside Feng De. Young lord. Feng Daji got up and smiled. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I'll have to continue working hard for you. It's fine. Feng Daji waved his hand. Supreme Cloud glanced at Feng Daji, and his eyes flashed slightly. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I think you should get someone else to seal the internal sea. Someone else? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Feng De looked at Supreme Cloud with dissatisfaction and said, Are you doubting my ability? No, don't misunderstand. The Chief Pavilion Master quickly waved his hand. Then why do you want to change people? Feng Daji frowned. I'm doing this for your own good. The Chief Pavilion Master said. For my own good? Feng Daji was even more puzzled. The Chief Pavilion Master looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Feng Daji, Hui, Fire Lotus and Five-Clawed Golden Dragon are all your most trusted people, right? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. If he didn't trust them, why would he give them the heaven-defying artifacts? Supreme Cloud said, As far as I know, they are also the strongest people around you. Of course, there's also you, Master, and Li Chang. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned when he said this, and he asked suspiciously, Wait, why didn't I see Li Chang just now? He left the ancient castle as soon as he entered the Black Tortoise world, saying that he wanted to take a look at it. Supreme Cloud said, I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Fire Lotus and the others are your most trusted people, and their strength is not weak, so they shouldn't waste their time here and these heaven-defying artifacts. Now, the Black Tortoise world has a 1 day and 1,000 years time array. This is such a good opportunity, let them go into seclusion to cultivate. This way, when we go to war with the dragons in the future, our chances of winning will be higher. Supreme Cloud said. Chapter 2868. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus and Hui Yi's talents were obvious to all. Especially Fire Lotus, who had comprehended the law of time and had a bright future. Then there was the Five-Clawed Golden Dragon. Although it hadn't comprehended the law of time, it would definitely become in existence like the ancestral dragon because of its bloodline power. As for Feng Daji, although he didn't have an amazing performance, he was loyal to him. He was even willing to die for him. Because of this, he wouldn't mistreat Feng Daji. Then there were the heaven-defying divine artifacts like the Sunset Divine Bow. Although these divine artifacts weren't as good as the ancient castle, they had a chance to evolve after merging with the Xuanwu realm, but they still had room to grow. Once these divine artifacts grew up, they would be more terrifying than imperishable realm overlords. In short, people like Huolian, Sunset Divine Bow, and other heaven-defying divine artifacts would be his main support in the future. So, he had to improve their strength. But who could replace them to guard the inland sea? Because guarding the inland sea required not only extraordinary strength, but also heaven-defying divine artifacts. Only heaven-defying divine artifacts could deter the dragons. No one in the entire ancient world could take out so many heaven-defying divine artifacts at once, except for him. We can let the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace replace Fire Lotus and the others to guard the inland sea. Cloud Supreme seemed to have seen through Qin Feiyang's thoughts and said with a smile, The Dragon Slayer Palace? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The divine emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace are all at the imperishable realm and have heaven-defying divine artifacts. They can definitely deter the dragons. Cloud Supreme said. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded. That's a good idea, but does the Dragon Slayer Palace have so many heaven-defying divine artifacts? Cloud Supreme smiled and said, The Dragon Slayer Palace doesn't, but your 2 ancestors do. My 2 ancestors? Qin Feiyang was stunned. They have a total of 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. 2 are in the hands of Qin Batian and 2 are in the hands of Lu Zheng. If they take out these 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, let the divine emperors take 1 each and guard the 4 directions. Although it's not as good as the current 8 godly artifacts, it's still enough to intimidate the dragons. Supreme Cloud said. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Do they really have 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts? Can I lie to you?" Supreme Cloud was speechless. "I'm just surprised. As far as I know, the only heaven-defying artifacts are the broken sword and the fire pearl. But I didn't expect that there would be 2 more. These 2 ancestors of mine sure have hidden themselves well." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "They are old foxes to begin with. Take me and the Beast Emperor as an example. After spending so much time with them, we only found out later that Lu Xingyang also has 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts." Supreme Cloud pouted. "It's a little unexpected." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Actually, if you think about it carefully, you won't be so surprised. Look, the broken sword was in the 9th Heaven Palace, right? The fire pearl was also in the Sea of Heavenly Dragons, right?" Supreme Cloud said. Qin Feiyang nodded. "The broken sword was given to him by Hui. He also saw the fire pearl when he fought with the fire dragon in the Sea of Heavenly Dragons. Think about it. This is the divine land, and his opponents are the dragons. If Qin Batian didn't have a certain level of confidence, would he have left these 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts in the northern region?" Supreme Cloud said. "That's true." Qin Feiyang thought carefully and nodded. Supreme Cloud said, "So, the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts in Lu Xingyang's hands are his confidence." Qin Feiyang asked, "What about you and the Beast Emperor?" "We don't have any." Supreme Cloud shook his head. "That's not right. Look, the 9th Heaven Palace in the northern region and Tianyun Mountain in Dongling both have a heaven-defying divine artifact. As experts of your level, you and the Beast Emperor don't even have one. This doesn't seem right." Qin Feiyang frowned. "What's wrong with this? The Beast Emperor and I were born and raised in the divine land. Our fates have been in the hands of the Dragon Clan since birth. Whenever a heaven-defying divine artifact is born in the divine land, it belongs to the dragons. It has nothing to do with us." "You mean to rob? In the face of such powerful dragons, would we dare to rob? We wouldn't dare to even think about it. You're different. You're outsiders, and the heaven-defying divine artifacts were found in other places." Supreme Cloud shook his head, and there was an indescribable bitterness in his words. Qin Feiyang asked, "Is it because the dragons are too domineering that you have the thought of rebelling?" "I've never truly pledged allegiance to the dragons, so how could I have the thought of rebelling? I just can't stand their behavior, their self-righteous attitude. Don't think that I'm in charge of such a large treasury and seem to be doing well on the surface. In fact, I've been living like a dog all these years, listening to everything they say." Supreme Cloud snorted. "I know that. When I was in the northern region, I heard the head of the treasury say that even if they wanted to enter the divine land to report to you, they would have to get the dragon's permission first." Qin Feiyang said. "That's right. Why do you think they should do that? We humans are the leaders of all living things. What right do a bunch of animals have to boss us around?" Supreme Cloud sneered. "You can't say that. It's most reasonable for all things in the world to coexist peacefully." Qin Feiyang said. "If there's a choice, who wouldn't want to coexist peacefully? But would the dragons be willing? In their eyes, they're the masters, and they have the final say in everything. Tell me the truth. In terms of bloodline power, look at the venerable beast. As a divine beast, the fire Qilin, is its bloodline any worse than the divine dragons? But the dragons just look down on the venerable beast. They think that the venerable beast is not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as them." Supreme Cloud said. "In terms of bloodline power, the Qilin and the divine dragon are indeed on par." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You can understand, but they don't. Maybe they do, but they don't want to admit it. In short, with the way the dragons are behaving, it's only a matter of time before they're destroyed. Even if we don't do anything now, someone will definitely stand out to destroy them in the future. As for the Empyrean Palace and Heaven Cloud Mountain you mentioned, these forces actually have a very long heritage. Especially the Empyrean Palace, it's said to have been passed down from the previous era. So, it's not rare to have a heaven-defying divine artifact. It's just that they're not in China, and they usually keep a low profile, so they didn't attract the dragon's attention. Besides, the emperors are far away, and the dragons don't want to interfere so much. Supreme Cloud said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, now that you mention it, being born in the divine prefecture is quite a sad thing. It's sad to begin with. Although China is the sacred land of the ancient realm, it's still far from the northern region and the other 4 major regions. If I had to choose, I'd rather live in the 4 major regions. Although the resources of the 4 major regions are not as good as those of China, at least there's some freedom, and we don't have to face the dragons all day. Supreme Cloud said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile. So, we must dismantle the rule of the dragons and let the humans regain control of this land. Supreme Cloud clenched his fists. Qin Feiyang teased, unfortunately, you can no longer replace the venerable dragon and become the new empress of the ancient realm. You're still making fun of me? Supreme Cloud looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Isn't that what you're thinking? Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly. That's enough. Now that Yi Zhong and Qin Badian are supporting you, where am I? Supreme Cloud pursed his lips, then said, but speaking of which, do you really want to be the ruler of the ancient realm? I'm not interested at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then why don't you reject it directly? Supreme Cloud was suspicious. I do, but you've seen it yourself. What's the use of me rejecting it? Qin Feiyang was helpless, then smiled and said, but it doesn't matter. I already have a suitable candidate in mind. When the time comes, I'll just shove it to him and leave. Who is it? Supreme Cloud was curious. Keep it a secret first. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Supreme Cloud was helpless. Actually, I think that you're very suitable to be the ruler of the ancient realm. Feng Daji looked at Qin Feiyang and said, although he wasn't present at the time, he had already guessed the general idea after hearing the conversation between Qin Feiyang and Supreme Cloud. Absolutely not. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said firmly. Feng Daji smiled bitterly. This young man was really different. The status and power that others dreamed of, and now that it was in front of him, he wasn't willing to accept it? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked at Supreme Cloud and nodded. Your suggestion is good. We'll let the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace guard the internal sea. Feng Daji said, young lord, it doesn't matter. My talent isn't as good as everyone else's. Not as good as who? Or Supreme Cloud. Let me tell you, no matter what you do in life, you have to be confident. The imperishable realm isn't your final destination. The sovereign realm is your goal. Do you understand? Qin Feiyang said with a straight face. Sovereign realm? Feng Di was stunned, and the bitter smile on his face deepened. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, let me ask you, are you confident? Feng Daji cast a pleading look at Supreme Cloud. Supreme Cloud smiled at him encouragingly. Seeing this, Feng Daji made up his mind. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he nodded and said, I am. That's more like it. Qin Feiyang smiled in satisfaction. Looking at Supreme Cloud, he said, in that case, we don't have to go to the east, west, or south. Let's go to the treasure pavilion to see Shangguanqiu and deal with some things. Anyway, the Fire Lotus, Hui, and the 5-clawed golden dragon would be back. He didn't want to make another trip. Supreme Cloud asked, you want to deal with Ren Xiaolan and the steward? Ren Xiaolan disappointed me. I've taken good care of her, but how did she repay me? A cold glint flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Supreme Cloud said, but Ren Xiaolan and the steward are monitoring Shangguanqiu because of me. Is there a difference? If she is really a grateful person, she will maintain her stance even when facing you. Changing her stance so easily shows that she is not a trustworthy person. If such a person continues to stay in the treasure pavilion, she will become a source of trouble sooner or later. Qin Feiyang said. The chief pavilion master looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, then opened an altar. The two walked up one after another. Chapter 2869. Holy Dragon City. Due to the elimination of the dragons, the people of Holy Dragon City were in a state of panic. The people of the Dragon Slayer Palace, such as Jiang Dufei and Lei Bing, no longer had to hide their identities and stood out openly. Above the city lord's residence, Jiang Dufei stood against the wind and scanned the chaotic city below. There was a murderous aura between his brows. A man in armor rushed into the sky and said respectfully, reporting to the city lord, all the dragons in the city have been eliminated. This person was the great commander of the city lord's residence. He was a perfected Nine Heavens realm cultivator and was also Jiang Dufei's confidant. Very good. Jiang De nodded, then looked outside the city and ordered, take your men out of the city now and search everywhere. As long as you find the dragons, kill them without mercy. The great commander responded respectfully, then looked at the guards below and shouted, follow me out of the city. Immediately, the group of guards then flew out of the city in a grandiose manner. Right at this moment, two figures descended in the sky above the city. Jiang Dufei looked up and a trace of joy appeared on his face. He ran up and said respectfully, this subordinate greets the young lord. Qin Feiyang nodded. Greetings, Supreme Cloud. Jiang Dufei bowed respectfully to Supreme Cloud again. Supreme Cloud smiled faintly. Seeing that you guys have returned safely, I can finally be at ease. Jiang Dufei smiled. You know that I went to Divine Dragon Island? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The Divine General said so. The Divine General also heard it from the Qin Emperor. However, they all ordered that the news of you entering Divine Dragon Island must be kept a secret. Jiang Dufei said, what about the Divine General? Qin Feiyang asked. After killing the dragon's messenger, he went to other cities. You also know that there are more than 1,000 cities in the North region alone. 108 divine generals have to go to the east, west, south, and north respectively, so they are very busy now. Jiang Dufei said. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, how is Holy Dragon City now? The remnants of the dragons have been uprooted. But according to my guess, there might be dragons hiding outside the city. Because you have sealed off the inner sea, they have no way of escaping back to the Divine Dragon Island. Therefore, if there are any more, they will definitely be hiding outside the city. So I sent people out of the city to search. Jiang Dufei said. Well done. Qin Feiyang patted Jiang Dufei's shoulder. It's all thanks to young lord's good leadership. Jiang Dufei scratched his head. Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned slightly. What is it? Jiang Dufei looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang slapped his head and said, I almost forgot about these people. Jiang Dufei asked. Qin Feiyang said, Wu Baichuan, Wu Baixing, Diyun Tian. So it's them. Jiang Dufei nodded in realization. Although I have already killed them in the Nether King's Hell, they left their souls outside before entering the Nether King's Hell. These three people must be eliminated. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He turned to look at Supreme Cloud and asked, can you find them? I have no contact with them. I have to ask Wang Ming about this. After all, Wu Baixing is Wang Ming's disciple. Supreme Cloud shook his head. Qin Feiyang asked telepathically, Wang Ming, do you know where Wu Baixing and the others are? Wang Ming hesitated and said, I have looked for them. They are hiding on Mount Qingyun in the east. You don't want me to kill them, do you? Qin Feiyang heard Wang Ming's hesitation and asked secretly. If possible, I would like to ask you to let them go. After all, Wu Baixing is my disciple. Wang Ming said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said telepathically, okay, for your sake, I will give them a chance. Wang Ming had risked his life to save him, so he had to give him face. Thank you. Wang Ming said gratefully. Qin Feiyang turned to Supreme Cloud and asked, do you know where Mount Qingyun is? It is not far from the Dragon God Temple in the east. Supreme Cloud nodded. Go there now and bring Wu Baixing and the others here, but test them. Jiang Dufei, you go too. Qin Feiyang whispered a few words in their ears. Understood. The two nodded, opened the altar, and quickly left. After watching the two leave, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and scanned the city below. At this moment, the people in the city were also looking at Qin Feiyang with deep fear in their eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and took a step forward, landing directly at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. "Brother Qin, long time no see. I really missed you." A chubby fatso immediately ran to Qin Feiyang with a smile. This person was the manager of the treasure pavilion. There were many people at the entrance, including the treasure pavilion guards and staff. Shangguan Qiu and Ren Xiaolan were also in the crowd. After such a big incident, they still had the mood to trade at the treasure pavilion? Therefore, there was not a single guest in the treasure pavilion now. Moreover, the people in the treasure pavilion had been paying attention to the situation in Holy Dragon City. They also noticed the appearance of Qin Feiyang and Supreme Cloud immediately. Except for Shangguan Qiu, everyone else was puzzled. Especially the manager and Ren Xiaolan. Why would Qin Feiyang and the chief pavilion master be together? And it seemed that they were on good terms. But this was not right. Qin Feiyang had repeatedly caused havoc in the treasure pavilion, and the chief pavilion master had long been dissatisfied. No matter what, it was impossible for them to stand together and talk and laugh. This was because they did not know that Supreme Cloud had already submitted to Qin Feiyang, nor did they know what had happened at Divine Dragon Island. Therefore, in their opinion, the harmony between Qin Feiyang and Supreme Cloud was something unbelievable. "You want me dead? You want me dead, don't you?" Qin Feiyang looked at the manager and teased. "This?" The manager's face stiffened and he quickly said, "What are you saying? I really miss you, brother." Qin Feiyang chuckled, walked to Shangguan Qiu, and said with a smile, "How was it?" "What do you mean, how was it?" Shangguan Qiu was suspicious. "What else could it be? It must be whether they made things difficult for you." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "No, they didn't." Shangguan Qiu shook his head. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and said, "Take me to a quiet place." Shangguan Qiu nodded, turned, and walked inside. Qin Feiyang looked at the manager, and then at Ren Xiaolan, and said with a smile, "You too, come with me." The manager and Ren Xiaolan looked at each other and quickly followed. "Manager, why do I feel that the atmosphere is a little strange?" Ren Xiaolan looked at Qin Feiyang's back and asked telepathically. "I also feel that something is not right." The manager muttered. On the third floor, in a secluded study, Qin Feiyang entered the room and sat by the tea table. The manager also sat next to Qin Feiyang, looked at Shangguan Qiu and Ren Xiaolan, and said, "Why are you standing there? Make some tea." Both of them nodded. Shangguan Qiu was about to do it, but Ren Xiaolan ran to the tea table and washed the tea set. Shangguan Qiu saw this and could not help but shake his head with a smile. Then he stood aside and looked at Qin Feiyang silently. This man was getting more and more charming. "Brother Qin, when did you come back from the Nether King's Hell?" The manager asked with a smile. "A few days ago." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The manager asked calmly, "What about you and the chief pavilion master?" "We met by chance," Qin Feiyang said. "Chance?" The manager was stunned. This was too much of a coincidence. Besides, even if they met by chance, would they be standing together and talking and laughing? "Young Master Qin, have some tea." Ren Xiaolan poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Feiyang. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang took the teacup and smiled. "Why are you being so polite with me? If it weren't for you, would I be where I am today?" Ren Xiaolan said. "So, you still remember?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Look at what young master is saying. How can I forget about this? Besides, the elders have taught me to be a grateful person since I was young." Ren Xiaolan said. "Knowing how to repay kindness," Qin Feiyang murmured and smiled. "There's nothing wrong with that." Ren Xiaolan smiled. Qin Feiyang looked up at Shangguan Qiu and frowned. "Are you sure you want to stay in the treasure pavilion?" "Of course." Shangguan Qiu nodded. "You should know that the Black Tortoise World's time array is 1,000 years in a day. With such a good opportunity in front of you, aren't you tempted?" Qin Feiyang said. "What? 1,000 years in a day?" Ren Xiaolan and the manager were shocked. Qin Feiyang ignored them and looked at Shangguan Qiu quietly. Sheng Guanqiu pondered for a while and said, "If I want to go to the Black Tortoise world, I'll pester you all day. Are you okay with that?" Hem. Qin Feiyang coughed and said helplessly, "Besides that, there are many other things you can do." Sheng Guanqiu said, "But other than pestering you, I'm not interested in anything else." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "I'm just kidding. To be honest, I'm not interested in cultivation. Maybe it's because I'm used to this life in the treasure pavilion." Sheng Guanqiu said. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and nodded. "All right, I'll give you a chance to manage the treasure pavilion." Manage the treasure pavilion? Sheng Guanqiu was stunned. Ren Xiaolan and the manager looked at each other. What did that mean? Let Sheng Guanqiu manage the treasure pavilion? Dream on. Let's not talk about whether Sheng Guanqiu has the ability to manage the treasure hall. This matter is not something that you, Qin Feiyang, can decide. The chief pavilion master had the final say. Who did he think he was? How dare he meddle in the internal affairs of the treasure pavilion? But they only dared to think about it in their hearts. Who did not know Qin Feiyang's methods? Offending him was akin to offending the Grim Reaper. What do you think? Qin Feiyang looked at Sheng Guanqiu and asked with a smile. This. Sheng Guanqiu hesitated and said, "I'm afraid I'm not capable enough. Besides, my strength is not enough to convince the others." At least you know your place. The manager sneered secretly. It's okay. With me behind you, who dares to disobey? As for ability, it's all slowly trained. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Sheng Guanqiu looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. With me behind you, who dares to disobey? This was too domineering.